Welcome to the Manhwa world. Please like and subscribe my channel, thanks. An offer was given pretending to be the daughter of a Grand Duke. Would you become my daughter? But why does someone have to become a princess? The real princess has died because of extreme fever. This offer is given to the girl from the empire of the Grand Duke. Her name is Elena. She is confused. Had I just said no? I could have avoided it. Dying such a miserable death. What does it matter that I rose to a very high society receiving all the adoration and attention? What does it matter that I wore fancy dresses with lavish jewelry? What does it matter that I was selected to become the first queen consort of the empire? Despite that, nothing in this world truly belongs to me. Well, it was a trap. The real princess is alive. Her name is Veronica. The sword is inserted brutally into her back. She was near death and was locked in a secret prison. This place was known to only kind and the queen. She was in a miserable state, having a cough. And just the just-born baby of Prince Veronica was taken away from her. While coughing, Veronica said, "You planned this from the very start." The king said, "Don't blame me." All he did was extend his arm and say, "You are the one who chose to take it." The king said, "You have no shame." The queen said, "Don't need to go far." She started to walk towards Veronica and said, "We set this plan in motion a long time ago." Standing in front of Veronica, she said the truth. She pretended to be dead and needed someone to assume her identity. The entire empire will assume Princess Veronica is alive, but she will be replaced by a new one. The one who will fulfill the demands of the queen and king. Clever queen said to die, "Veronica, your role is finished now." Injured and poor Veronica said to the queen, "You have seized my station, His Majesty's love, and our child. You have taken everything from me." The happy, joyful queen said, "Veronica, are you crying?" And consoled Veronica by saying, "Don't despair. I appreciate all your hard work, and I shall reward you good. You see, I'm more warm-hearted than you think." The queen held the child named Ian of Veronica, and the king said to Ian goodbye to his mother. She'll be dead soon. Luckily, Elena and Veronica look similar. But Elena belongs to a poor family. And by giving some money to her parents, the king and queen will take advantage. Dying, Veronica screams by saying her child's name Ian and then, my boy, and cries a lot. The selfish queen said to Veronica, "I won't harm your child just yet, so don't need to struggle hard. You are never going to hear him call you mama, but I will," said the queen to Veronica. The child Ian started crying in the queen's arms. The queen said to Veronica, "Then me and the king would have had a child of our own, don't you think?" The injured and crying real Princess Veronica screamed at the queen and said, "That's when I will reunite him with you, you devil." The king said to fake Princess Veronica, "We have wasted too much time." The fake Veronica said to king, "Though I was having so much fun that I did realize how much time had passed." While leaving the real princess in the injured form, she said, "Since I don't even know your name, I can't say goodbye properly, and well, at the very least, know that you have done a fabulous job." The poor and injured Veronica in jail only passes her hand and cannot say anything. A girl in the open atmosphere roamed and named Elena. "It might be hard to believe, but my life reset," Elena said, "and I just returned to the time just earlier to make my debut, back to when I was 18. She woke up blank and thought, what were all those years then? Asked herself. Blank Elena said, "I still remember everything so powerfully." Blankless Elena, "Why did I go back 5 years? It would be better if it was only a year, but 3 months are better enough," said Elena. The dagger lying down on the floor. "That's all I had to prevent and control a tragic death," Elena said. "Also, Ian's not here." Then she realized that Ian didn't even exist and was not born yet. Someone called her, Elena. Elena followed the voice and said, "Coming?" "You," the stranger standing said to Elena in a relieved voice. "There you are." Elena said, "What do you mean?" The stranger said, "To make your debut aggressively." Elena said to him, "Please calm down." Elena in her thoughts thinks, "That's exactly as I said this morning. I don't wish for anything grand." The stranger said her father was once a well-respected public administrator in the capital. However, due to my grandfather's failed business ventures, we lost everything and ended up in the countryside. Now we are a destitute family of nobles surviving on the stipend from Viscount Callide. Now we have nothing to put towards my high society debut. Until the Viscount donated funds to cover the costs. What was the catalyst? Asked Elena. The stranger replied to her, I understand your concerns, but I truly do not wish to enter the high society. It was all good for Elena, but she was too young to understand the situation the stranger was making her understand. But just being able to make your debut benefits the range of your prospects for a husband, said the stranger. Do you realize this? Asked by the stranger. That holds on meaning to me now, said by Elena. I must not rely on others lest repeat the mistakes of my past, said the stranger. Elena asked, do you not find it odd? Elena thought about the stranger, about his offer to act as her benefactor, and asked herself if his motive was entirely altruistic, and moved on her way. Then, she asked herself, as my patron, can he not force me to become the mistress of some elderly merchant? Would I be allowed to refuse? She thought about the stranger's talk about protecting herself from everything, and said, you cannot protect me from these things? She was overcome with the talks. This is a trap laid down with extreme care. His support can become a debt, which then becomes shackles. Those shackles become an impossible bind for our family. The stranger came and said, Elena, he could truly try to help you, perhaps you are being too cynical. She said, what if this trap was set by someone other than the Viscount? He may be nothing but a puppet, while the true villain is lurking somewhere else. A girl named Veronica graduated with the highest marks ever obtained at the Imperial Academy. She wields emotional manipulation with deft precision. She was one of the highest-ranked nobles. The stranger said to me once, I must be able to spot the thorns hidden on a beautiful flower, the woman who taught me how to rise to the top of high society. River has come to this territory. A cart where the driver is sitting said, we have arrived, and I hope your journey was pleasant to Veronica. She came here to ensnare and whisk me away, said Elena. It was hardly a difficult one given my purposes. Yet Veronica still lives, they need Elena. Elena said, this time I won't be used and discarded like before. Are you certain your words that she won't regret it? She thought, and said that won't be the case. She thought that I don't care if this is the worst decision. I'm sick of being under someone else's thumb. This time the ending will be different. At night the sky was covered with darkness and some bright stars. It was time for dinner. The table was filled with different kinds of delicious food. Elena admired the food and said the food was so yummy in delight. Elena's mother was going to sleep and delightfully said to her husband, it's too nice to see you eating so well. The husband said, my dear, if you are still concerned about some terrible occurrence, we can request a formal contract. And asking would help change your mind. Elena's father said to her wife, I wonder where you inherited your stubbornness from. Elena's mother delightfully admired him and said, darling, rather than attempt to sway Elena, please try to respect her decision. Elena's father replied, but this is such a momentous opportunity for her. There is no need to rush. We don't have to overexert ourselves for a grand debut. There will be other chances to find a good husband besides our daughter who can hold her own anywhere. Elena's father replied, I'm just worried, that's all. I will handle your father, Elena. Don't worry, said the mother. Elena said to her mother, Mama, thank you. Elena's mother said, when I was doing laundry I noticed Elena's clothes were covered with dirt. There were even rips in some places. Elena said, I went to Mount Laos earlier. Elena's mother said again, perhaps you should spend less time there. There have been several reports of beast sightings of late. Elena said, yes, of course. I had planned to stop anyway. There is no need for me anymore. I will head to my room then. Elena's mother said, all right. Elena has been quite preoccupied recently. Something seems different about her. Yes, I'm preoccupied with something of great importance. Elena opened the door of the big secret library in the house, and then started deciding which book I should choose. Elena finally found a book to draw. She was so glad that she completed the drawing in time. It's sloppy because I drew it myself, Elena said. But it's more accurate than any map currently for sale. This should be simple enough to follow. Even Veronica won't anticipate such a route. She saw her childhood photo with her parents and said, "I will save you this time. In my previous life, I was unable to look after my parents once I left home. I swallowed the lies of Veronica and focused entirely on my survival. I was completely unaware that my parents were murdered the night I left the territory. I had no idea. I won't repeat the same mistake." She asked herself if it was still early in the morning. I'm up early again. Before the reset, I have always awoken at this time." Elena was sitting on the bed and an unknown voice said to her, "It is time for you to wake up, Your Highness." She thought this habit would prove difficult to break. "Well, I suppose an early start to the day is good." Elena says, "Mama?" Her mother asked, "Why are you awake so early?" Elena replied, "I only just opened my eyes." And said, "I will help you, my mother." Mother said, "Thank you, dear." Elena started to cut the slices of the bread. And said, "Its smell is so divine and good." She thought I would have found all this dull in my past life. She yelled sweetly and said, "Father, it's time to do breakfast." As she said that, she thought I would never have imagined this time to be so precious. As soon as they sat at the table, Elena murmured that it was quite too loud outside. Father said there must be a carriage passing by. I have to go and check outside. He stood up from his chair and went outside to see what was happening. A man knocked at the door and said to Elena's father, "Baronet Friedrich, it's me, Grace." Baronet said, "Grace?" Baronet opened the door and said, "What brings you here?" When Baronet, Elena's father, opened the door, he saw some people carrying crates on their shoulders and was standing with Grace. Baronet in hesitation said, "What's all this?" Grace answered him, "These are all crates from the lordship as gifts for you." He questioned, "Gifts?" He replied, "Please accept these tokens of his intentions." Baronet said, "Well, we need to understand his intentions first." Grace passed the envelope towards the Baronet and said, "Lord instructed me to give you." Baronet said, "A letter." He opened the letter. After reading the letter, his face started getting frozen and slowly his hands started trembling. He held at his bay. Baronet aggressively said to return all this immediately. Grace said, "But sir, why not?" Baronet said, "Didn't you hear me?" Yelled, "Take everything and leave immediately." Elena's mother asked Baronet, "Darling, what did the letter say?" Holding the letter in his hand, Baronet replied, "Oh, you don't need to worry." Baronet crumpled the letter and said, "You also don't need to read it either." Grace said to Baronet, "My apologies, sir, I couldn't fulfill your request. I will just leave these things here and take my leave." Blown, Baronet said angrily, "Grace." Baronet started glaring at Grace with the crumpled letter in his hands. Elena, standing watching, said, "Father, may I please read the letter?" Father yelled, said, "There's." Elena replied, "But it involves me." "Does it?" Father replied pleasantly, "My dear." Baronet clenched the letter tightly. "So it certainly seems that way since it concerns me. I wish to read it," said Elena. Elena grabbed the letter from her father. Reading the letter, she passes a smirk. And said, "This letter is a sort of marriage proposal, which means these chests are essentially wedding gifts. To be exact, the Viscount is asking me to become his mistress." The old me should have sobbed over this news. "I thought you might make such a play, Veronica. After all, I must be pushed to the brink. So that I will grab your hand out of sheer desperation." "Baronet," said Elena, "do not concern yourself with it. This is too one-sided and offensive. I am going to visit him and request that he retract the proposal." "Yes, I think that's a good idea," said Elena's mother. Elena loudly replied, "No. It's all right, Father. I'd like to make my own decisions." She murmured in her mouth, "Veronica trap was set once she involved my family." What are you saying, Elena?" "Please wait a moment," said Elena's mother. "Can you please inform my response to him that we are happily accepting these gifts?" Father said. "Elena, accepting gifts of this nature signifies an intent to accept the proposal. Are you saying you are willing to live as a mistress for the rest of your life?" Elena replied, "I have no choice. Who knows what terrible thing happen if I refuse?" Father replied, "I don't want that. Don't despair over this. You wanted me to find a good husband, don't you, Father?" said Elena. "So I shall accept." "I'm sorry, Mama, sorry, Papa." Baronet thought this was the pure agony. Elena's mother said to accept her fate so serenely. It feels as if this is all our fault, said the baronet. Worried Elena thinks and says, I'm sorry for hurting you. This is the only way to keep my family alive. Standing Grace watching the whole scene said, I will hurry back and share this joyous news with my lordship. Well, goodbye then. Elena's mother said, Elena, I don't think you should go through with this. You are not lacking in any way. There's no need for you to do this. Don't cry, Mama. I'm all right. This isn't yours or Papa's fault. Don't worry. I intend to live happily, said Elena. This isn't right, says Baronet. We didn't raise you to become a mistress. Elena put a hand on her father's shoulder and said, this isn't your fault, I am just making the decisions. It's not too late. If I can leave now, I can still save you. Elena replied, Papa, if you trust me, please don't worry and let me make my decisions. I shall show you how I will change the story this time. Elena, who had locked the door, leaned her back against it. I hurt you both too much. She regretted having to go this far. Let's not look back. Let's just look ahead. With a strong grip on her weakened heart, Elena walked toward the wall with a determined expression. She pulled the curtains that had been installed to prevent drafts in winter. Memo papers the size of a palm were stuck to the exposed wall. The future for the next 5 years. These memo papers were a chronological table of events that would occur in the future. She dared to say that history would unfold as it was written here, with Elena at the center transformed. Elena removed a piece of memo paper from the top. Birthday banquet of Duke Rosette, first owner of the Friedrich family. This was the biggest reason Leobrick wanted to hurry and take Elena. This important event was only 2 months away. It was this day, the first day I stood in front of the world pretending to be Veronica. Bad rumors had spread throughout the capital after Veronica did not appear in society for a few years, suggesting she had fled with a servant at night and that the Grand Duke had released knights to capture her. The ambitious Grand Duke had no choice but to be sensitive to her reputation to make Veronica the Empress in the future. He needed to eliminate the rumors as soon as possible, and the surest way to do that was to show the aristocracy that Princess Veronica was alive and well. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't know what to do back then and I blindly followed your orders, but now I have no reason to do so. It was Elena who took the lead on the board. Even the Joker, who could flip the board at any time, was in her hand. It's your turn now. Chasena looked pitifully at her daughter, who had come out of the room early in the evening. She had no choice but to pretend to be indifferent, knowing that no words would be comforting or encouraging. Do you want something to eat? How about your favorite steak? Mother will make it for you. Mom, you don't have to strain yourself. I'm really fine. Elena smiled and walked toward the front door. Proposal gifts were laid out just as the porters had piled them up in the morning. Let's open this together. I wonder what he sent me. But if you open it, Chasena worried that once the gifts were opened, there would be no way to return them. Don't regret it. It's too late to run. Elena, who had given up, calmly opened each gift wrapped in silk. The first box she opened contained a dress with lace. It was a bell-lined design, but the material was poor and the finish was lacking. At least the accessories were worth using. Because it was produced in traditional ways, it was classified as a specialty in other countries and was highly appreciated. Mom, come here for a moment. What's wrong? Elena reached out and hung the pearl necklace she had just found around Chasena's neck. The brilliance of the silver pearl complemented her slender long neck. It looks good on you. Use this, Mom. What? It's fine. I don't need it. You can keep it. Chasena looked serious. She felt guilty for not being able to stop her from becoming a concubine, so she didn't know what to say. You haven't had a decent necklace this whole time you raised me. I really want to give this to you. How could I possibly? Come on. If you keep refusing, I'll be sad. Elena insisted, even though she knew Chasena didn't want it. There was a good reason for that. When I leave, you will need money. Remember that time and keep it with you. Elena focused solely on the future, not the present. This was like the wealth they sold their child for, but when the time came, the necklace would be a useful source of income. Father is late. I'm home. Honey! Only after confirming that it was Baron Friedrich who had opened the door halfway did Elena feel relieved. Why are you so late? You're hungry, aren't you? Sit down, I'll reheat the soup. Wait a moment, honey. I brought a guest. Guest? Chasena, just heading for the kitchen, stopped and turned. He had never invited anyone to the house since they settled here. She couldn't believe he suddenly invited a guest. She felt embarrassed by Baron Friedrich's unexpected behavior. Come in, it's a bit shabby though. Baron Friedrich politely offered the guest a seat as if treating a superior. The guest was cloaked in a generous hood that reached her ankles. Nevertheless, her slender shoulder line and pure white skin that shone beneath the hood suggested she was an adult woman. Elena's eyes widened. Don't tell me, she tried to pretend to be okay, but the sense of incompatibility stirred her emotions. Uncertainty gradually turned into certainty. You don't have to die, my dear. When Elena looked at him in silence, Baron Friedrich smiled meaningfully. You will soon find out what I mean. Let me introduce you. This is... I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you give me a chance to introduce myself? It's to be polite. The woman's voice was clear as she suddenly cut him off. The clarity of her voice had a magical power that broke the tension. Baron Friedrich responded happily. Oh, if that's convenient for you, it's okay. Thank you for your understanding. The woman's gaze reached Elena. It was covered by her hood, so she couldn't see her eyes well, but the glance seemed to penetrate deeply. As she pulled the hood back, her beautiful yet intelligent face was revealed. She fixed her alluring gaze on Elena. Nice to meet you. I'm Leobrick de Flanders, a noble of the Vasilia Empire. It was the worst reunion. Elena's heart, which recognized her at a glance, cooled down. What a surprise. Contrary to the expectation that her blood would heat up in hatred and revenge, her mind was clear. There was no room for feelings to intervene. The ice-cold attitude dominated her perfectly, and whispered incessantly. Hold your breath and wait for the right time. When the time comes, bite the nape of the neck at once. I'm Elena. Elena hid her creeping claws behind an awkward smile. She was at the height of the Imperial Society, so she was good at hiding her true feelings under a mask. I know about Miss Elena. I know her very well. You know me well? Leobrick smiled softly. It was a warm smile that made the viewer feel comfortable, just like that of an angel. The abominable woman. Elena felt nauseous and twisted for a moment. That smile had fooled her. She believed that the favor was true. The result was a sword in her abdomen and a tragic death. But now it was different. She knew the truth, so she wouldn't be deceived anymore. She could only pretend to be deceived. It's true, Elena. Father? She came all the way to see you. Baron Friedrich adhered to her favorable attitude. He had come in contact with Leobrick in advance, and she guessed that some progress had been made in conversation. Honey, what does that mean? She promised to save our Elena. She doesn't have to become a concubine. What, really? Chasena was taken aback by her husband's curt reply. She had a strong sense of diminishing what, where, from, how to accept it. Elena pretended not to know anything. Save? Me? You don't have to become a concubine, dear. The eyes of Baron Friedrich were full of life. She wants to take you to the Empire. Elena looked moderately surprised. She also didn't forget to look at Leobrick on the path of anticipation and anxiety. Leobrick, who was waiting for a response, responded with a feverish smile. Before explaining the situation, would you believe it if Miss Elena looked the same as someone else? It's hard to believe. Leobrick took out a pendant with a smile. It was the family sentence on the lid that caught the eye at once. The X-shaped swords and spears carved over a pair of golden eagles were surprisingly colorful. Grand Duke Friedrich. It was an unforgettable name for Elena. The lid opened when Liabrick pressed the button on the side of the pendant. Oh my God, my dear! Chasena looked back and forth at the portrait and Elena, with her eyes widening big again and again. Isn't this you? The woman in the picture resembled her exactly, as if she had modeled Elena. They looked so much alike that it would be easy to guess that they were twins. The only difference was that the woman in the portrait had gorgeous, beautiful blonde hair, unlike Elena who had red, golden hair. This is the lady I used to serve. She was elegant, and had class unlike any other nobleman in this empire. Is she alive or dead? 3 months ago, she fell asleep in the arms of the goddess Gaia. The Gaia denomination was the state religion of the Vasilia Empire. A religion that worships the goddess of earth, Gaia, and believes that they fall asleep in the heaven created by the goddess Gaia after death. May God bless her. Elena placed a hand on her chest and carefully mourned her death. Her worried expression and gaze seemed to indicate that she was truly saddened by her death. It was an astonishing and hair-raising performance, but since she had been passing through imperial society, even this was just a natural part of her daily life. Thank you for the condolences. I have no doubts that the young lady has found peace by the side of the goddess Gaia. It is just that it is difficult for the rest of us to live and rejuvenate the pain. You were close. Yes, we were close like sisters. Still, I'm trying to bury my heart little by little. The real concern is what I'm worried about. Her father hasn't accepted his only daughter's death for over 3 months. Chasena nodded with a sad heart. That's what every parent would be like. If it was our Elena, we would have been the same. At his wife's words, Baron Friedrich's expression hardened, as if he didn't want to even think about it. For a parent, the pain of losing a child is incomparable to the pain of having all 5 organs cut off. The one who said there was nothing in this world that he couldn't have, and nothing that he couldn't try to get, cried. He said that if he could see his daughter just once, there was nothing more he could wish for. I'm afraid I know it's a wish that will never come true. It's impossible to bring a dead person back to life. I thought so too. I couldn't believe it when I heard the story of the merchant who saw your daughter on the other side of the continent. Liebrick's eyes were fixed to Elena. It was the moment when the spinning story finally reached its essence. Miss Elena, will you be his daughter? Surprised by the shocking suggestion, Elena couldn't speak with her eyes wide open. As if only Baron Friedrich had been told beforehand, there was no reaction. At the same time, she also did not forget to skillfully push Elena to urge her to make a choice. I know, but I'm offering you this because I don't want you to be a concubine and be unhappy. I've seen countless times how miserable the end of a nobleman's concubine is. I don't want Miss Elena to follow the same footsteps as them. Elena lowered her gaze with her lips clenched. She also did not forget to show signs of conflict with complex expressions. Follow her. Honey? Elena raised her head and stared at Baron Friedrich. The father's expression was already determined for his daughter. I've seen the pattern before. A ruined noble family like us can't even dare to speak. It would be better than now, nothing would be lacking. Father. Go. Go and live a new life, Elena. Chasena, who was embarrassed by the sudden development, also changed her mind about Baron Friedrich's active attitude. Yes, dear. Do as you please. Mom. Chasena pretended to be calm, clenched her teeth, and worried that Elena wouldn't go if she saw her tears. Mom and Dad. Elena also bit her lips hard. She was heartbroken at the sincerity of the two telling her to leave because they couldn't protect their child. I thought being a concubine wasn't bad either. If I couldn't change it anyway, just give up. That way I could barely endure it. Elena's heartbreak, which carefully shed out, broke the couple's heart once more. They thought the reason she matured more recently was because she accepted the reality that she could not change, so she felt so pitiful and hurt that they could not stand it. I'll go. There was hope in Elena's eyes that she could escape this sick reality. How will I live if I become his daughter? It's a life that can't be defined in a word. But I can tell you this for sure, that the world will revolve around Miss Elena. You can achieve anything, you can have anything. Anything? Anything. Elena had a puzzled look on her face. You can wear the finest dresses a few times a day, and you can make and wear jewelry every day with rare gems from the north. And balls, tea time, banquets. It's a very different life, so it's difficult to list them individually. Let me assure you one thing. Whatever you imagine, it's more than that. Leah Brick deliberately brought out fantasies that young minds of that time might have had. It was based on the judgment that Elena, who had a poor childhood, would have admired the life of this aristocratic spirit. Beyond imagination, Elena, who had been speechless for a while, pretended to be careful and took out the words that she was looking for a chance. May I then take an oath with a knight? The corners of Liebrick's mouth went up in a smile. The presence of an honorable article among the ladies of society was an ornament that made them stand out and an object of shared love. They often accompanied prestigious knights to gatherings, and the emotional strife among the ladies led to duels among the knights, who sometimes questioned their superiority. I think I know what Miss Elena wants. You want to keep a noble knight from the literature Roland's song by your side. Is that right? Yes, that's true. Facing Elena's eyes, Leah Brick smiled graciously. It's the right of Miss Elena to elect a noble knight to protect the lady. Wait, really? Elena opened her eyes wide. She looked surprised and delighted as if she had never expected such a favor. The greatest knight in the family will have the glory to serve Miss Elena. I'm so happy that I can't speak. Elena was overwhelmed with joy. It was a snobbish smile in Liebrick's eyes, but Elena had no intention of hiding the joy of this moment now. It was Elena's wish to destroy them. But what happens to my parents after I leave? I'm worried that the Viscount might harm them. Elena's concern was justified by common sense. It was extremely likely that the Viscount, who was broken up with, would lose his pride and get angry. You'll be hurt because of me. I can't leave. The expression of Baron Friedrich, who was listening quietly, suddenly hardened. It's a useless worry. Your father will take care of the rest. We're fine. Just take care of yourself. Elena ignored both of their words. With eyes only on Leah Brick, she hoped that she would come up with a solution one way or another. Leah Brick smiled as if there was nothing to worry about. I've already set up a place to take them. Really? Ha, I'm finally relieved. Elena felt a wave of relief sweep over her chest. Although she was acting, she must have been seen as a daughter of filial piety. Perhaps because of such a habit, Leah Brick took out a high-end silk pouch that looked heavy from her arms and placed it on the table. When Chesena opened the pouch, she was surprised. This is gold, isn't it? We'll serve you without shortage, but I'm giving this to you for the sake of Miss Elena, who is worried about the two of you. Think of it as a little sincerity and keep it. Leah Brick smiled. She smiled as if she was appealing to a family that she cared so much about. Elena, who was puzzled, bowed lightly and thanked her for her consideration. She also never forgot how to express her gratitude with a smile. However, her mouth smiled but her eyes did not. Leah Brick was a woman who would put a sword through her back as soon as she turned away from her family. No, we don't deserve this. Take it back. I can't take this. No, I'm not going to take it. The couple waved their hands with a serious look. Why don't you take it from Miss Elena? Please. When Elena begged with earnest eyes, Baron Friedrich reluctantly accepted it. I'll take it. Only then did Elena really feel relieved. It will be a necessary seed for her parents, who will live far away from the Empire. The Viscount will be on the move once the sun rises, said the lady. Chesena asked, so soon? The lady replied, Chesena, since the proposal is accepted, we cannot afford to waste any time. We must depart tonight, and cross the border to avoid being tracked. Chesena sadly says this is all so sudden. As soon as the Reaveric passed our threshold, I had an inkling to might need to set out today, said Elena. Even though I foresaw it coming, it is still difficult for me, so from Mama, thought Elena. Chasena begged in front of the Riaveric, just one day. Please, can't you please give us only one day with our daughter? Baronet came and stopped Chasena from doing all this stuff. Chasena started crying and said, I know, but I cannot bear to let her go. Elena with her family enjoyed having a picnic. After some time she thought it would be difficult for me to be a part of them. I thought that would be enough. Riaveric came and apologized to Elena's parents and said we absolutely must leave tonight. Riaveric used the Viscount as her excuse, but it's their side that's in a hurry. Elena says I will go with you, but I would like 2 or 3 hours to spend with my family. Riaveric answered Elena, I will grant you only 2 hours then. We really must hurry off. Elena said yes, that would be enough. Riaveric said that I would begin preparations for our journey, then I would return shortly. Chasena touched Elena's cheeks and said, when did our daughter grow up so much? You used to cry over the slightest thing. It felt like you always be my baby. Don't worry about us, just focus on yourself. Don't let your resolve weaken now, Elena. Now is the time to move. My beloveds, you must now listen to me carefully. You have to leave before Riaveric comes back. Chasena questioned Elena's leave. Where to? Didn't we accept her help? Why the sudden plan changed? Elena said, I expected this reaction. Do you not find it strange? It was odd enough when the Viscount stepped forward to suddenly help this poor noble family. But when declined, he tried to turn me into his mistress. What's even more absurd is that once we were backed in a corner, Riaveric appeared. As I think it is all planned. The plotted twist was the Grand Duke family need me. As soon as I saw the crest, I knew. Elena gave an envelope to her parents and said, take this, it has all things that I have written and why you have to leave. And what the future plans. I will stay here because the Duke's family needed me in any case. Elena hugged her parents and said goodbye. Elena took a look at the empty house. She patted the dining table as she walked over. Her hand led her through her bedroom, full of memories, and into the living room, full of family laughter and happiness. For a brief moment, Elena's face looked even more peaceful as she reminisced about the past. She was alone on her lonely path, and there was nothing like an hour with her family to give her the strength and drive to sustain her life. By the promised time, Riaveric knocked on the door without a single error. It's time to leave, Miss Elena. I'll be right out. Elena, who raised herself from the chair, put her hands on her chest and breathed deeply a couple of times. Then, she brought out the feelings of parting that had been pressed in deep. When she recalled the situation in which she had to break up with her parents in her past life, she was overwhelmed with emotions. Elena went to the front door only after seeing that her eyes were red. Elena came out through the slightly open door. She covered her mouth with her hands to hide her slightly bloodshot eyes and sobbing, which made her look pitiful and unfortunate. Let's go. What about your parents? We forcibly separated and only I came out. I don't think I'll be able to leave any longer, so I want to leave now before I change my mind. Elena's last words were close to pleading. She seemed as if she was about to collapse, so Riaveric nodded slightly. Sir. At her summons, the man who had been behind her stepped forward. Despite his robes, he had a stout physique that could not be hidden, and a single sword at his waist suggested that his status was that of a knight. When we leave, please take care of those two. Be polite and courteous so that Miss Elena is not worried. I will. A familiar voice made Elena take a breath. When she glanced at his face without a grain of doubt, she was infested with unbearable hatred and indignation. I didn't know you were the chauffeur who came to pick me up, Sir Lawrence. The knight of the oath that once defended her with loyalty. A knight of honor who she kept by her side even after she became queen. However, when Veronica returned alive, the knight ruthlessly put a sword through Elena's abdomen. The loyalty he swore before Elena was false, the oath was hypocrisy, and the honor that he cried out was nothing but pretense. She still hadn't forgotten. She remembered what he had said clearly. I have never for a moment thought of you as my lady. Now that my lady has truly returned, I will kill you with my own hands and seek forgiveness from the real queen. Ah! His true feelings were more cruel than the pain of iron that dug into her flesh. The sense of betrayal and loss she felt was as great as the depth of trust. It couldn't be expressed in words. Now that she saw him, she figured he was the one that killed her parents. Naturally, her hatred doubled. Let's not dwell on the past. He is now nothing but a chess piece. Elena was worried that her old feelings toward him may make things go wrong. One day, he would pay the price for her disdain, but it was not yet the time. From the standpoint of aiming to overthrow the Grand Duke, she could not be swayed by petty emotions. I've got a carriage outside the estate. We'll have to move in secret up to there. Elena quietly followed in the footsteps of Leobrick, who walked ahead. As Elena turned around, Lawrence bowed silently. Although it would have been to show the virtues of a knight, to Elena's eyes, knowing that he was soon to go after her parents, it was nothing but hypocrisy. Hurry up, we'll be late. Yes. Elena set aside her gaze and hastened her steps to narrow the distance away from Leobrick. When she went through the dark Zelkova forest, they reached a road leading to the southern part of the territory. There was a luxurious carriage standing in the corner of the bushes. Get in right away. As soon as she got in, the horseman cracked the whip. Nay, nay. As the cry of the horse tore the silence, the wheels started to roll. Feeling the vibrations in her hips, Elena threw her gaze outside the window that changed visually. Elena's gaze deepened in the moonlit landscape. It was a night that was no different from any other. The only thing that had changed was Elena's mindset, but the world looked different. Don't worry too much. Leobrick, as if to reassure her, reached out her hand. As long as Miss Elena decided to be his daughter, she won't be neglected. I'll take care of you. Thank you. Thanks to you, I can relax a little. Elena smiled and squeezed Leobrick's hand tighter. An expression of trust that she believed in her. An act that felt sincerer than 100 words. Leobrick was convinced she had come under her control. Don't say thank you, we're like sisters now, aren't we? Elena held back a reflexive burst of laughter. Sisters? She was looking forward to seeing how long this pretense relationship would last. Lawrence stood up from the fence he was sitting on. Considering the distance of the carriage, the woman's stride, and the gate, by now it was time to leave. Lawrence, who had no reason to delay any longer, recalled the mission. Kill Elena's biological parents. Cut the buds that may be a bother in advance. Leobrick said it would be the way for the Grand Duchy, and he would so with hesitation. For the glory of the Grand Duchy. That value was the only pride that made him breathe as a knight. Lawrence pulled the sword from his waist. The moonlit blade shined with chills. Soon this new white sword would be dyed red. Lawrence's expression that crossed the threshold hardened. He didn't feel anyone inside. He instinctively sensed something was wrong and rushed through the room. Baron Friedrich and Chasena, who were supposed to be there, were nowhere to be found. Did you run away? Lawrence was frustrated. They were here until a little while ago, but they ran like a bolt in the blue. Like they evaporated. He didn't understand how they knew about the threat that was coming to their bodies. Now's not the time to care about that. I need to trace them. Lawrence's eyes gleamed as he looked for their footprints in the dark. Leobrick nodded. Even if Elena was very ignorant, it could be assumed that if she is called a princess, she'd be able to deduct that she was the family of the Duke. I'm going to be a real princess. Elena pulled out the silly memories of her past life of joy as she thought about becoming a high-ranking noblewoman. There was no comparison between living as his own daughter and being adopted simply because of her resemblance in appearance. How her heart fluttered and filled with joy at the thought that she, too, could become part of a noble lineage when she first came into contact with this fact. But it was all fake. Elena swallowed her abominable anger. Instead, she recalled her birthday with her family last year. She recalled the happiness of the day, the joy spread to Elena's face like a snowflake. To deceive Leobrick. Elena constantly controlled her emotions and acted. That's not all. Princess Veronica comes up and down in the mouth of the social world every year as a companion of His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? Leobrick fanned Elena's insatiable burning desire. It's common to say that dreams are dreams. But if Elena makes up her mind, dreams become reality. That's the position of Princess Veronica in the Empire. Elena laughed as if she couldn't hide her joy, revealing her gums. She hoped that Leobrick belittled her frivolous appearance, and thought of her as pathetic. Hoo-hoo. Leobrick laughed low. She was able to get a glimpse of Elena's desire through a smile bright enough to see Elena's gums. It was only a little taste, but she was already blinded. Leobrick knew better than how to deal with such a human. She didn't even know how deadly of a misjudgment that was. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been disrespectful enough. Elena covered her mouth with her hands and smiled, pretending to be ashamed. She also did not forget her ability to handle the situation in an effort to hide her embarrassment. On the other hand, I'm also worried. What if they suspect that I'm not the Grand Duke's real daughter because of my ignorance? Leobrick waved as if not to worry. You can make it so that they won't doubt it. How? I'll teach you. I'll make you the queen of society with a classy, elegant, and undaunted authority. As if her heart was overwhelmed by those words, Elena replied with her hands on her chest. I'll try. I'll be sure to. Mom, Dad, did you get away safely? She suddenly remembered her parents. If they had been riding the rapids on the ferry as planned, they would have passed through the northern part of the principality by now and reached the border of the kingdom of Royer. It was more likely that they were traveling east, taking advantage of the rugged terrain of the northern mountainous region and the rare censorship of the passage. They must go to the Empire. I'm sorry, I suddenly remembered. My mom and dad. Miss Elena. I couldn't do anything for them. I only just got here, please call me Liv. It's my nickname. Elena stared. Leobrick could see how much Elena was dependent on her right now through her shaking eyes. Believe me, I can't right now, but after some time, I'll make sure that your letter of regards is well received. I don't know how to thank you, Liv. Elena didn't say no, she was held and comforted. The appearance was so gentle that she could have been mistaken for a real sister. Leobrick laughed at the pathetic Elena. She even had a vicious idea of how to use Elena's filial piety. On the contrary, Elena's eyes were so rational that there was no room for emotion to go in. Today's tears and the Tittle sister are a mix-up for that time. From now on, you and I are fighting. The sunset set in silence. The sun setting over the horizon colored the sky red and then disappeared. Soon it was the pitch-black darkness that filled the void. Leobrick was standing on the terrace of her room with a teacup. Lawrence came and said to Leobrick that Elena's parents are missing. When I came home they were not there. They're gone? Leobrick doubted her ears. She thought maybe she misheard it. When I came, the house was already empty. I followed their tracks, but when I reached the middle of the mountainside their footprints were cut off, so no further tracking was possible. Lawrence, who was close to the wall, replied in a somber tone. It was hard to notice that there was a person unless you looked closely in the shade where the moonlight could not reach. Tell me in detail. The footprints cut off? It seems that they reached the middle of the mountainside and went along the stream. Leobrick's eyebrows wiggled. Along the stream? They seem to have not left a trace. Leobrick was overwhelmed. It was hard to believe that the couple ran away, but they erased the traces as if they had anticipated the chase. I found and tracked the wet sand, but the trail was completely cut off from the canyon ferry. Have they run away on a ferry? That's all I can say. I tried to track them down, but the current was too fast. I'm sorry. Throughout the report, Lawrence did not raise his head. This was because he failed to fulfill his responsibility as a knight. It's not your fault. This is my mistake. Leobrick looked back at the ridiculous situation. You ran away? Not even a trace? You can make 100 concessions and run away. Because parents are the ones who can jump into the fire if they think they can be a burden to their children. The escape method was meticulous. A skilled technician would have taken a path so optimized that it was impossible to track. Could she dismiss this as a coincidence? She couldn't shake the impression that they had anticipated the danger and fled. It doesn't add up. It was not that there was no doubt at all. However, it was not easy to draw conclusions because either was clear. It was weird. I can't believe her parents didn't even come out to say goodbye to their daughter. Those who cared about their daughter that much did not see her off. This was a questionable point. There are two kinds of families. The fact that the couple left Elena alone was in order to get time to escape. This was the subject of fleeing. Elena may have known that the couple had run away, but pretended not to know in front of me. Leobrick recalled Elena crying when she arrived at Silence. She said she only had her as an older sister and begged her to take care of her parents. If she was an accomplice, there would be no reason to do that. What if the tears were meant to deceive me? Leobrick shook her head hard to get rid of the root of her thoughts. It was a delusion. Elena was neither clever nor brilliant enough to deceive Leobrick. She also lived as a fallen aristocrat, so she had a deep sense of inferiority. Give up tracking them. Give me your orders. I'll make sure to search the continent for them. And somehow I'll clean them up. Lawrence wanted to recover his tarnished honor, but Leobrick refused to allow it. I don't want to leave any regrets, but I don't think there'll be a problem right now. Please step back. I understand. Hide yourself for a few days and get on the ship. It's difficult if you encounter Miss Elena for nothing. Lawrence nodded reluctantly and left himself in the dark. He was already gone. She couldn't even hear his footsteps as he left. Leobrick raised her chin and looked up at the night sky. It's not refreshing. There must have been something, but she was frustrated that she didn't know what it was. It was an annoyance that she hadn't felt in years. I need to check. Are you really trying to deceive me, or have I overreacted? Before dawn, a carriage carrying Elena and Leobrick ran down the icy streets of Silence. Miss Elena, I heard about your parents at dawn. Really? What happened? Did they get out of here safely? Elena became a devoted daughter when she heard about her parents' news. She was so desperate that Leobrick couldn't believe it was acting. They're safely out of the land. That's fortunate. Thank you, Liv. Thank you for your concern. Leobrick narrowed her eyes. But I heard that your mother's health is not good. Perhaps she was overwhelmed in the process. What? Oh, what's wrong with my mother? Is she in a lot of pain? Where does it hurt? It's my fault. She's so heartbroken that her body is. Elena fussed half-heartedly and immediately nodded off. There was a trickle. Drops of water fell under her head and soaked the road. Mom, ugh, Mom! Elena cried out sadly, her voice raised in nostalgia and worry. It was painful, like a child separated from her mother. Leobrick narrowed his eyes. She had deliberately given Elena false information, hoping that she would react in any way if she had been involved in the couple's escape. But what a surprise! She was too sad to imagine the fact that the couple had escaped. You don't seem to know a thing. Leobrick bit her lips. Don't cry. The physician said it was a temporary fever and that she could get better soon if she took a rest. She must get better, or I won't have the confidence to live in the Empire. Of course. Elena managed to calm herself down and wiped her eyes with her handkerchief. They both must have arrived at the Mariana Islands by now. And Mariana Islands the earthly paradise? Yes, it's called the best island in the world. Leobrick lied brazenly. The Mariana Archipelago had been referred to as a paradise on earth through oral fairy tales and novels, but the reality was quite different. The islands were crawling with pirates, and the waves were so strong that fishing was not easy. Elena was happy to pretend that she didn't know that. I've heard that too. I'm relieved if that's where they are. I hope they don't have to struggle and live comfortably. That's what they're going to do. Looking at Elena, who was naively relieved, Leobrick had no choice but to question the doubts she had. That's her level, and I'm the only one who's sensitive, aren't I? Elena consistently showed substandard appearances. Even so, it drove her crazy that she doubted Elena. Inwardly, Elena was relieved to see the anxious Leobrick. Leobrick is suspicious of me. That means my mom and dad ran away safely. Elena was glad to have Leobrick's doubts. It was clear that her parents safely ran away from the pursuit. Otherwise, there was no reason for Leobrick to doubt Elena. When they arrived at the warehouse wharf behind the pier, they disembarked from the carriage. Then the middle-aged Nagi who was driving the carriage led them to a ferry that was tied up at the end. Through the fog, they moved farther from the land. The boat reached the rear of a huge and colorful sailing ship. "We go up?" Leobrick, Elena, and the middle-aged knight got on the ladder and boarded the ship. Perhaps it was still early in the day, but there were no crew members on deck. Perhaps that's why they couldn't be bothered. Leobrick passed the deck and stepped into the ship. She walked until she reached the cabin at the far end of the corridor where the candles fluttered. Opening the creaky wooden door, she found herself in a spacious cabin that was furnished in a rather luxurious manner. At first glance, it looked like a luxury cabin that could be used by a high-built aristocrat or royalty. As soon as she came in, Leobrick locked the cabin door tightly. "You'll be staying here with me for the next 10 days. Elena forced a smile, barely holding back her upset stomach. "What is the duty of the nobles?" "Noblesse oblige." "Imitate those words, and in the future, Miss Elena will become a nobleman who will be respected by nobles. This is the duty you have as the princess, and the legitimate daughter of Grand Duke Friedrich." Wait, the Grand Duke? Elena stuttered at the end and raised her head. She was embarrassed as if it wasn't possible even if that was true. "Princess Veronica is the sole blood of Grand Duke Friedrich, the head of the 4 great families of the empire. It's also Miss Elena's new identity." "Oh my God!" For a moment, Elena's mouth poked up. "Gee, Grand Duke! That's more than I can imagine." Even if she tried to pretend she wasn't, Leobrick was convinced as she saw Elena's mouth rising as if it was going to tear. She was a snob blinded by desire. "That's enough for today. And now? We're leaving the ship?" Elena was able to leave the cabin in almost 10 days. In the meantime, she felt a little better after spending some time with Leobrick and letting the sea breeze carry away the resentment that had built up in the cabin. They climbed over the railing, onto the ladder, and onto the ferry, just as they had done when they boarded the sailboat. After more than 3 hours of rowing, they arrived at a beach along the coast. They stepped on the slippery sand and climbed out of the beach and onto a carriage. Hidden in the bushes. "Liv, where are we going?" "The safe house." "Are you not going?" "It's a very private place. Even in the Grand Duke's residence, few people know about it." Leobrick turned her head out the window. It was an indirect expression she did not want to continue the conversation. Elena also shut her question. It was a compulsory question, anyway, and there was no reason for her, who already knew the destination, to ask. The carriage really ran without ceasing. Even though the road was not maintained, the carriage did not stop despite the difficulties in discerning where to go due to the darkness. Without a single moonlight, they finally reached the mansion that she thought was not home. It was located in a secret place, so secret that it could never be visited if you didn't know the way, as it was a forest on all sides. Elena's expression turned cold as she looked at the exterior of the mansion looming in front of her. "There's the place that drove me to ruin." Try as she might to remain calm, Elena's heart raced with a distraught passion. What would she look like when she saw him? How would she be able to withstand this boiling anger in front of him? Many thoughts and uncontrollable emotions were constantly colliding in Elena's mind. The carriage stopped just in time. When she got off the carriage following Leobrick, a maid greeted her. "She's Jane, take a step forward. She can't talk because she's deaf, so if you need anything, you can write it down in a notebook and show it to her." As soon as she exchanged greetings with Jane, she followed Leobrick into the mansion. A parlor decorated with marble appeared as the splendid chandeliers went straight across the corner to the right of the main hall. "He's beyond here." "He?" As soon as he heard that Miss Elena was coming, he ran from the capital. Leah Brick carefully put her hand on the doorknob and pushed the marble door open. Elena's heart beat fast, too. An unruly storm of emotion swirled from the inside, as it did when she first faced Leah Brick. There was a man standing in the distance. As a middle-aged man, he was upright enough to be indifferent to his age, and was a man of dignity enough to be considered a specimen of the aristocracy. Elena recognized who he was at a glance. How could she forget? She could still remember his laughing at Elena, who was dying. "Why you?" "Really?" He saw Elena and couldn't speak easily. His swaying eyes and trembling lips, his expression that went back and forth between joy and despair like a saint witnessing a miracle in front of his eyes, was too unflattering to be alone. Moreover, she got goosebumps when she realized that it was an act spelled out in hypocrisy and deceit. "Did you come back to life?" "My daughter?" The mastermind who drove Elena to ruin. A man who could chew it. It was Grand Duke Friedrich coming towards Elena. Elena bit her molars tightly. Her fists rolled small and an unaffordable rage shook like an acorn tree. She could still see his face, mocking her for her death. The idea that he was so hateful as to want to kill him was in her head. "I have to put up with it. I can't be carried away." Elena constantly suppressed herself. Killing that human to relieve her resentment was a bad idea. What Elena wants is not only Grand Duke Friedrich, but also the complete destruction of Leah Brick and Veronica. Until that day, she would be angry and wag her tail like their faithful dog. "Are you really Veronica?" Grand Duke Friedrich asked and couldn't take his eyes off of Elena. "Well, I'm..." Elena, standing in front of him, lowered her eyes without even making eye contact. Grand Duke Friedrich extended his hand at Elena, who was at a loss. "Shudder." Elena shrank back as the back of his hand touched her cheek. It gave her goosebumps. There was a sense of uneasiness like a bug crawling on her face. Grand Duke Friedrich swept her cheek with the back of his hand, dismissing that Elena must have been surprised with the sudden contact. "I miss your warmth, so I couldn't stand it. Thank you for letting me think I've met my dead daughter again." She wanted to applaud the abominable performance of Grand Duke Friedrich. How could he be so brazen about the living Veronica? "I didn't really take care of her because I only cared about the outside. I lost my wife and daughter. After I lost my precious people, I had no power or wealth." Elena stood silently listening to his confession, which was not even a grain of truth. "My dear." At a low call, Elena lifted her head. "Will you be my daughter?" Grand Duke Friedrich spoke kindly to Elena, whose eyes were shaking. "Live on behalf of Veronica. If I could watch the child's unfinished life through you, I would have no regrets. Can you do that?" "Oh, of course. As long as you don't mind." Elena blatantly coveted the seat of the princess. "I have to look like a woman blinded by success. That way, you'll underestimate me." There was inexplicable contempt in the eyes of Grand Duke Friedrich. It would be disgusting to him, who values the nobility of his birth, that an insignificant girl was excited to pretend to be a noble princess of the great house. "Actually, I haven't felt like a stranger since I first saw you. I'll be a daughter without shame. Father." When Elena added the word father, with her strength, Grand Duke Friedrich's face was distorted for a short time. Grand Duke Friedrich was a man who was filled with aristocratic pride and authority of the nobility. He was insulted and humiliated just by bringing in a vulgar woman, who openly coveted his daughter's vacancy in a noble family. "It's late. You must have had a hard time coming, so go up and rest." When Elena bowed, Leah Brick chinned down to follow her. When Jane opened a door in the far corner of the second floor, there was a bedroom decorated with high-end wooden furniture. "Get some rest. Order for her if you need anything." "Yes, good night, Liv." When Leah Brick disappeared from the room around the corner of the hall, Elena waved her hand and told Jane to leave. She didn't have anything to do, so she wanted to be alone now. Thump. Elena, who was left alone in the room after the door closed, burst into a suppressed laugh. When she remembered the distorted face of Grand Duke Friedrich, she felt that her old body aches had gone down. In her last life, Elena was impatient to see Grand Duke Friedrich's glance. When she looked at Elena, who was inadequate because she had not received proper education, he could not make eye contact and bowed his head as if she was a sinner. Oh, why did she do that? If she thought about it, the thing that was held in Elena's hand was as good as theirs. She was just stupid and couldn't handle it properly. I'm looking forward to seeing how you hold your breath with the name and status you gave me. Despite the fact that Princess Veronica's reputation was stuck in the mud, education was the reason why Elena was brought to the safe house instead of going straight to the Grand Duke's residence, to build up the basic skills to pretend to be Princess Veronica. In the morning, she learned mainly about the manners of the aristocrats, table manners, speech, walking, and greeting. The afternoon focused on understanding and learning the national identity of the empire, starting with the imperial language, history, literature, and culture. The formal classes ended before dinner. Don't try to rest. Review and familiarize yourself with what you have learned today. Is it too much? Then go and learn, even if it means less sleep. Elena was forced to stay in her study until late at night. No, it would be right to say that she was embedded in the study of her own will. I say I know the future, but right now I don't have the ability or knowledge to take advantage of it. Elena used this time to fill up her lack of knowledge. The history of famous paintings, the arts and philosophy, the merchant-dominated continent, the value of moving money, the alchemy of makeup. Elena's selected books were mainly focused on the arts and commerce. There will be a change in the art world of the empire soon. Elena paid attention to the Renaissance that would blow across the empire. The Renaissance was a time of cultural innovation in thought, literature, art, architecture, natural science, and music, which could be used to accumulate great wealth. The new era is an opportunity for me. Changes in the times are bound to be accompanied by such labor pains. Elena wanted to be the leader of that era. She could see what it had to do with revenge, but the Grand Duke's family was not a single family that could easily fall apart. If it did, it wouldn't have been the best family in the empire for hundreds of years. I have to use the trend of the times to shake the Great Duke inside and outside. First, she intended to act like Princess Veronica and divide the Grand Duchy. She would cut off funding sources and find embarrassments that could be made public. At the same time, she planned to apply pressure on the outside. She planned to lead the era as a woman with a third name, El, and become a person respected by the intellectuals and nobility of the empire. Based on public respect, reputation, and justification, she would reveal the evil deeds committed by the Grand Duke so far and isolate him with criticism and pressure. It was only Elena who could act like Princess Veronica and intervene deeply in the work of the Grand Duchy. Of course, it's not as easy as it sounds. But Elena was confident. The plan was completed after hundreds of verifications, and the detailed platform was already filled in Elena's head. She was already looking forward to it. The time to stay in the safe house was only 3 weeks at the very least, and she was excited to move to the Grand Duke's residence as soon as possible and complete the blueprint for her revenge. And 3 weeks passed like a lie. The restaurant with the high ceiling and the table stood outstanding. Sitting at the end of a long table, Leah Brick and Elena cut the steak with elegant hand movements and put it in their mouths. There was no sound of chewing, and the jaw did not widen beyond a certain interval. Each used 4 forks alternately to eat the dish. It was impeccably perfect table manners. Now you look quite aristocratic, Leah Brick commented on Elena's table manners, wiping her mouth with a napkin. It's all thanks to Liv's sincere teaching. You're also good at speaking in terms of praise and affirmation to other people's praise. At first, Leah Brick's criticism continued, but Elena looked so aristocratic that she could no longer find any flaws that did not force her to find anything annoying. Really? I'm glad Liv told me so. Leah Brick stared at Elena as she gracefully took a sip of her wine. The true value of etiquette comes when it is learned so naturally that one is not even aware of it. This is why the daughters of aristocratic families are groomed from an early age, and why they have endless teachers to remind them about etiquette. In less than 3 weeks, she's not here to entertain. She made it on her own. It's like a lie. Although she was originally an aristocrat, she was a fallen aristocrat who lived just like ordinary people. Considering that she was not even good at basic etiquette, Elena was now a completely different person. She was not simply good at etiquette, but used it to make her physical lines stand out. It was not too much, but natural. That kind of elegance could not be found even in social circles. She must have been well versed in the etiquette of the empire. It's a flaw that she's not very smart with her manners. Unfortunately, Elena wasn't brilliant. She was only to meet the passing line of Liebrick's required learning level. Well, it's more than I expected. It's only a month. It's not enough time to transform Elena, who has lived as a commoner, as a depraved, downcast, into a real aristocrat. Considering that, it was safe to say that Elena had become quite aristocratic. If you're done eating, let's go up. She followed Leah Brick, past the central hall, and went up to the second floor. They walked straight along the high-quality carpet to reach the library, but for some reason they just walked past it. We passed the study? We're going to the drawing room today. Elena, walking behind, guessed the meaning of her words without difficulty. Oh, today was the day to memorize portraits and personal details of the nobility. Seeing portraits of influential aristocrats in social and imperial politics, remembering their faces, and understanding what happened to them meant that there were not many days left to face them. As far as she could remember, she went to the Grand Duke's residence after memorizing the personal information for 2 days. Arriving at the drawing room and sitting on the sofa, Leah Brick had no hands on the piled-up portraits and personal details. The thickness was more than a snake. It's a list of imperial and capital nobles who are active in the imperial social world. There's this much? Some are skipped, and the list is filtered. What Leah Brick said was true. The number of nobles officially conferred by the imperial family accounted for nearly half of the entire population of the entire duchy. Remember everything. From the names and faces written here to the family background, family relationships, and itinerary, write it all down. Because any time you meet them, they will feel like friends and family you spent a long time apart from. You can do it, can't you? Yes, I'll try. Leah Brick brought a portrait of a middle-aged man with a mustache on top of a pile of papers and an explanation of his personal details. This man is Duke Wit. He is the head of the house of the Duke of Buckingham, one of the 4 great families of the empire. He is also a very close friend of His Excellency the Grand Duke, and has cared for Princess Veronica since she was a child, as if she were his own daughter. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, I'm putting him in my head. No, you don't understand at all. Liebrick's eyes grew sharp. Listen. The closer they are to Princess Veronica, the more you must be alert. If you run into this person, he'll find out that Miss Elena is a substitute. Oh, I see what you mean. I'll be careful. Leah Brick did not repeat the same thing anymore, as if she liked Elena's alertness very much. It was very tedious and confusing to memorize each portrait on the list, which was close to several hundred, and to remember the identity statements. Elena had a lot more to memorize, Leah Brick added. Still, Elena didn't think it was a big deal. It's even harder to find a face I don't know. Elena reigned as a social flower and rose to the top as the queen. It was a routine to meet with the royal family or nobles on the list and face them, so it was impossible not to know. Let's move on. Leah Brick reached out and laid out the next portrait and personal details on the table. Elena's eyes shook sharply, wary of another obvious aristocrat. Claudius de Sion, the crown prince who will succeed to the throne of the empire in the future. There was no sound in Elena's ears. She couldn't take her eyes off the portrait, and her eyes were filled with indescribable joys and sorrows. The man she once loved more than herself. But the man who never shared a single warmth. and the man who blamed himself for the child's entry. Even though he gave birth to a descendant who would succeed the royal family, she still couldn't forget how he was despairing and blaming himself. My momentary mistake eventually drove the Millennium Empire to hell. Soon after the birth, Elena burst into tears in her sorrow as soon as she heard his lament. She was still blood-stained. She knew the emperor himself had no affection for her, but how could he say such cruel things to a woman who gave birth to his own child? After that day, Elena stayed away from Xian. She no longer longed for the emperor's affection. She didn't have the talent to endure without hate and resentment. Why was I so? He and I couldn't live together from the beginning. I didn't even know that, and was obsessed with him and resented him. After her regression, she finally realized why he had driven her away and forced her to hate him. The emperor was trying to strengthen his imperial authority. The Grand Duke had even produced the queen, and his power was so great that he had hit the sky. These two politically different people were at odds with each other, making it impossible for them to coexist. Dazzled by their own ambitions, Grand Duke Friedrich and Leobrick had done what they should never have done. They poisoned the Empress to make me the consort. It was a barbaric act caused by the fear that the Empress might give birth to a legitimate crown prince. At the time, Elena didn't even know it was the work of the Grand Duke. She couldn't even guess the inner thoughts of the Emperor, who was angry at the death of the Empress and glared at her as if to kill her. All of this could only be learned by looking back at the series of events more dispassionately since her regression. Why he hated and resented Elena so much. The closer the truth came, the more she was able to force herself to cleanly calm her emotions of that day, which had been filled with love and hate. Your Majesty, I will never stand next to you again. This was the string of bad relationships that left nothing but hurt and hate for each other. She believed it was right to cut the string rather than to follow up on the same mistake. Are you listening to me? Elena came to her senses and was surrounded by Leobrick's eye daggers. Oh, I'm sorry. When I saw His Highness the Crown Prince, I lost it. He's so handsome. Will the real thing look even more handsome? You'll be seeing him soon, so see for yourself then. Ah, really? Oh, I'm so excited. I'm already looking forward to that day. Leobrick glanced at Elena, who was shy like a girl, and gave out her details. To do that, you must be familiar with the Crown Prince, right? Make sure you understand every single word. Elena nodded blankly. They had spent several years together as husband and wife, despite their bad relationship. Xian was not interested in her, the daughter of a political opponent, but Elena, who craved his affection unilaterally, was not ignorant of every little detail. But the fact that her gaze fell on him so often was probably due to the unrequited love they had shared, even if only briefly. By sunset, only a few thick portraits and personal details were left. It's the last page. Elena, who had been reluctantly taking classes pretending to be enthusiastic, looked at the face of the remaining portrait. Even though she looked enthusiastic, the anger that had been piled deep in Elena's heart grew. You son of a bitch? Ren Bastache. That man, better suited to motherfucker than his own name, was the successor to the renowned Viscount Bastache and was Veronica's second cousin. According to the genealogy, he was the grandson of Princess Veronica's granduncle, who was the younger brother of her grandfather. Although they were relatives, strictly speaking, the Bastache family were servants. Her grandfather, the then Grand Duke of Friedrich, had formed a 100-year-long treaty with the family of servants, in which they could be independent on the condition that they would take care of handling the Grand Duke's dirty work. Of course, at present, the treaty was still in effect, and they obeyed the Grand Duke. For that reason, they were brimming with sources of trouble. Ren was the most dangerous servant in the world. If he had a chance to kill his owner, he would. Wait, come to think of it, Ren had suspected me of being a fake since the first meeting. Why? She suddenly had a question. How could Ren be sure that Elena was a fake Veronica less than 10 minutes after he encountered her? No matter how young you were, you wouldn't have seen each other many times. Elena recalled her first meeting with Ren. She looked back to see if she missed anything. He certainly didn't suspect that I was fake at first. There must have been something that Elena missed that solidified his suspicions, clear as day. If only she knew what it was. What if? Elena unwittingly patted the back of her ear. Fluffy and smooth skin were passed on to her fingertips. Of course, she didn't have the scar that was supposed to be on Veronica. I heard Veronica never had her hair tied up. She was afraid that the scar behind her ear would be revealed. I'm sure. The scar was nothing more than a disgrace to a noble woman. It was understandable to be sensitive, and hide it even though it wouldn't be obvious behind the ears. How was it? Elena's mouth corners were slightly raised. If it were not for Leobrick, she would have laughed freely, but it was a pity that she couldn't. I'm not going to be swayed by that son of a bitch anymore. I can just make a scar. Ren was a man who shouldn't be associated with. As a result, it would be hard to suspect that Elena might be a stand-in. Ren Bastache. He is the heir to a family independent of the Grand Duchy, a relative of the princess and her second cousin. If they were related, would they have been close? No, they didn't really get along. To start with the conclusion, never get close. Leobrick was also wary of Ren. It was because he was an ambitious and dangerous man to be bound by the 100 Years' Treaty. All figures have been identified with tips and advice on the dangers of Ren. Remember everything by tomorrow. There should be no small confusion. Minor mistakes in human relationships are irreversible. I'll try. Leobrick added words to Elena, who was not confident but showed enthusiasm. I won't accept mistakes. From now on, everything is real, so there's no turning back. If it's real, don't tell me. Leobrick calmly continued as she watched Elena, nervous about anything she could guess. In 2 days, we're leaving here and going to the Grand Duchy. Standing by the window, Elena stared down at the four-wheeled carriage parked at the entrance to the mansion. The carriage is ready. Shall we go? Yes. Soon, the horses neighed, and the wheels began to roll. You managed to stay composed. They're knights but remain inferior to the princess. You don't have to respond. That's a relief. I was worried I'd seem awkward. Elena looked concerned, as if still wearing clothes that didn't suit her. You must control your expressions, Elena. Are you aware of that? Yes, Liv. Elena answered reflexively, and Leobrick's sharp gaze fell on her. Again, I must have warned you. Yesterday, a woman named Elena died. Have you forgotten who you are? I'm sorry, I won't make the same mistake again. Remember that you are a princess. Don't be nervous. Leobrick tightened the pressure, ensuring Elena wouldn't slip. She added that all the maids who served the deceased Veronica were dismissed, so it was okay to adjust. This was her way of controlling Elena with both carrot and stick, without realizing Elena's deception. As I mentioned, in 10 days we have a banquet for Duke Rosette's birthday, a founding contributor to the Empire and the first Grand Duke. By then, you must be the perfect princess. Yes, I'll try. While enduring Leobrick's nagging disguise as advice, the carriage crossed the capital, finally reaching the mansion. As it passed through the garden, she saw the Gothic-style building ahead. Soon, the carriage door opened. Welcome, princess. The butler, servants, and maids lined up, each greeting her in unison. Elena raised her chin proudly, inspecting them. No one dared to look up, intimidated by her commanding gaze. Veronica! She heard the excited voice of Grand Duke Friedrich from inside the mansion. He came out with open arms. She barely restrained herself from laughing at his pretense. It wasn't easy to heal, but I'm so glad to see you well again. Thanks to your concern. Grand Duke Friedrich laughed heartily at her polite response. How can it be due to my concern? It's thanks to Goddess Gaia. Come now, don't stand there, let's go inside. Yes, father. Elena and Grand Duke Friedrich, who pretended to be reunited as a close father and daughter, moved to the drawing room, with Leobrick quietly trailing behind. Savoring the rich tea from the east, the three began their conversation. You've changed significantly. I can see it in your aura. Grand Duke Friedrich noted the transformation in Elena's bearing, a noble presence not just in appearance but in nature. I still have much to learn to meet father's expectations. I'm proud of you. Truly, you're like my own daughter. The great house is your home, so make yourself comfortable. Thank you, father. Elena responded with submissive grace. In just a month, Grand Duke Friedrich was pleased at how she'd shed her vulgarity and embraced nobility. Although, you must be tired after your journey. Rest well. Thank you for your kindness. Rising from the sofa, Elena accepted Liebrich's advice. You remember the layout, correct? Go to your room. Yes, don't worry, Liv. Elena smiled reassuringly and left the drawing room. Grand Duke Friedrich, watching her leave, spoke with satisfaction. She's like a refined young noble, don't you think? That's only on the surface. She lacks true depth, and a single conversation will expose her. Grand Duke Friedrich looked impressed by Liebrich's awareness. Isn't that a problem? With the birthday soon approaching, I'll use her recent illness as a reason to limit her contact with the aristocrats. I trust you'll handle it well, Friedrich replied, his faith in Liebrich unwavering. Your Excellency, however, there's been some unusual activity from the palace. Of course, just more prying. Share the details. They continued discussing the Grand Duke's matters, none of which were unimportant. Meanwhile, Elena left the room, the maids lining up and bowing their heads. She recognized familiar faces, Jane, Misa, Lunarin, and her eyes fell on the freckled girl at the end. Elena's gaze turned cold as she remembered Anne, the maid she had once trusted, who later revealed herself as a spy for Liebrich, and had stood by when Elena was kidnapped, showing her true allegiance by ignoring Elena's pleas. Seeing her again, Elena's expression hardened. Just wait. I'll make sure you understand the despair I felt. As Elena stared silently at Anne, the girl hesitated. I'm in, and started, but Elena cut her off. Did I give you permission to speak? I'm sorry. Again? With your lack of comprehension, I doubt you're fit to serve me. Stumbling, and shut her mouth. Elena felt no relief even at the thought of slapping her for her betrayal. Enough, she told herself. There was no need to arouse Liebrich's suspicion by doing anything excessive. Staying within bounds was essential. This time, the returning princess would be seen as one who kept subordinates in check. As Elena turned, and seemed to breathe a little easier, continuing down the corridor, the maids followed Elena. She stopped at Veronica's room. What are you waiting for? Open the door. Trembling slightly, and hurried to comply. Elena stepped inside and glanced at the familiar furniture, curtains, carpets, shelves, and pictures, feeling discomfort. They expect me to use what Veronica did? The idea disgusted her. In her past life, she'd accepted them unknowingly, but no longer. Turning to the closet, she instructed Anne. Take it all out. What? Do I need to say it twice? Take them all out. Elena opened the curtains and called Anne, instructing her to tell the butler to send for a skilled tailor and woodworker and to send a message to the tailor to bring all the dresses and embroidered curtains he had at his shop. After some time, Anne returned. Miss, the dressmaker Lucien has arrived. Tell him to come in. When the permission was given, Lucien's assistants and servants diligently moved the dresses, embroidered curtains, and carpets into the drawing room. Elena left the terrace and entered the room once Lucien had fully set up his work. Greetings to your highness, the princess, Lucien said. Thank you for coming. I heard from the butler that you were in charge of the dress for the birthday party. Yes, it was actually a call to measure. Let's look at the design, she replied. Lucien nodded, signaling his assistant to bring the design notes. As she reviewed them, her expression remained heavy, causing him to grow nervous. Don't you like it? He asked. The line is fine, but the lace is unconventional. The patterns and designs are also quite classic. Is it? If you have a style in mind, we'll reflect it, he offered. Though changing the design now would make it difficult to complete in time, he didn't show it, knowing it was an order from Princess Veronica. All I want is a dress fitting for my socialite status, like the Milky Way in the night sky, something with starlight, she explained. As starlight? He asked, wrinkling his eyebrows at her abstract request. When illuminated, it becomes more colorful. A dress that makes me stand out like the five-color Milky Way in the night sky. Galaxy Milky Way. Just imagining a dress with breathtaking starlight is fascinating, she mused. Oh, I think I understand. I'll prepare with all my energy, Lucen replied with determination. Elena watched him silently. Don't try too hard. Just bring an ultra-high-priced dress with expensive jewels like rubies, sapphires, and pearls. She knew it would fall short. The rush time and excessive glamour would ruin the harmony of the design. It doesn't matter to me. She didn't want the dress to attract attention. She had a plan. She would drain the Grand Duke's wealth. Just the thought thrilled her. Elena spent limited money, as controlled by Leah Brick, like an allowance, but saw no reason to continue with this limitation. Starting with the birthday party, the nobles would recognize her as Princess Veronica. She was as good as real, as society saw her. She no longer intended to spend within Liebrick's control. Elena planned to be the continent's most luxurious woman, ensuring the Grand Duke's fortune, endless as it was, would be hers to tap into. Her purchases of dresses, jewelry, shoes, and accessories would later be resold as her secret fund, especially dresses with low-value jewels, which wouldn't devalue as much. Oh, don't tell anyone but me that you changed the design. I want to surprise not only my father but the aristocrats attending the birthday. I'll keep my mouth shut, he assured. Elena shifted topics after selecting several more dresses. That's it for the dresses. Let's see the embroidered curtains. Yes, these are curtains with snowflake embroidery on northern silk. After a full explanation, Elena picked out the curtains and carpets she liked and had them installed in her room. After she finished these tasks, Liebrick's behind schedule? She should be here by now, Elena thought, sipping tea on the terrace at sunset. My lady, Viscountess Liebrick is here. Tell her to come in. The Empire's laws permitted even women to hold titles, so Liebrick was known as Viscountess. When she entered the parlor and saw Elena seated on the terrace, her eyes widened. I need to have a long talk with Her Highness, so you stay out, Liebrick instructed the servants. Once Lunarin stepped down, Liebrick approached Elena on the terrace, where a cold breeze blew. Liv, are you here? Sit down. The taste of black tea with the sunset is excellent. Liebrick's expression turned cold. What are you doing? She asked sharply. Yes? What? Elena, caught off guard, set down her cup. I warned you not to act without permission. You burned dresses and curtains, summoned a dressmaker and carpenter? I told you to ask me before doing anything. Did I need permission for this? She asked, her eyes tearing up, maintaining an innocent expression while Liebrick repressed her irritation. So you thought you didn't need permission? I thought I could make small decisions without bothering you, Elena replied, her voice wavering. Did I do something wrong? You should have asked. Didn't you think it might raise suspicion? Liebrick's suspicion was met with Elena's innocent confusion. Why would I be suspected? Liv, what did I do wrong? Tell me, and I'll make sure it won't happen again, she pleaded. Liebrick was momentarily silent. No one would suspect Elena as a fake. She'd expelled anyone familiar with Veronica. To most, her behavior would simply appear capricious. Social gossip is dangerous. Contact with outsiders could spark it. Liebrick explained. Oh, I understand. I'm sorry. I'll get permission even for minor things from now on. Please forgive my mistake today, Liv. Reluctantly, Liebrick nodded, though it felt odd, as if she'd lost control. Elena, on the other hand, was deeply satisfied. She'd evaded interrogation and gained something valuable. You want permission? I'll give it. If she had to comply, she'd follow Liebrick's wishes, but that wouldn't be as beneficial for Liebrick as she assumed. Liebrick was always pressed for time. Her workload was beyond imagination, as there was no place in the empire where the power of Grand Duke Friedrich was unrivaled. It was difficult to find anything out of her reach, from the top trade issues to the private meetings of the aristocrats on the periphery. Leobrick took off her glasses and stroked her dim eyes. It's too much time to go from and into the duchy. However, it was an unavoidable choice. The absence of Princess Veronica was a big blow to the succession composition of the Grand Duchy. In particular, Sovereign of the House of Bastache, who had become independent from the sideline, was young in years, but he was not an easy man. By now, Grand Duke Friedrich was alive and well and breathing, but when Princess Veronica's absence was prolonged, there was a high possibility that he would suddenly emerge as the successor to the Grand Duke, citing his bloodline. In order to prevent this from happening in advance, she had to go to the other side of the continent by herself and indulge in the hassle of bringing Elena. It was the best option for Leobrick, but the piled-up approval documents and the agenda to be processed were enough to make even the smart woman tired and sensitive. Knock, knock. The knock startled Leobrick. She was sure she arranged not to let anyone in. "It's me, Liv." It was Elena who opened the door without permission and bowed her head. "I'm sorry, I heard you told me not to let anyone in." "No, don't stand there. Come in." As she spoke with a sense of displeasure, Elena, who had noticed, quietly entered the room. "You told me yesterday to ask for trivial things and decisions." "I did. I don't actually have any shoes that I can wear, so it looks like I'll have to see a shoemaker and order them separately. Would that be okay?" "Yes." Elena's expression brightened when Leobrick accepted lightly. "Really? You said you needed it. Tell the butler to bring back one of the best craftsmen in the capital." "Thank you very much for your concern, Liv." Elena fluttered her skirt as if she couldn't hide her joy, leaving the office. Leobrick returned her gaze to the pile of papers. The sudden visit had disrupted the flow of events, but she didn't feel safe without every care to manage and control Elena, who was still an inadequate substitute. And maybe an hour or so later? According to the report, Viscount Bianca has had unofficial contact with the imperial family. It was when she was worrying about the troublesome treatment. Knock, knock. Elena was sticking out her head as she lifted her head reflexively to the knock. "Sorry to interrupt, Liv. I have a question." "What's going on?" asked Leobrick, holding back her irritation. "After dressing up, I didn't have any necklaces or earrings to wear. Tell the butler to bring in a jeweler in the capital." "Can I really do that?" Elena twinkled her eyes. "Is there anything else you want to talk about?" "Yes?" "No." "Then go out." Elena left the office nodding. Leobrick, who became sensitive after being disturbed twice, turned to the documents again. The accident that she had been immersed in quite deeply ended, so she wasted a considerable amount of time to continue thinking again. Knock, knock. But Elena's interference, which she thought would be over, was just beginning. "I'm sorry to keep bothering you, but Liv, not anything else, but the jewelry is expensive. How many can I buy?" "Buy as much as you need." Leobrick's voice had also become neurotic. This is because her concentration keeps breaking, and the efficiency of work processing has been ruined. Elena said she knew and promised not to interfere again, but returned. But soon there was another knock. "How much exactly did you say I should buy? As much as I needed? I've never bought as much as I needed in my life." "Buy it for yourself. As much as you want. Do you have to tell me everything?" "I will." "She won't bother me anymore." It didn't take long to realize that it was an illusion. Elena visited Leobrick without a break, like a child who needed her mother's permission. "The maids say natural cosmetics are in trend these days. I'd like to buy some of them, can I?" "Really?" starting with a sloppy request. "Vanilla tea smells so good, but it's not in the mansion. I really want to try it." Even asking permission for personal and trivial things. Is she playing with me? Liebrick's patience had also reached its limit. She felt like she wanted to warn her to stand still by slapping her. But she couldn't. 10 days later, it would be the birthday of the first Grand Duke. The first thing to do was to put out the urgent fire, but it was difficult to leave a scratch on Elena's face or create a minor disturbance. Liebrick clenched her molars. I'm going to have to give it to her after the anniversary. The next day, around dawn. In order to finish her slow work, Liebrick was confined in the office early. She liked this time zone. A quiet morning was the best time to maximize concentration. Her brain also became faster, and the processing of work had accelerated. Knock, knock. Until she heard the knock that was causing her neurosis. Hey, I woke up early and thought I'd take a walk, but the lights were on. I came by to say hello, but I didn't bother you again, did I? Liebrick's face, which broke her composure, became as cold as ice. Looking back, no one had ever touched her patience this much. Even Grand Duke Friedrich, who claimed to control the empire, gave her will and respected her. How dare you, little girl? Liebrick bit her lips hard. She had a slight taste of blood in her mouth. It was to maintain the patience of reaching the limit. Elena, who felt that the atmosphere was unusual, was intimidated and was flustered because she didn't know where to put her eyes. I am sorry. I'll come back later. Liebrick, who barely caught up with the patience that was almost cut off by the word again later, opened her lips. Come in. Can I? I just prepared the tea, so I don't think it's cold yet. I'll just deal with this document, and then we can talk. Elena sat on the sofa across the desk. Liebrick wrote something on parchment paper while savoring the tea from a teacup with warmth, and put it on the table. What's this? It's a guide to be familiar with inside the house. Elena's gaze turned to the parchment. It stated the rights that could be exercised within the residence, the scope of which, and the appropriate line that should not be exceeded. 1. You do not need permission to meet merchants, dressers, carpenters, etc. Only those who are arranged through the butler can be met. 2. Every 10 days you will be allowed to use a maximum of 20,000 francs. 3. Report the schedule every morning. 3. And move according to the schedule with permission. However, never break the routine of the schedule. 4. Find me only on conditions that do not fall under these provisions. Otherwise, act in accordance with the guidelines of the article. Clause 1 aside, Elena snorted, noting Clause 2. I'm a princess, and you want me to spend only 20,000 francs? For 20,000 francs, 10 horses of good breed can be bought, which is equivalent to the living expenses of common people for several years. How much was it? I think I spent nearly 100,000 francs for 10 days to maintain dignity right before I became a queen consort. That was roughly the amount of money she spent to maintain her dignity in the situation where she had been mentioned as a candidate for the throne. Compared to that time, it was a tremendously small amount. Well, I can ignore it anyway. It was a pointless restriction. Despite the fact that the limit had been struck, if she put it on the Grand Duke's tab in the name of Princess Veronica, he would have to pay. Was it possible for the socialite Princess Veronica to turn into an unscrupulous debtor who doesn't pay for things? If so, the reputation of Princess Veronica would plummet, and at the same time, the prestige of the Grand Duke would fall to the bottom. This was because the honor of Princess Veronica was directly linked to the body of the Grand Duke. So there was no reason to care about the limit. Elena noted the third clause. Schedule reporting. In her previous life, Elena moved with permission after reporting to Liebrick every step of the way. This was to control and monitor Elena, who was clumsy to Veronica. I have to make good use of this clause. Do not break the rules suggested by Liebrick. It would only foster unnecessary hostility and vigilance. She had to play inside thoroughly. Just interpret and use the rule in a way that was advantageous to Elena. Did you memorize it all? Yes. Liebrick took the parchment to the candle and burned it. Black ash flew about. I'm telling you, Please refrain from asking about personal actions. I feel more comfortable with the guidelines. I know what to do and what not to do. For the first time in a long time, it was a perfect word for Leobrick. She hoped for Elena, who is good at only what she is told to do. I'll get permission from my schedule today, since I'm already here. I don't want to interrupt Liv again. Yes, do that. This is how it should be. Leobrick regretted not having controlled her with restrictions from the beginning. Elena held a pen on the table and pondered. After much consideration, the parchment was divided into her morning and afternoon schedule. You're supposed to meet with a jeweler in the morning, and go for a walk in the patronage in the afternoon, right? The back garden was so big that I thought it would take all day to look around. Leobrick nodded. There seemed to be no need to worry about anything particularly disturbing. I'll give you permission. You know what, Liv? Elena hesitated and rolled her eyes. Do you have anything else to say? The appointment of the night I mentioned before. When, I was thinking about it anyway. Really? Oh, my heart is pounding already. Then when can I see my knight? Elena looked excited like an immature girl. Soon. I've been looking for a knight to match the princess. Is he someone I'd look good with? He's a promising knight even within the Grand Duchy. He has excellent swordsmanship, worships chivalry, and most of all, he wants to have a beautiful princess beside him. Oh, beautiful princess? Did he say that himself? Yes. Elena formed a dream of ecstatic affection. When the reaction seemed to have been halfway over, Leobrick drove in the wedge. There are many great knights in the world, but I dare say he is the only one who fits the princess. May I ask his name? It's Sir Lawrence. Oh, that's a great name. I can't wait to meet him. Leobrick nodded satisfactorily. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's have a cup of tea this afternoon. Ah, really? Then I'll see you later, Liv. Elena turned excitedly after finishing her business. Lawrence is a good knight for me? To keep an eye on me. The expression of shyness was nowhere to be seen. She felt uncomfortable because it was so obvious that she was trying to wrap Lawrence up as a mass product and stick him next to Elena. Look forward to it. I'll appoint the best knight you can't even imagine. Elena left the room quietly. In the afternoon, Elena left the mansion dressed lightly. I want to walk for a long time in the sunshine. Accompanied by her immediate attendants, Elena walked quietly through the patronage. The back garden had a completely different feel from the previous one. Whereas the garden seemed to be artificially manicured, the back garden had been preserved in its natural state with the lake at its center. I was very disappointed to see the back garden of the palace. It was not that the patronage of the imperial palace was poor. The patronage of the Grand Duke was only too good. Elena walked endlessly across the tranquil lake landscape and the cloudless, high, clear sky. Elena's footsteps had a definite destination in mind. The training ground beyond the Zelkova forest. Located on the outskirts of the patronage area, it was a kind of physical training ground built to enhance the basic physical strength and strength of knights, apart from the main training ground where swordsmanship is mainly practiced. Ha! Yup! As she walked around the corner of the Zelkova forest, she heard the chanting of the knights. As she crossed the thick forest, she could see an open training ground at a glance. Aren't you the princess? A local knight bowed his head in embarrassment. Other knights were also embarrassed by the sudden visit of the princess. James, head of the 2nd Knights Division, greets you. How did the princess come to this humble place? A middle-aged knight with a nice mustache asked about Elena's intention to visit. I was just walking and I found myself here. Did I interrupt you? Is that possible? It's just an unscheduled visit. Elena smiled at him. Go ahead and finish your work. I'll have a cup of tea quietly and go back. Do you mean you have tea time here? Instead of answering, with a small nod, Elena gestured, pointing under the luxuriously dense Zelkova tree. Then the maids straightened out the cloth and set up the tea and cookies they brought. Elena, sitting gracefully, savored the tea and glanced at the expression of the 4 women. Wow! Oh, All four maids' mouths were half open. The physical stamina of the knights, who took off their tops and exercised their smooth muscles, excited the women who opened their eyes to the opposite sex. And isn't it nice to see? What? What are you talking about? Elena answered back, savoring the tea. You're being so cheeky. How do you explain the redness on your face? That, and stammered and was at a loss for what to do. She didn't know Elena would ask so blatantly. What's the point of playing tricks on ourselves? Elena, who put down the teacup, looked at the knights. Your eyes are looking good. Hey, do you see the knight holding the tree? His body also looks very desirable. He looks like a sculpture. He's not bad. You have a pretty good taste in men. I'm sure you belong to the second knight's division. Elena was looking for someone anxiously. Ice Knight Herobard. 3 years from now, Herobard would become the youngest commander of the Second Order, and would be known as the best knight in the Empire, both to himself and others. Aside from his excellent swordsmanship, his cold and emotionally unreadable appearance earned him the title of Ice Knight in the eyes of the public. Only 2 years later, Herobard was called one of the 3 swords that protect the Empire. The first sword, Veronica, a founding sword handed down in the imperial family. The second sword, the Knight of the Ice, Herobard. And the third sword, the Wild Wolf, Ren. Considering that the first sword is a real sword, it's irrelevant. It's safe to say that Herobard, along with Ren, are the highest swordsmen of the Empire. Elena was working hard to get him. He should be here. Why can't I see him? Elena drank tea to moisten her thirst with nervousness. Look at that. Elena put the teacup down on the pedestal and stood up. She walked gracefully out of the shade of the tree and across the middle of the parade ground. The knights couldn't take their eyes off Elena, who suddenly stormed in. Elena approached the unnamed knight who was training with a lot of sweat nearby. Why, Your Highness the Princess? The bewildered knight quickly became polite. I couldn't sit still watching you from afar. What? What do you mean? The knight took a breath without even realizing it. Elena took out a handkerchief embroidered with the symbol of the great house and wiped the sweat off the knight's forehead. Elena said, looking at the knight standing out with a tingling look. Because of your enthusiasm, the great house still exists as of today. I will always have a grateful heart. The knight was so moved that he couldn't speak. Elena's touch, the sincerity of the words, was conveyed, making his heart flutter. Elena wiped the sweat off the foreheads and chins of some knights. Then she walked before Herobard. You have no idea how much I miss you, Ice Knight. She wanted to shake hands with him because she was glad to see him, but she held it in. Instead, she replaced the untranslatable welcome with a fascinating smile that shook the social world. Herobard's face, when he met eyes with her, turned into embarrassment. He looked beyond Elena's profound gaze, the corners of her lips, and her eyes that seemed to be sucking him in. Herobard was at a loss with the seductive smile. He was completely out of his mind. You're still young. Was it because he was 3 years younger than in her past life? Herobard was somehow immature. She couldn't erase the feeling of him being immature. On the other hand, Elena's smile was fatal. Herobard did not know the true nature of the flames that were pouring deep into his heart like an active volcano. He was overwhelmed by the beating of the heart and the confusion of the opposite sex. Nevertheless, it was very impressive to see him bite his molars tightly so that he wouldn't collapse. There may be a momentary disruption, but he showed a willingness not to lose his composure. It was an accidental visit, but I was very impressed with you all today. There are many strong, honorable, loyal knights. So I made up my mind. Elena put her delicate hands on her chest. She took a deep breath as if calming down her overwhelming expression and looked back at the knights. It's late, but I think I'll finish the appointment within a few days. It will be a proper appointment. Finally! Expectations were high on the full face of the knights. Who was Princess Veronica? She was the heir to the Grand Duchy, which may take over the great power in the future. Being a direct knight of such Veronica was a very glorious and honorable affair, so any knight had no choice but to covet. I was so sorry that I didn't have a chance to know how great individuals you all are because I wasn't feeling well. The atmosphere of the nights became solemn. The princess, who returned after battling the disease for several years, was pitiful, but her heart was very kind. I want to find out now. So please come to the appointment ceremony. That way, I can see and judge with my own eyes, and then I can appoint a knight. Why, you mean yourself? Yes, I'll do it myself. Elena's firm answer embarrassed James a little. Elena's declaration was unconventional. Major issues such as appointment of a direct knight are dealt with in accordance with the procedure. Even if it was a senior ceremony, it was just a formal event, and direct knights were often decided in advance. I'm already excited about who will be my knight. Elena's eyes, smiling open, were on Herobard, as if she were aiming at him. And Herobard's poker face, which didn't know the meaning of the gaze, was slightly distorted. Unimpeded by Elena, Leobrick handled the work at an alarming rate. I can't believe I'm taking 2 days to finish in half a day. If it was on schedule, I would have already checked the date of the birthday. The Grand Duchy was busy preparing for the birthday banquet of the first Duke Rosette. Knock, knock. This is Lawrence. Come in. Leobrick pressed her temple. She seemed to have become unknowingly sensitive due to Elena's insufferable behavior. Sit down. When he sat on the sofa, Leobrick immediately got to the point. Lord Lawrence, please be a knight of the princess. That's what I wanted. Lawrence said he would do it without hesitation. It was not an easy decision for him, who is a proud knight, to serve Elena as a master even though he knew she was a substitute. Nevertheless, he actively accepted the situation because he wanted to make up for Elena's missing parents. On the surface, you'll have to show loyalty to the princess. And you may have to keep an eye on every move and sometimes control her. Don't worry. Could I ask you a favor before I carry out the mission? That's unexpected. Lord Lawrence has done everything I asked. Go ahead. Let me wash away my tarnished honor the day my Lady Princess Veronica returns to her place. He served a fake princess. If he didn't know, he would have been able to do so. The work for the great house was done, but the order was quite disgraceful for the knight. For that reason, Lawrence hoped to kill the fake princess with his own hands someday. A breathtaking silence filled between Elena and Leobrick. Leobrick, who called Elena into her office, had been holding her mouth shut for at least a half hour. If it were Elena in the past, she would have had pins and needles and been busy trying to keep her head down. However, this kind of pressure had no effect on Elena. It was widely expected what Leobrick would say, and she had prepared a reasonable countermeasure against it. Elena was even bored with this time. Eventually, Elena, who hated wasting meaningless time, ended her silence with a very sorry face. What else did I do wrong? Are you really asking because you don't know? There was a chill in Leobrick's low voice. Elena lifted her head and carefully opened her mouth, looking at Leobrick's face. I'm sorry. I honestly don't know. I took a walk in the patronage, and when I got to the training ground, I met the knights and said a few words. How many words did you say? Shudder. Elena shivered in response to Leobrick's edgy response. I remembered your promise to me. A saying that I can appoint a noble knight. My heart was pounding like crazy. The fact that there would be a knight for me. That's why I talked about it. I'm going to appoint the noblest man in the Grand Duchy as my knight. Is this such a bad thing? Elena's speech was clever. She blamed Leobrick for the appointment. She didn't even mention any questionable issues. What was more spectacular was Elena's expression. You. Leobrick held back her anger. Don't you know? I'm upset that the princess said she was calling the knights to the ceremony without even having a word of discussion with me. Was that wrong? Then I'm so sorry, Liv. I didn't know. When I learned the literature, the Song of Roland, or the Ceremony of the Empire, I only knew that fellow knights gathered at the ceremony to prove your oath. Elena made excuses for the feat in her favor. Nevertheless, she did not forget to give off a nuance of remorse after realizing her mistake. Ha, that's the only reason. Feeling unbearable anger, Leah Brick could no longer be suspicious. Elena was originally a vain person. In particular, the Oath of Knights was one of Elena's dreams even before she left for the duchy. It was also her fault that she had overlooked it even though she knew it. I'm sorry, Liv. I would have nothing to say even if I had 10 mouths. I didn't know that. I'll be careful. When Elena apologized in a low-key manner, Leah Brick bit her molar and calmed down her anger. It was already spilled. The princess' mouth heralded a major appointment ceremony. Dozens of knights had heard of it, and by now, it would be so prolific that no one wouldn't know about it. Finding words to make an excuse for Veronica, who hasn't appeared in society for the first time in 2 years, would create another scandal. Leah Brick prioritized the appointment of Lawrence as Elena's immediate knight for the intended purpose. If the goal was achieved, it was not important whether it is a private appointment or an open appointment ceremony. If it keeps going like this, we have no reason to wait. Liv, don't forget your resolution. Elena's wish to say that she would never do it again ended this time. Even though the cold atmosphere eased a bit, Elena was looking at her face and lowering her head. Leah Brick, who drenched her throat with a sip of tea, asked Elena, Princess, do you remember I said I was going to introduce you to a knight? Yes, I've been waiting for that. He's been waiting in the drawing room for a while. Elena was surprised. And now? I look terrible after taking a walk. Don't bother. He even admires that look of a princess. Leah Brick on the sofa pulled a book from the bookshelf on the wall. The wall on which the paintings were displayed next to the bookcase opened, and the secret door leading to the living room and passage was opened. Elena opened her eyes like a rabbit who was surprised. A clever woman. She was once again surprised by Leah Brick's leadership. Elena said earlier that she would choose her own knight at the appointment ceremony, with the nuance that there was no knight nominated. Meanwhile, having a private meeting with Lawrence, who was a knight, was conscious that there is a possibility that may raise unfairness about the appointment process internally. You miss one, but you don't miss the other. Unfortunately, this card was useless. Instead, Elena was able to pull the reins of her mind, which almost loosened. Twaddle. Over the secret door, Lawrence, dressed in silver armor, came over and was respectfully courteous. Greetings to your highness, I am Knight Lawrence. Raise your head. Lawrence's eyes with his chin were on Elena. The eyes of the two clashed and stared at each other. First, act like a shy girl. Elena blushed and avoided eye contact. However, she stole a glance at Lawrence's face and was embarrassed. Then the corners of Lawrence's mouth crept up. It was a short moment, but he found out that Elena liked him. I've heard a lot from Liv. You're much more handsome than I've ever heard, and you're a great knight. It's an honor, your highness. If I may, forgive my rudeness. Excuse me? Lawrence boldly approached Elena and kneeled on one knee. Then he reached out his hand and kissed the back of Elena's hand. Despicable, reflexively swinging her hand, she almost struck Lawrence's face. It was the last life, but he was a knight that betrayed Elena and put a sword through her body. It was disgusting to see the hateful side up close, and a kiss on the back of her hand. Elena stammered as if she were embarrassed. She also flushed red as if she were blushing. Technically, it was because of the anger that boiled up at the moment, but it somehow matched well with the current situation. How do you feel? Leah Brick smiled and said, I'm sure there's no knight better than Lord Lawrence in the great house. It looks like that. I've never seen a knight as wonderful as Lord Lawrence in my life. Elena gave a glimpse of the eye in acknowledgement. Then the smile on Lawrence's lips thickened. It was actually a shiny-looking face, and just looking at it made her upset. I told you, didn't I? I'm sure he's a perfect knight for the princess. In fact, Lawrence had a handsome face. I would like to present my sword, my honor, and my life by your side. Lord Lawrence. Elena acted with a touch of emotion. That's what you got across to me. Liv, thank you so much. If it wasn't for Liv, I wouldn't have found a man like Lord Lawrence. I feel like my dream has come true. I'm relieved to hear that. For the first time in a while, Leobrick was satisfied. She was convinced that Elena fell in love with him, who couldn't take her eyes off him. On another day in the Grand Hall, Elena put her feet on the shoes decorated with glass drops and raised her waist. Elena's whole body was caught in the mirror as her wavy red blonde hair fell behind her back. She was like a rose with the off-shoulder dress that revealed her neckline and shoulder line, and makeup that made her eyes look like roses. Why, you're so beautiful. Is that so? Elena asked back in sincerely Aten's pure admiration. Oh, Liv's waiting outside? Yes, she's been here a while. I forgot because I was dressing up. Tell them to go out and have her come in. Elena had Leobrick, who had been looking for her under the pretext of dressing up, stand in the hallway for a long time. Liv, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? I'm sorry. It's a good day, so I've been waiting too long to look pretty. Elena looked sorry when she saw Leobrick, who looked like she had escaped like a low tide. Are you ready? Yeah. Liv, how am I? Do I look pretty? I hope I look pretty in his eyes. Elena, reflected in Leobrick's eyes, was like a young maiden enamored with her knight. Elena could not take off her pathetic girlhood, even if she said, "Don't lose the dignity that fits the position of Princess Veronica. That may make her easier to handle." With such desire and vanity, she would just have a hard time with Sir Lawrence. I'm sure. I guarantee it. Thank you. I'm so excited that my heart is about to explode. I feel like I'm dreaming. How was it yesterday? Elena had tea time with Lawrence for the past 4 days. It was an investment to pretend to be in love with Lawrence and show perfect performance. It was an enchanting time. All I had to do was drink a cup of tea. I loved that time when he was standing by my side without a word. He's so reliable and down to earth. Lord Lawrence is a lucky knight. He's been chosen by the princess. Is that how it works? A big smile fell on Elena's lips when she let it float. Make sure you pledge your oath to Lord Lawrence today. You shouldn't be a bad girl who ignores the admiration of an honorable knight. What do you mean a bad girl? I can never betray his sincerity. Elena said she hated the term bad girl, and that it would never happen. As if it were trustworthy, Leobrick did not bring it up anymore. It's been a long time. Let's go, princess. When Leobrick stepped back and offered her to move forward, Elena moved her feet. Every time she moved on with her chic and elegant steps, Leobrick and the ladies followed her politely. The procession leading up to Elena reached the Central Training Center. At the Central Military Training Center, where the official appointment ceremony of the Grand Duchy was held, about 100 knights lined up in line with columns. The knights, wearing silver armor and bearing the symbol of the great house on their chests, looked more dignified than ever. Princess, go up. When Leobrick recommended the podium, Elena picked up her skirt slightly and climbed the stairs. I'm warning you, but I won't allow any unexpected action. Act as you memorized it. Reflecting on her near anti-threatening advice, Elena climbed onto the podium at the height of an adult male's shoulders. Say greetings to Princess Veronica. James, the head of the second knights, led the knights just below the podium on behalf of the first knights, who were unable to attend due to external dispatch. Click, click. The knights pulled out their swords in a disciplined gesture and raised them above their heads. And as the pouring sunlight penetrated the body, the handle was pulled to the pallet. A series of actions completed without a single error was an example of a knight that promises eternal loyalty and obedience to the Lord. Elena returned the greeting by putting her hands together and being polite. 9 lines, 3 from the left. Elena, who was looking at the faces of the knights, had a smile of relief around her mouth. She was worried that he might not come out, but it was just a concern. He was here. Right here at the Central Training Center. Elena, who came down from the podium, walked to the members of the knights lined up. It was immediately followed by Leobrick and James, the second knight's division leader. James introduced Elena when she stopped in front of a knight standing on his feet. This is Lord Hamel. He is a strong man in the First Knights, and a master of stenography. He's a knight with the courage to always be at the forefront of the battlefield. You look as brave as ever. Elena walked slowly and repeatedly stood in front of the interesting knights and was introduced. This was because they were asking for the image of a princess who was interested in the knights, since they decided to hold a massive appointment ceremony. Round and round Elena's shoes stood in front of Lawrence. What about this guy? This is Sir Lawrence. He's a strong man and 3 fingers throughout the entire order, and he's called a white lion because of his beautiful appearance. Leobrick, who had been silent until now, also said a word. He's a knight that your highness is also watching. Father? Elena paced in front of Lawrence. It was an expression of interest. Judging from Lawrence's skill in the knights, there was nothing strange about being appointed. Elena, who was hesitating, turned around and passed by. The most embarrassing thing was Lawrence, who believed he would be chosen. His uncharacteristically shaky eyes suggested his embarrassment. Such a reaction was not much different from that of Leobrick's. What are you doing? It was a completely unexpected development. As agreed in advance, Elena was supposed to point to Lawrence, who had been struggling, and take the oath on the spot. The plan was on the verge of falling apart. Elena was paying attention to other members of the knights who had never even looked at her. No way. Leobrick's palms were flushed with sweat from the surging nervousness. It was extensive. It was a personnel appointment. Once appointed, they could not be held back in any circumstances. There were even many eyes to see. All the members of the knights who participated in the appointment ceremony were witnesses. Elena, whether she was or not, moved between the knights. Tuck. Elena's walk, which seemed unlikely to stop, finally stopped. Can you introduce him to me? Elena's attention thinned Leobrick's eyes. She didn't have a chance to figure him out because he was a new knight that didn't show much since it hasn't been long since he came in. This is Sir Hurobard from the Second Knights. He's a new knight who was appointed just 10 days ago. Elena raised her chin and stared at Hurobard. Was it because the first meeting left a strong impression? Elena's blatant gaze felt the body of Hurobard shaking slightly. Can you tell me more? He's from the Eastern Front, so he's very good at horseback riding. Other than that, he's just... James didn't seem to know much about Hurobard, even though he was a member of the Second Knights. Hurobard was also a newcomer, but he didn't feel any affection for him compared to when he introduced other knights. I beg your pardon, Your Highness the Princess, and Sir Hurobard, he is a commoner and has not yet been trained, so he still lacks the virtues, skills, sophistication, and sword skills to be a knight. So, I don't think he's enough to be a direct knight. Really? Elena looked up at Hurobard with a sad face. Thought he was devalued by James in his presence, but his expression didn't change a bit. That's why they call him the Knight of Ice. Hurobard became the sword of the Grand Duke and began to gain fame in the Empire from the defeat of the Northern rebels later this year. Assuming that his sword skills didn't improve within the last month or two, Hurobard was already a strong knight. Maybe he's hiding his talent. Elena rolled her eyes and glanced at Leobrick. As soon as their eyes met, she lowered her eyes and showed signs of conflict, driving the atmosphere. I've decided. James and Leobrick paid attention to the cautious but stubborn voice. Lord Hurobard, put down your sword. Why, Your Highness the Princess? James was at a loss what to do. Next to him, Leobrick stared at Elena with a devilish face. Elena looked up at Hurobard with a sad face. He was devalued by James in his presence, but his expression didn't change a bit. That's why they call him the Knight of Ice. Hurobard became the sword of the Grand Duke and began to gain fame in the Empire from the defeat of the Northern rebels later this year. Assuming that his sword skills didn't improve within the last month or two, Hurobard was already a strong knight. Maybe he's hiding his talent. If he stands out, he'll only be checked by knights from the aristocracy. That means the Grand Duke didn't recognize Herobard's talent. Elena felt an unbearable strain. When she imagined the revenge that would be completed by showing the world the talent of Herobard, which only she knew, she was filled with joy. Elena rolled her eyes and glanced at Leobrick. As soon as their eyes met, she lowered her eyes and showed signs of conflict, driving the atmosphere. I've decided. James and Leobrick paid attention to the cautious but stubborn voice. Lord Herobard, put down your sword. Why, Your Highness the Princess? James was at a loss what to do. Next to him, Leobrick stared at Elena with a devilish face. The knights who gathered at the training camp were also shocked. Herobard, who they did not recognize as an equivalent knight, seemed unconvinced that he was appointed exceptionally. Among them, Lawrence's shock was more than double that of other knights. He couldn't erase the miserable feeling of being abandoned because Elena had been convinced of his good intentions he had been showing to her over the past few days. Either way or not, Elena wasn't interested in it at all. Lord Herobard, the owner of the sword has been chosen. How long are you going to stay like that? At the words of the smiling Elena, Herobard belatedly lowered the sword below his belly button and fixed it so that the tip of the sword faced the ground. The mainstream relationship and the recognized appointment process ended the whole ceremony. Your Highness, may I ask you a rude question? Yes, Lord James. James plucked up his courage. He couldn't understand this situation to just move on. I beg your pardon, but there are a number of great knights here who are more experienced and capable than Sir Herobard. So? I don't doubt the sight of Your Highness, but may I ask what you saw in Sir Herobard and made your choice? He said it in a roundabout way, but he didn't understand why she chose Herobard, so he needed an explanation. It was also a representation of the minds of the unchosen knights. Yes, I'll tell you. What's that? When James asked again, everyone focused on their ears. Then Elena said without hesitation for a second. Because he's handsome. What now? It's rude of you to ask me again. If you didn't hear it, I can't help it. James was embarrassed and asked back, but none of the people who gathered here did not hear Elena. However, the answer was so shocking that they couldn't get out of it. He's just handsome. That vulgar, uncultured word in your mouth. Leobrick quivered at Elena's words that did not match the status of the princess. Did she know how much the vulgar words can bring down the dignity and reputation of Princess Veronica? Look now. Everyone tried not to show it, but the faces of the knights showed indescribable disappointment. Some even felt shame at the fact that the virtues of the knight were judged only by their appearance, while being put on the back burner. Herobard was among them. When Elena chose him, he was more suspicious than happy. But the reason was that he's handsome. He couldn't get rid of the unpleasantness to be happy. How long are you going to keep me embarrassed, Sir Herobard? Elena rekindled the alluring smile that captivated Herobard in their first meeting. Herobard kneeled one knee as if possessed by the strange atmosphere. Knight of the Grand Duke, Herobard vows to serve Lady Veronica von Friedrich. I swear by putting my life on this sword. Herobard raised the sword lying horizontally with both palms and raised it as if to be true. Elena, looking down, pulled out a handkerchief embroidered with the Grand Duke's seal from her sleeve and put it on the blade. The handkerchief was a token given to the lady when she pledged to the oath. Lord James. James, who was standing disapproving of Elena's low call, pulled out his waist-length sword and held the handle on the back of his nose. The Knight James de Robres proves it. Proof of oath. It was a ritual that the knights attest by guaranteeing the pledge of oath. Knights who were not chosen, led by James, reluctantly joined. The Knight William Finn proves it. The Knight Pedro von Gares proves it. From the faces of the knights, there was a sense of discomfort that could not be hidden even if they tried to hide it. They couldn't be happy to be standing as a knight for Herobard, a commoner who had no idea what was going on. Elena stole a glance at Leobrick's face. There was a saying that people become calm when they are too angry. That's exactly what it was now. Over her cold expression, there was a fire. What can you do? It's already spilled. Elena was quick to notice. She was a pathetic woman who had done something wrong, and she has completed the finish perfectly by remaining. Please take good care of me, my knight. In the near future, one of the 3 swords that would sustain the empire was in Elena's hands. Asterisk as she sat on the terrace overlooking the garden, Elena relaxed and enjoyed tea time. The Earl Grey black tea, the first tea being thrown away, the taste was mellow, and the more she saw the gardener who had stayed up and planted tulips instead of lilies, the fresher she felt. If I'd put them all together, will that compare to the joy I have gained? Elena's eyes, as she savored with the tea in her mouth, stood and reached Hurobard, who was waiting. Is there something on my face? Hurobard asked if he felt uncomfortable with the blatant eyes. I'd rather there was, so that I could share a few more words with my knight. Elena drank tea with a smile on her face. Seeing her, Hurobard was at a loss at what to do. If you have any questions, ask me anything. No, let's get to know each other. What's the rush? Hurobard didn't know what to do with the lady, who had no idea what was going on in his head. The captivating smile of the first encounter lingered in his mind. Apart from her status, it was a smile that only aristocrats could make. He thought that she had half-heartedly forgotten. At the ceremony, she chose Hurobard as her direct knight because he was handsome. The shock still lingered on why. It was unbelievably vulgar because it came from the mouth of Princess Veronica. And the lady, who he saw on the terrace now, was such a dignified woman that he couldn't even look at her. Hurobard was constantly surprised by her changing impression. Elegant hand gestures, arrogant but respectful eyes, playful but not crossing the line, etc. He felt the elegant dignity of bowing down. Sir, please get out of here. Elena quietly put the teacup down. We'll have a visitor soon. There's no reason for you to be here. You mean a guest? There was a knock as soon as Hurobard asked back. It's Leobrick, princess. I'm correct, right? Elena smiled and winked. Surprised at the situation where it fit exactly, Hurobard stepped down, assuming that she had an appointment in advance. Leobrick, who had crossed with Hurobard leaving the room, quickly scattered. After he left and the door closed, Elena, who had been sitting on the terrace until a little while ago, having tea time gracefully, disappeared. I am sorry. Liv, it's my fault. Please forgive me just once. Elena, who came right in front of Leobrick, gathered her hands and prayed. I couldn't stand it. At that moment, I was suffocated to see Sir Hurobard. I just wanted to keep him as a knight by my side. I'm sorry. I must have been out of my mind. Leobrick did not open her tightly closed mouth. She stood looking at Elena with a thorny look, as if it were torture. I am really sorry. I'll accept any punishment. Elena groveled, claiming to be a sinner. Before leaving the duchy, Elena never brought up the story, even though she was promised the right to appoint the knight she wanted. Rather than being seen as clever, she wanted to remain as an underdog who obeys Leobrick. Punishment? It's all right. Don't be so sorry. Right, I feel so guilty I could die. What? Liv, what did you say? Elena looked with her eyes wide open. Leobrick reached out and put Elena's hair behind her ears. The princess did nothing wrong. Appointment of a knight is a princess right, isn't it? But. So don't worry too much. I respect the princess. Respect? Elena held in her laughter. There was no reason to push Elena, and she may be talking about it because it is already spilled. Or there was another reason. Thank you, Liv. I won't do anything I want again. You'd better do that. That way, wouldn't your parents in the Mariana Islands be okay? Leobrick smiled brutally, blatantly provoking the couple. It was a clear threat. That's what you actually look like, Leobrick. It was a threat that would come out someday. The surest way to control Elena is the life of her parents. She suffered so much in her past life, succumbing to that threat. That threat doesn't work anymore. The threat didn't work, but she had to pretend it did. I am so. Leobrick's smile deepened as Elena couldn't even speak properly, and could not leave her eyes anxiously. She saw that the threat worked properly. Forget everything and focus on preparing for the birthday. Okay, princess? What do you think, Liv? Does it look good on me? Elena bragged about her dress, which would be worn at the birthday party tomorrow. Leobrick answered reluctantly. It's too fancy. I asked the dressmaker to pay special attention, but it's so much prettier than I thought. As Elena asked, the dressmaker Lucien brought with him a dress reminiscent of the Milky Way. The dress was packed with high-end jewelry, from the shoulders of the Milky Way to the tip of the tooth. As a result, you couldn't erase the colorful yet crude feeling. Princess, I think you'd better wear this dress for the next banquet. What's wrong with it, Liv? The birthday party is a reverent celebration in honor of the first head of the Friedrich family. I'm afraid this dress is too fancy to wear for this banquet. Elena was about to cry when Leobrick poured cold water on her. What can we do, Liv? I really want to wear this dress, do as I say. Leobrick cut her off with determination, as if to stop bringing it up. Then she took out a simple but elegant dress from the wardrobe. It's an early dress made by Lucien, the dressmaker. It fits, so wear this. Princess, won't you answer? Leobrick's eyes changed. What? Yes. I like that dress too. I'll wear it. Elena nodded reluctantly, saying she would do so. As if it was regrettable, she did not forget the act of alternating between dresses. It's not even a dress that I wanted to wear in the first place. The purpose was to remove and dispose of the jewels decorated in the dress, which did not have to be worn at the banquet. If she had enough money to run away from Leobrick's eyes, that would be enough. And in Lunnerin, her maids were brought into the room and changed her dress. They also changed her shoes and decorations to suit her elegant style. I think I've finally found a dress for the princess. I'd bet the main character of tomorrow's banquet will be the princess. In a compliment that didn't sound sincere, Leobrick pointed out the things to keep in mind at tomorrow's banquet. First, save your words as much as you can. Second, do not act independently. Third, never bump into Ren. Ren was an unpredictable man. A man like him who never got tamed. As soon as she was found to be fake, he would rush to take away even a piece of rotten meat. I don't know what else to do, but I have to be careful of that son of a bitch. He could be a stumbling block to Elena's revenge. That much should be avoided. Always keep it in your chest. A little mistake could make you lose everything you're enjoying now. Then rest early for tomorrow, princess. Leobrick put the tension into the room until just before she left. Sitting on the terrace, enjoying tea time, she saw carriages that were coming without break enter the house through the garden. It's already tomorrow. It was the day Elena made her first debut in the role of Princess Veronica. She remembered the rest of her nervous mistakes. What does Sir Hurobard think of when he sees those carriages? Although embarrassed by the sudden question, Hurobard was good at facial expressions to match the prestige of being the Knight of the Ice. I thought there were a lot of aristocrats in the Empire. Yes, there are a lot of them. Hurobard stared at Elena without a word. Elena, who felt the gaze, looked back. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm sorry. Hurobard quickly apologized, taking it as a reprimand. If you're sorry, keep looking at me like that. What? It's a punishment. This uncontrollable whim of the lady left Hurobard perplexed. Elena enjoyed the reaction while drinking black tea. Hurobard, who watched her without saying a word, took out his sincere heart. It is not possible to tell what the princess is thinking. Sometimes he felt like he was looking at a snobbish, vain, and senseless noblewoman of that age. However, sometimes she showed authority that could not be resisted and nobility that could be respected. Is that a compliment? Or is it a curse for insinuation? Curse, that's absurd. I'm telling you because I think you're out of my depth. Elena smiled as she watched Hurobard, who was worried that she might misunderstand. It was a pure smile that she had never made before. Then I'll keep trying. A lady you can read the mind of is not attractive. Again. Hurobard tried to accept her rather than understand her. Elena suddenly threw someone's name at him. Ren Bastache, have you ever heard of this name? I remember him as heir to the Bastache family, who became independent of the Grand Duchy. Elena nodded. The perfect thug. What are you saying now? He's a man who can't look for manners even after washing his eyes. A very rude and disgusting man. Arrogant. Is there another expression that's more appropriate than that? Hurobard was speechless by the vulgar words that came from Elena's mouth, which showed her aristocratic nobility. He's coming to see me tomorrow. Without an appointment. Your Highness the Princess? Sir, keep in mind what I'm saying from now on. Don't stand up to him no matter what he does. Do you understand? Hurobard, who did not understand the true meaning of the words, asked back. Is that an order? Yes. In response to Elena's short and decisive answer, Hurobard wanted to ask why, but he was just a knight, so he shut up. I'll follow. Elena's lips crept up when he answered that he would do so obediently. Please understand that I want to hide you more. She hated to admit it, but Ren was strong. He was recognized as one of the 3 swords that supported the Empire. It was not necessary to create a quarrel with Ren and reveal the existence of Hurobard. Sir, can I tell you a secret? Hurobard lowered his chin and made eye contact. Elena's eyes bent like a crescent moon. It was an eye smile that was so fascinating that his heart sank. Sir is my only pride. Hurobard's expression was strangely distorted by the compliment without a subject. He guessed it was because of his appearance, but he felt bitter because he seemed to be recognized only for his appearance, regardless of his duty as a knight. He didn't even know it was his misunderstanding. The Friedrich family, with its long and proud history, had countless annual events. Among them, the anniversary of the birth of the Duke of Rosette, the first lord of the family and a contributor to the opening of the Vassilian Empire, was treated as the grandest event in the family. The goal was to praise the achievements of being a member of the hero who opened the door of the empire, and the achievements of leading the family, and to have a heart of gratitude for generations to generations. It was the largest event in the family, and this year, the scale was even bigger. Princess Veronica. This was because rumors had spread throughout the capital that she had returned to the Grand Duchy, where rumors of bad news had been rampant for nearly 2 years. At the heart of the imperial power and the head of the 4 great families, Grand Duke Friedrich, there was only one daughter, Princess Veronica. As women can also inherit the title, Princess Veronica was the heir to the Grand Duchy in both name and reality. Who is he? He's not supposed to be in here. He's a little crooked. It was the time when the maids made a lot of noise when they saw a man walking around freely in the main building instead of the annex that welcomed the nobles. The man walking past the maids suddenly turned around. The maids shuddered as he approached them with power in his eyes and threatened them. Hey, if you want to know, you'll have to ask. What are you talking about so openly? I feel bad. I am sorry. The maids were embarrassed and tried to leave as if they had fled. Slowly, the man quietly stretched out his legs. The feet of the maidservants, who were hurriedly moving ahead, caught, and the maidservants fell one after another like dominoes. Who told you to go? I heard a bad word and got an indelible wound in my chest. I have committed a sin worthy of death. Please forgive me once. The maids begged and begged, not knowing that their knees had been scraped. They had seen countless maids who had been kicked out of their homes because they were hated in the eyes of the nobility, or had suffered horribly, so they had no choice but to bow their heads and beg for mercy. Do you want me to forgive you? Please, mercy. Say it after me. My uncle is a son of a bitch. What? Why your uncle is a son of a bitch? The ladies were not in a state of limbo. When he said he would forgive them, they just did as they were told, not knowing why. The man clapped his hands with a contented smile. That's great. The lower ones have been learning very fast these days. Go. Thank you. It was time for the women to leave in a hurry, relieved that they had survived a narrow escape. Oh, You don't know who my uncle is, do you? Yes? The maid stopped and looked back. The man smiled wickedly and spoke in a small voice, but he spoke clearly enough for the maids to understand. My uncle is the owner of this mansion. In other words, you're cursing your master. That's it. That's the son of a bitch. Can you handle it? The maids' faces turned white like a blank paper. This is because the only owner of the maids is Grand Duke Francis. See you again. The man, who enjoyed the reactions of the grieving women, walked through the hall waving his hands. The man, who had the structure of the mansion as if it were his own house, loitered toward the door decorated with top-notch marble. It was when the man was about to hold the door by ignoring the knight who guarded the entrance like an ironclad. Excuse me, you cannot enter. Please identify yourself first. The knight, Herobard, blocked the man's way and politely demanded. Of course, it was a common practice, but the man seemed unwilling to follow the procedure. Me? You shouldn't talk to me so carelessly. I'll repeat for you again. First you. Herobard's words did not continue any longer. His head snapped back as he was hit in the face by the fist of the man who had rushed in to surprise him. The man grinned at Herobard, whose cheek was red and swollen. Why are you buying a fight? It was when the man grabbed the door handle and was just opening the door. I will restate myself. Please identify yourself. Herobard kept the man from ever opening the door. Hey, why risk your life for nothing? It's annoying. The man put his hair down to his eyebrows over his forehead. I will repeat. Please identify yourself. The man's fist flew faster than Herobard thought. The swinging motion toward the opposite cheek that he had previously struck was agile. Pock! The dull throbbing sound spread violently. Who? Surprisingly, however, the man's fist did not touch the face of Herobard. This is because Herobard's right hand grasped the man's fist tightly. The man's fist and Herobard's hand that grasped it gave him the upper hand without a single inch of concession. But neither could gain the upper hand, and they were sharply opposed. From the man's eyes, there was a beastliness that could not be tamed. You asked me who I am, didn't you? Knock me down. Then I'll let you know. Why, you don't like it? Oh. Is it because you got hit before? Then let's start with a fair blow to me too. What do you think? The man didn't stop interrupting as if he was enjoying the moment. He seemed to have forgotten that today was a major event for Grand Duke Friedrich and seemed to be someone who was only thinking about how to destroy the Herobard. Sir, step back. It was a voice with soft but irresistible authority that relieved the tension like a well-defined sword at one moment. Elena walked out of the marble door, which had been tightly closed. Her neat but elegant hair and simple but elegant-looking dress created a sense of beauty. You're still rude, Brother Ren. Elena's words held thorns, and the venom in her glare was palpable. When he heard the man's name, Herobard's eyebrows twitched. He had been informed by Elena, so he vaguely assumed that this was Renbastash. Apart from that, however, the knight could not bring in those who were not even identified. So this was the result. Hey, I'm crying because I'm so happy to see you. How long has it been? Have you thought a lot about your brother? What should I do? Every time we meet, you make this good impression. Elena gave a wink, responding coldly. Herobard understood what she meant and pulled back. Then, he apologized for causing this situation. I'm sorry, it's enough to just identify himself. I know. Ren must have been rude. She hoped he wouldn't get involved with Ren, but it's already spilled. Elena said she didn't want Ren to notice anything. Should we keep standing here or go inside? That's what I'm saying. Let's sit down. Ren followed Elena and entered the room. He patted Herobard's shoulder guarding the door and scratched his stomach. Yes, the lady is very angry. Yeah, you should have done better earlier. Despite the provocation, Herobard did not change his face and ignored him. With that kind of composure, Ren came into the room with a small exclamation saying ho. Elena and Ren sat face to face on the sofa with the table between them. Why don't you look at me sweetly? Since we're cousins. Won't you misunderstand if I look at you more affectionately? Since we're cousins. Elena's way of speaking had changed. The honor vanished from nowhere and met with informal language. Oh, you're talking down? There's no reason I can't let go, right? The sharp conversation went back and forth. They were tied through the bond of cousins, and they were in one space, but they seemed anxious because they couldn't eat each other. I don't need to be frustrated. I'm officially Princess Veronica. And I know the habits of the motherfucker, right? When a bully recognizes that his opponent is weaker than him, he torments him until he kills him by drying his blood. That's the habit of a bully that never changes. Elena knew Rin better than anyone else. Because I suffered so much that my teeth trembled. Rin persistently bullied Elena from the moment he noticed that she was a substitute. He did not hesitate to threaten to reveal the identity unless she told him about the main information or plans of the Grand Duke. I'm not swayed by you anymore. I'll use you from now on. Rin was obviously hostile to the great house. It was of course an old feeling for the heir of the Bastache family, who had no choice but to live like a servant of the Grand Duke due to the 100 Years' Treaty. Elena was about to use the hostility cleverly. It was still early, but over time, Rin would be a useful card. Wow, applause! Rin clapped his hands. Hey, how can I not celebrate when my cousin has grown up so well? You're just going to say what you want, aren't you? Has it been 3 minutes since we sat face to face? That 3, and you can't stand it either? Elena responded without losing a single word. Ren scattered Elena from head to toe with a mocking smile. It was a creepy look. I heard you were very sick. Are you pretty well? I'm all better. Elena answered briefly and firmly. Then Rin smiled a strange smile. You're completely cured in time for the birthday? Just like putting together puzzles. You're picking on everything. Since when have you been so interested in me? Although she felt a significant nuance in Ren's way of speaking, Elena passed it without much importance. If she paid attention to everything, she might lose her pace and be swayed. You don't think I'm interested? You, your friend out there. Elena's expression hardened in an instant as he pointed his chin to Hirobard outside the door. You said you chose him because he was handsome. I just found out about my cousin's taste. Ren, who slowly got up from the sofa, blew his murderous intent outright. Elena's hair stood on end, and she felt choked up. A cold sweat ran down her spine. I have to endure. Ren, who stood right in front of Elena, reached out and lightly held Elena's chin. Is it because I haven't seen my beloved sister in a long time? Aren't you very unfamiliar? When were we supposed to talk and laugh? I can't argue with that. Then remove your hand, won't you? Unlike the warning, Elena's voice was shaking slightly. If I don't want to. Ren bent down, grinning. Right in front of Elena's eyes. They were close that they could hear each other's breath. Elena fought down the urge to scream. No matter how hard Ren tried, he couldn't do anything to Elena. The only thing he could do was to threaten her. Slowly, Ren's hand passed over her chin and grazed her cheek. The hand that touched the back of the couch turned and snaked its way around Elena's neck. Get your hands off me! Either way or not, Ren was closer to Elena. He took her face as if he were touching Elena's cheek and hugged her tightly with his hand wrapped around her neck. Elena reluctantly put her face on Ren's shoulder. On the other hand, Ren's head passed Elena's cheek and was facing behind her earpiece. Ren's eyes narrowed as he looked behind her ears. Elena was convinced by the momentary hesitation. As expected, it's a good thing I've made a scar in advance. Elena already expected a day like today to come. This was the reason why she intentionally made a scar on the back of her ear during her education at the safe house. This avoids the suspicion of being fake. It was safe to say that Elena had won the outcome she had hoped for. The elimination of Ren's suspicion alone was seen as a step closer to the completion of revenge. He was now forced to believe that she was the real Princess Veronica and not a substitute, which meant that Ren's abnormal behavior would be restricted. "Did you not hear me?" When Elena roughly pushed him away, Ren straightened up and stepped back. He looked unexpectedly confused, but Ren was not so careless as to reveal his inner thoughts. Elena glared fiercely. "You'll keep the line, right? There's a limit to what I can put up with." "Oh, how scary." Ren shrugged and swept his hair, and suddenly pushed his face close enough to reach the tip of her nose. Elena, who didn't know it would come like this for a moment, swallowed her breath in surprise. "Don't provoke me too much. Before I go overboard." "What can you do?" Elena didn't lose and glared. There was no reason to be pushed unless she was caught as a substitute. Ren pulled out first in a staring contest that seemed unlikely to end. "You're right, what can I? I've never thought about it. I should think about it from now on." "If you're going to think of it, would you go outside?" When Elena pointed at the door with her slender index finger, Ren laughed as if it was absurd. "Fine, I'm going to go where you want me to, lady." Ren said goodbye exaggeratedly and then turned around. The footsteps moved away, and soon the door opened and closed with a thud. Elena could relax only after turning her head to confirm that Ren had left. "Oh!" A groan broke out between Elena's small lips. She was so nervous that her whole body was completely drained and her body was sore. "You son of a bitch!" Elena spat out what she wanted to say 100 more times. Although she couldn't do it in front of his face, she felt relieved after shouting like this. It felt like she was clearing a big rock that was blocking her way. "I'm over the hump. Let's just think about the future." At that time, Ren was walking down the stairs to the annex where the banquet hall was located. "It's weird. The more I think about it, the stranger it is." Ren's footsteps did not stop even in the midst of an accident, as if he knew the internal structure of the main building. "You were obviously poisoned." Ren's eyes, muttering to himself, were deeper than ever. "How the hell did she wake up?" The poison was known to be indecipherable once poisoned. It was possible to prevent the toxicity from spreading, but that was the limit. In order to stop the toxicity, you had to sleep all day. You would become a living, but not quite living entity. Did they find the antidote? He had no choice but to come to such a conclusion. Veronica's alive and well. Ren looked into his swollen hand and repeatedly clenched his fist. "You're not just handsome, are you?" Despite the blow that Ren sent unexpectedly, Hirobard caught it. He even showed his strength to hold Ren's fist. This was not the ability of a simple knight. The exact strength of the knight would not be known until they came face to face, but he must be a strong man. "This is going to be fun." Ren grinned, like he was enjoying the current situation. Grand Duke Friedrich. Elena, to the master of the hall and master of this feast, looked down at indifferently. Countless nobles had gathered around him, struggling to make a connection as they continued to flatter and cajole him. "Wait for me. I'll pull you down one day." Kiek. The waiting room door opened and Leah Brick came in. "It's time. You need to go down to the celebration." "Liv, I'm nervous." Elena shrank and shivered. "I'll be standing in the back. I'll come out in case of trouble, so relax." "Yes, I'll just trust Liv. Let's go down now." Elena rose from her chair and Leah Brick signaled out of the room. And then Lenarin came in quickly and smoothed out her dress. Elena, who finished her final preparation in the mirror, came out of the waiting room and stood in front of the stairs going down alone. As it was a blind spot in the corner, Elena on the upstairs was not seen in the hall. When the maid approached the conductor who was playing a symphony in the hall and said something, he nodded and stopped conducting. Then he quickly changed the music and swung the conductor's rod again powerfully. The song was Glittering Night. It was a song celebrating the beauty and piety of a queen, and the melody of the violin and cello stood out. "Princess Veronica is entering." The people of the banquet hall turned to the stairs leading to this floor, holding their breath at the powerful cry of the butler who was in charge of hosting the hall. Tack, tack, tack. No one noticed that she was a substitute. The resemblance was striking from head to toe. The atmosphere from Elena, who had even risen to the rank of queen, was incomparably more dignified than Veronica herself. Clap, clap, clap. In the hall filled with silence except for the performance, the applause of the aristocrats continued. Most of them were aristocrats who had made connections with the Grand Duke, so they welcomed the return of Princess Veronica. Have you come? Grand Duke Friedrich came to the front of the last step and escorted her. Yes, father. Elena took his hand and smiled broadly. The Grand Duke was pleased with Elena's performance. The father and daughter lined up on the stage, looking at the nobles in the banquet hall. In the Grand Duke's hand was a cocktail glass that had been handed to him by his maid. Grand Duke Friedrich said to the crowd, looking at Elena with a warm gaze. Today is a very happy day. Not only me but also my precious daughter could express her gratitude on the anniversary of the present Friedrich family. It is also thanks to the noblemen gathered here that we have been able to further flourish the current Friedrich family, built by our ancestor, Duke Rosette. Let's raise our glasses together and pay tribute to the Duke of Rosette. 4. The nobles all lifted their cocktail glasses high in the air and slurped them down. The celebration ended with the emptying of the glasses. It was also the beginning of the Rio banquet. You're not in good shape yet, so go in moderation. Grand Duke Friedrich showed the nobles that he was a father who cared for his daughter, and at the same time, he left an excuse so that Elena, who was not good at behaving like Veronica on the pretext of her health, could get out of the banquet hall early. Yes, father. Elena lifted the hem of her skirt and played a submissive daughter. So far, there was nothing special because it was already talked about in advance. It's my time now. Elena had never wasted a minute of her time before she left the duchy. There's something I have to do before that. Elena glanced back. Sure enough, Leobrick was stuck behind her back like a leech. She'd come forward and try to control her. It'll be easier if I take Leobrick off first. Elena was not impatient. It was because she could make a mistake if she were hasty. Greetings to Your Highness the Princess. My name is Serena Williams. I'm Daisy. Does Your Highness remember me? How can you be so beautiful, even after such a long time? In a blink of an eye, aristocrats surrounded Elena. They were all eager to talk to Elena and build a favorable impression. Elena responded with a smile. I've heard of the beautiful young lady under Count Williams. You're even more beautiful in person. Oh, you know me. Elena's head turned. How can I forget Daisy? Do you remember me? Of course. Elena, who once had a reputation as the queen of society, faced the majority with equanimity. To the point that Leobrick doesn't doubt me. At the same time, Elena didn't forget to make her appearance often awkward so that she didn't look too experienced. Did I do that? Huh! Can't you remember what you said? That. When Elena showed her embarrassment, Leobrick, who had been silently behind her, stepped out. Her Highness seems to have forgotten that. It's rude to keep talking about the same thing. I am sorry. The lady who was trying to talk about the past stepped down without a word under the influence of Leobrick. In the middle of this, the crowd surrounding Elena split as if the sea had opened. From the other side, a group of people led by a woman with bobbed hair approached Elena. Avella. She was the eldest daughter of the Reinhardt family, which, like the Grand Duke, is one of the 4 great families of the empire. Her political sense and insight are similar to that of the Duke Krome, her unrivaled father, and despite her young age, she wielded enormous influence in social circles. Throughout Veronica's absence for the past 2 years, all the ladies who followed her were under her influence. In the future, she and Elena fought for control of the social scene and even competed in the final trial for the appointment of the crown princess in many ways. She smiled bitterly. Sister, how long has it been? Avella pretended to know her in a friendly tone. She felt the skill of hiding herself even though it was a young age from a happy expression that she could not feel any pretense. You're still like a kid, though. Elena thought Avella's behavior was cute. It was Avella, who had established an unrivaled faction in society, but was brutally trampled by Elena. However, now Avella was no match for Elena. Avella, how long has it been? Elena greeted her as happily as if she had met a long-departed blood relative. I know. You have no idea how worried I was about you. Why wouldn't I know? If Avella was sick, I would be too. Elena responded skillfully. Since she couldn't really do that, she returned to say that in the same situation, the same would be true for her. Can we see each other often now? Yes, of course. That's good. I have a lot of ladies I want to introduce to my sister. Avella turned her body around and seemed to boast a crowd following her. Elena snorted at Avella's childlike boast. Really? I'm already looking forward to it. Me too. So, are you going back to the academy? Elena paused for a moment. Frontier Academy. It was the highest and largest academy on the continent in both name and reality. Leobrick, you're about to step up, aren't you? Elena hesitated and waited for Leobrick to answer. Her Highness is scheduled to return to the academy. Avella clapped her hands lightly and laughed when Leobrick answered for her. Really? I'm so happy. I'm sure we'll see a lot of each other at the academy then, sister. Is that so? It was time for Elena to answer the meaningless conversation in a perfunctory manner. Oh, what is it? The rear of the group led by Avella became noisy. Naturally, her eyes were drawn there. A man with curly hair was seen over the heads of the similarly dressed young ladies. Sir Bastache? Can you move your ugly face out of the way for a second? He pushed past the ladies and approached her, cynical and quarrelsome. The ladies, who couldn't stand the rudeness, scowled at him, but couldn't resist Ren's bleak smile and quieted down. What are you talking about? You're having so much fun with me. Disappointed. When Ren intervened, Avella's face hardened. That's because she'd never seen anything good in association with a fool who doesn't have common sense. Sister, I'm going to get going. What, you don't like me? Ren looked at Avella with a hurt look who was easily gone, and turned his eyes away. Even my sister won't be cold to her brother, will she? Of course. Elena's unspoken answer was filled with affirmation, not denial. I waited for you to come. Surprisingly, Elena was pleased with Ren's sudden intrusion. It was as if the sharp conversation they'd had earlier had been a lie. Come to think of it, there are times when you're useful, too. Elena's eyes glanced at Leobrick. Elena was planning to use Ren to take off the Leobrick that was stuck like a leech. I don't think I should turn a blind eye to you. Yes, we should be a bit more friendly since we're cousins. Despite the chilly atmosphere, Ren looked excited. So I thought about it a lot. How can I cross the line? I'm curious. Try it. Elena casually rolled her eyes and asked back. Ren's grumbling got stronger as if the reaction was no more interesting. Did he feel uneasy with that smile? Before Ren took any unexpected action, Leobrick moved first. Excuse me, but for a while. It's not your place. It's between family members. Ren snatched Elena's hand, issuing a violent warning. The lack of respect for a lady was a very ignorant and vile act. Let's dance to a song. What? Elena pretended to be embarrassed and looked to Leobrick for help. But it was already too late to stop Ren's spontaneous behavior, which happened in the blink of an eye. Elena was reluctantly pulled by Ren to the center of the hall. It was an action that was half compulsive and half arbitrary. The nobles were quite angry at Ren's rude behavior. What the hell is this? The Bastache family's young lord is awful. Is the princess going to live like that? Ren, who reached the center of the hall, let go. When Elena glared, smiling, Ren asked for a dance with an exaggerated gesture. We've come this far, and it's going to be lonely standing around. Let's dance to a song. Of course, you can't refuse. Elena stared at Ren, who never lost his mischievousness. It was the same situation, but she had the feeling that it was completely different from her past life. If I don't want to, I'll have to force you to dance. What? Ren quickly snatched Elena's hand, which had been free for a while. She tried again and again to shake him off, but she couldn't, because of how strong he was. It hurts. Elena frowned at the surging pain. Either way, Ren held Elena's hand tightly in one hand, while the other wrapped her waist tightly and stepped with a waltz. It was like a puppet on a string, a picture that danced spontaneously regardless of Elena's will. Why are you doing this nonsense? Elena quizzed at the sound of Ren's breath, which felt close to her. Because you're Veronica. That's the reason? I need a better reason? Elena was convinced by Ren's unique smile. Pure hatred toward Veronica. The 100-Year Treaty put the Bastache family in the position of having to live as servants for the Grand Duchy. Ren, who is known as a sword of the Empire, and has a natural talent, could not see Veronica as a beautiful successor to the family of the Grand Duchy, which would be a hindrance. Like a cockroach. What did you just say? Ren couldn't believe his ears. These were shallow words to come out of the mouth of a noble Veronica, not even a commoner. You're pathetic and can't take any more complaints. Hey, you're scratching my temper again. Bite me if you're going to complain. Elena intentionally provoked Ren by touching the Achilles tendon, which he was most sensitive to. The reaction was immediate. Ren's stiff face told her that. Perhaps due to the psychological influence, Ren's movements were getting piled up and the beat was being pushed back little by little. If I bite, you and your father die. So bite. If you're really that confident? Elena continued to provoke and shake Ren's mind, taking steps to delay the music. Human emotions were indeed trivial, and even though Elena was responding to the rhythm, Ren was so consumed by anger that he didn't notice it at all. Elena was so adept at social dancing that no one could follow. She couldn't do her best because Leobrick was watching, but it was a piece of cake to take away the opponent's flow. If your partner has lost his mind. Without even realizing it, Ren was letting Elena set the pace for him. You're crazy, aren't you? You're right on the money. Do you want me to tell you why you can't bite? Elena paused and focused on the steps. The balance of the dance, which was taken away little by little, was already in the position of an equal partner. You're a man who's got a horse in his mouth. Elena did not hesitate to say insulting things to Ren beyond provocation. The reaction was immediate. Ren's eyes, with a devilish, fierce look, were filled with murderous intent. What you shouldn't have said. Hyuk! Ren, who felt the step twisted momentarily, swallowed his breath. He could barely maintain his balance by exercising his animal senses, but his legs, already entangled in an X shape, were in danger of falling at any moment. Elena wasn't able to pass this opportunity. She pushed Ren in an equivocal position as hard as she could. Ha! Ren, who lost his balance, stumbled. He tried to bring her down too, but when Elena quickly moved on to the next move and broke the balance of his lower body, there was no way to throw it away anymore. Eventually, Ren fell down in the middle of the hall, frowning his butt in the middle of the hall. Look over there. Sir Bastache fell down. Fufu, he's not good at dancing, is he? Oh, I feel good. The aristocrats, who usually disapproved of Ren's words and actions, laughed and criticized him. It was an excuse to laugh at the mistakes made during the banquet to the aristocrats who value dance and etiquette. Elena did the same. She felt relieved as if she had lost a 10-year-old weight because she had a lot of things. Elena gave a sweet smile as she looked down at the fallen Ren. It looks just right for you, who has no respect for ladies. Ren, who was looking up to Elena because he was dumbfounded, suddenly began to laugh. I strangely don't feel bad. Despite being properly humiliated after a blow, Ren got up without wiping his smiling face off. See you again. Ren shook his hand and gradually moved away from Elena. However, he didn't forget to show his true self by saying keep away to a lady, who was blocking his way. It's not the time to be like this. Elena quickly rolled her eyes and found Liabrick. From the center of the hall, it was mixed in the gap between Avella's crowd on the left. Elena, relieved at some distance, hurried to find someone. I saw you standing over there a little while ago. Oh, there she is. I got something for you. Elena had planned to use Rin to pull Liabrick apart from her and devote the freedom and time she had managed to get to Madame de Flanrose. Elena turned around and walked out to the opposite side of Liabrick. Liabrick, who naturally thought she would come to her side, was embarrassed. I can't leave her alone. Liabrick was in a hurry. Ren's situation a little while ago was ambiguous as she was out of control. Liabrick urgently tried to chase Elena, but it wasn't easy. First, the size of the hall was so large that it was too far to the other side. She didn't know if she should cross the central hall where people were dancing, but it was too much. In the end, it was best to turn around in a circle. That alone wasn't easy, but one more hurdle remained. Liabrick, how have you been? My lady, if you don't mind, can I talk to you for a minute? They were the nobles who were struggling to somehow line up with the real-life Liabrick of the Grand Duke. At that time, the ladies who were waiting for Elena to come down from the center hall approached. Your Highness, I feel so refreshed. I can't tell if you dance as well as your beauty. As expected, there is nobody more fit to lead high society than the lady. Elena think there was a time where I enjoyed all this flattery and kissing up. I should have been quicker to realize that it was all an illusion. It's a shame, but I don't have the time to deal with these sorts of people. The utmost PF elegance. A prime example of nobility, where valuing honesty and etiquette is respected in high society as a symbol of fidelity. Elena clenched her dress and asked, I've been meaning to say hello for a while now. It seems like today is the day. It's a pleasure to meet you, Madame de Flanrose. Madame de Flanrose smiled and asked, I have been waiting for the day we would get to exchange greetings, my lady. Elena answered with smiley face, how is it that even your fingertips are filled with grace? Please lend me your expertise, madam. Madam says, what generous words. Would there even anything for me to teach the lady, who is still so young and filled with joy? How is etiquette the only virtue of a noble? Elena, from madam, I would like to discuss and learn about the loyalty and elegance of a noble. Even the lady's mindset is proper. Madam also considers integrity and purity as some of the basics of being a noble, right? Madam cover her face with her hand fan and ask, it's a bit excessive for the lady to paint my face like gold like this. Elena asked with a worried face, Madam, please stay still for a second. Madam questioning why, what's wrong? Elena took out her handkerchief and said, Give me a second. Madam said nervously. My lady. Elena placed the handkerchief next to Madam's chest and said, Madam, aren't people so stupid? Complimenting you like this even though you left your husband to play around with the coachman. Madam are too nervous and shocked. If you were a citizen of the duchy, there's no way you wouldn't know of the infamous romance between Madame de Flanrose and her husband Count Rando. Upon the news that her husband had died in war, Madame did not get remarried and vowed to pay tribute to her husband forever. A few years later, although crippled, Count Rando came back to life by some miracle. And so, the two continued to live as husband and wife. Everyone praised her for making such a big sacrifice, and the imperial family even bestowed her with the title of Madame. For that Madame de Flanrose to have another man who she'd meet with is secret, who would have though? Just 3 years later, this scandal will be discovered because of a maid. And because it was a maid taught by Madame herself, this was an even more welcome present. Elena said that I must have that maid for myself. Elena said to Madam, "Why are you so surprised? By chance, did you think it would be a secret forever?" Madam answered with tumbling voice, "And my lady," Elena said, "make some time to stop by the Grand Duke soon. I have many things I want to share with you." Madam with worried face, "Well, whatever you want, Elena smiled and asked, "It's very meaningful to be able to meet with you today, Madam. More chances like this will come, right?" Madam just answered with lower voice, "Oh, of course. I'm already looking forward to the day we meet again." Elena then gave the handkerchief to Madam and said, "Take this. It symbolizes our promise to meet again. I embroidered it myself, so take a look and let me know what you think next time we meet." Madam take handkerchief and says, "Will do." Elena then, "I will take my leave now. Wishing you a splendid night." On the other side Leah come and said, "My lady?" Elena turned her head to Leah and asked, "Leah, you came? What happened just then? Are you alright?" "I was surprised, but I'm alright." Leah Brick sigh. "That is a relief. Will you stay longer?" Elena steps forward and then said, "Of course. It's such a magnificent night, I'm at loss for words. It was a night so fascinating that I can't speak, Liv." Elena, who left the annex and was returning to the main building, couldn't hide her excitement and chatted. "You've done a great job, that's not easy." Leah Brick, who followed suit, unexpectedly agreed with Elena. "I know you're tired, but let's talk for a while. Should we?" They moved to the drawing room located in the main building. Even before the tea and cookies that had been asked to be served to the maid of honor, Leah Brick asked about what had happened earlier. "Sir Rin is a dangerous man. Tell me what he said in the hall." "At that time, it was too scary, and I was confused." He said he hated me." "Hate?" Elena nodded. "Yes, he didn't like it when I asked him why he was doing this. But he had to have a reason. Liv, the look on that person's face as he told me that story was so scary that it choked me up." "I know it's hard. But you did a good job, Princess." Leah Brick patted Elena on the shoulder to console her. It was a consolation without sincerity. Her mind was focused on figuring out why Rin had done this. Did he notice she was a substitute? Leah Brick posed the question. Even though they were blood-related, the two had never met during the past year. 2 years of growing up was a period of much physical and mental development. And even if they were cousins, they were not familiar with each other. Even if Elena was a little inept and made some mistakes, she was never suspected of being a greedy substitute. Leah Brick looked up and stared at Elena. The perfect role. Looking at her appearance alone, she was not much different from Princess Veronica by anyone's standards. With her skillful use of etiquette and adornment with dresses and trinkets, earrings that were not there before flowed quite well. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. She had to restrain herself from speculation, but she had to sort out what needed to be pointed out. Rin was too dangerous a man to get rid of the tension. "I saw Sir Rin fall while dancing. What happened to him?" "Oh, I pushed him." Leah Brick frowned at Elena's words. "What?" "He grabbed my wrist so hard that I was hurt and scared that I couldn't just shake him off. Then I pushed him as hard as I could. That's all." Leah Brick narrowed her eyes at Elena's words. Rin was big enough to catch Elena, who could not dance ballroom, and force her to dance. He was also blessed with a natural ability in swordsmanship, and was a promising young man who held the expectations of the Empire at heart. He was not simply an easy man for a woman to push. "Really? It's no wonder Liv can't believe it. But it's true." Leah Brick was frustrated. Common sense didn't make sense, but she had no choice but to believe Elena when she said that. "It's weird. I feel like I'm missing something." The problem was that there was no way to explain what was missing. "Again, Sir Rin is dangerous. Avoid him if you can. If you have no choice but to run into each other, avoid him." "Yes, I'll be careful." Elena gave a wistful look and nodded. Liebrecht didn't say the same thing anymore, probably because she could see the earnestness of her reluctance to release the rat in her hand. It looks like you had a conversation with Madame de Flanrose. Oh, I had a chance to say hello to her by chance. Elena confided without a lie. There was no particular reason to hide it. Elena and Madame de Flanrose talked about etiquette in an official place. It looked like you were exchanging something? Did you watch me in the meantime? It must have been hard to leave Elena alone. She could see that she had talked to a lot of aristocrats, but she kept her eye on her for a while. Elena hid her mind and spoke calmly. Oh, I was so happy that I gave her a handkerchief to thank her for her good manners. Then Elena intentionally shrank, pretending to look at Liebrecht's cold expression. What do you think you did wrong? It's not good to give a handkerchief? No. Liebrecht continued in a cold tone. The princess's etiquette is still in its infancy. Even though she's gotten a lot better, she's still just a waddle away from Madame de Flanrose. Didn't you think that if you got involved with such a madam, she would find out that you were a substitute? Elena opened her eyes wide in surprise. But she definitely praised my manners. Compliment your opponent for their lack. It's also part of etiquette. Liebrecht pointed out only by applying her yardstick to Elena. Listening to Liv, I think I was careless. In that state of mind, I'll be careful from now on. Elena apologized in that position, saying she would correct the mistake. Liebrecht, who had completed her business, stood up from the sofa and gave a final warning. Princess, always remember. What is your position now, and where did you come from? Will you go back there or stay here? All of this depends on you, my lady. Liv. You know what I mean, right? Liebrecht, who unilaterally finished what she had to say, left the drawing room. Elena heard the door close behind her, and she stood up from her seat, straightening her back. She tried to move out of the way of Liebrecht's eyes, but her body tensed unconsciously and froze. But it was a very satisfying day. A deep smile spread around Elena's mouth with a feeling of accomplishment that filled her heart. She took a step forward to avenge herself today. Her academic career was a great opportunity for Elena to build her foundation. Since she was forced to live a restricted life in the shadows of the academy, Liebrecht's supervision had to be relaxed. After the jeweler left, Elena had a leisurely tea break. Your Highness the Princess. Hirobard, who had never opened his mouth before during his escort, spoke first. Elena looked back at him as she put the teacup on the pedestal. That's a big deal. Sir spoke to me first. Speak. Hirobard bowed his head as permission fell. I was delayed due to the lack of circumstances, but I'm still asking for your punishment for my mistake. Punishment. Elena held the cup again, having repeated something. She tasted the faint scent of tea with her nose and her tongue as she collected her thoughts. What do you want to do? How could I dare decide that for myself? I will take any punishment. Hirobard was serious. It was an unavoidable situation because Rin would not reveal his identity at the time, but as a result, Elena's order not to clash with Rin could not be carried out. It was the first order given to him after he was appointed as a knight, but he failed to follow it, which was too disgraceful. I can't overlook the fact that I want to get rid of it so badly. Please take it off. Hirobard's eyes shook as if an earthquake had occurred. The expression on his face, so bewildered that his soul had been drained, was suspicious whether he really was the Knight of Ice. That was said to be synonymous with cold-heartedness. Didn't you hear me tell you to take it off? What the hell? Frustrated, Hirobard blurted his words out of control. Elena said, holding back her laughter from the response. What did you expect? Did you think I was asking you to take your top off? How dare I? Sir, you're afraid I might have mentioned your bottoms? Elena, who was looking at Hirobard's relentlessly shaky expression, smiled. Hirobard looked blank as he stared at Elena without knowing what was going on. Elena pointed to Hirobard's hand with a wink. I'm asking for the gloves you're wearing. You mean these gloves? Yes, those. Are you ignoring me because you don't want to give it to me? 4 days had passed. Madame de Flanrose was going to visit the Grand Duke to meet Princess Veronica. It was the best opportunity for Veronica, who had not yet fully recovered her status as a princess. Madame de Flanrose formally visited the great house. Greetings from Madame de Flanrose to Her Highness the Princess. In front of the mansion, Madame de Flanrose, who was obliquely covering the sunlight with a parasol, greeted with an elegant figure. Welcome, madam. I do not know what to do because you are so welcoming. Don't stand here, come inside. We have tea from the east. I was really surprised. To give me a handkerchief willingly. I can't help but be moved by the purity and innocence of your highness's heart. I don't know what to do with your kindness. At this moment Elena behaved like a girl at a loss for compliments, who was not an authoritative dame. Leobrick mocked Madame de Flanrose's level of openness to Elena's friendliness. He praised her, saying, unlike the public's opinion, her eyes were so awful that she was fascinated by Elena, the substitute. When the atmosphere was somewhat ripe, Elena took a teacup to her mouth and stared at Leobrick. Shall I get the intruder out of here? As soon as the decision was made, Elena went into action. The teacup, which was still warm, was laid down on the pedestal and relaxed. The cup, which had lost its support, tilted and the tea water poured down. Oh! Elena didn't know what to do. The flowing tea spilled over to Leobrick, and the bottom of her skirt was soaked. I am sorry, Liv. It's all right, Your Highness. I can change, so don't worry. Leobrick smiled casually, adroitly controlling the rising anger and irritation. Madam, I think I'll have to leave for a while. Is that okay? I'll be having a chat with Your Highness, the Princess. Leobrick, who asked for her understanding, hurried out of the reception room. Elena's expression and attitude changed when she kicked out Leobrick as planned and was left alone in the reception room. Her foolish appearance was invisible, and she treated Madame with a completely ladylike figure. How have you been, Madame? Madame de Flanrose was nervous. It was already well asked throughout the conversation. Nevertheless, bringing this up again was seen as a way to share the main point. I've been well. Of course, there's no way you would have been well. The virtuous Madame is having an affair with a different man. Only I know this truth. Elena smiled and asked, It's such a shame that only I know of your love with the coachman. Madame de Flanrose begged with her head down. Elena didn't want to talk anymore. Madame de Flanrose asked, I beg of you. I will. I will do everything that you ask of me. So please keep my affair a secret. Please, it's my request. After some time the door creaked opened. Leobrick returned to the drawing room wearing a neat empire dress. I'm sorry I've been away for so long. Leobrick sat down again, asking for her understanding. Did you talk while I was away? We spoke about the manners of ladies. I'll never forget this conversation today because every word Madame said here was such a gem. Elena had returned to being a pure noblewoman, as if the secret talks had never even existed in the first place. Madame de Flanrose thought it was ridiculous, but she couldn't show any sign of it because she was in a position where she couldn't even resist Elena in such a duplicitous way. Your Highness, the reason I'm here is to return the handkerchief. I wasn't hoping for a return. Elena even tried to dissuade her, but Madame de Flanrose remained faithful to her role. She's only been taking care of me for about 2 years. She is a well-mannered and well-spoken child. She is a child of excellent character and talent. I believe she is worthy of the dignity and regalness of your Highness. And Madame, you're giving me Madame's maid of honor? Really? Elena covered her mouth with her hands with emotion. Yes, it's only a little, but it's a thank you from Her Highness. Will you accept it? Of course. Elena, who was willing to answer, blurted out the end of her words and looked at Leobrick's face. If it was a private meeting, she had to move according to her judgment, as long as Leobrick was present. Elena, however, was sure that Leobrick would never turn down the offer. You can't miss this opportunity. It was a gift from none other than Madame de Flanrose. In aristocratic society, the correspondence with a maid was a symbol and proof of a relationship and bond that could not be translated into money. However, Leobrick did not readily answer. It was feared that Elena was known as a substitute. The maid she had been given as a gift had been placed as her direct maid of honor, and she wondered if the secret would leak out from that part of her mind. As the hesitation grew longer, Madame de Flanrose asked again what was on her mind. "Excuse me, Your Highness?" "That's..." The struggling Leobrick had made her decision and naturally interjected. "I'm afraid this is the first time she's given something in return, so it's not an easy decision for Her Highness to make. Please, Your Highness." Madame is embarrassed. "Yes? Yes. Madam, I will gladly accept. I'll probably never forget the feeling I had today." Elena was delighted with a bright smile. It was not a pretentious smile, but a sincere smile. It didn't matter if she showed her true feelings at this moment. "I feel much better now that I see Your Highness's favor. I'll visit you from time to time. Let's get along." "I'd be honored if you did. I'll be waiting, madam." Elena and Madame de Flanrose held hands affectionately, and then Madame de Flanrose take leave, but Elena patted her shoulder and asked, "Madam, among one of your personal maids, I heard there was a clever child. Her name? I think it was May." Madame de Flanrose looked back and asked, "Ah, yes, there is a maid like her. But what about May?" Elena grinned and asked, "Please give me May, and I will put the Grand Duke's name on the line to protect your secret, madam." Then Elena smiled and asked to Madam, "What do you say?" Madame de Flanrose: "I will listen to your words, my lady. I'm looking forward to it." A few moments later a carriage arrived. Someone steps out of the carriage and looking on the grand hall. Someone asked to her, "Excuse me, so you are the new maid?" She bowed her head and asked, "Yes." "And to tell her name that." "My name is May." The carriage sent by Madame de Flanrose entered the grand house. In spite of sending a maid, Madame de Flanrose did not hesitate to send her in a carriage with all her heart and effort. It was to show off her strong relationship with Princess Veronica. May, who got out of the carriage, looked up at the mansion. The mansion of the great house, which was more splendid than the palace, was magnificent enough to exclaim itself. "Are you May?" And, who was standing in front of the mansion waiting for her, pretended to know her with a twisted posture. May looked at and without saying a word. She looked 3 or 4 years younger than her eyes, but how could she be so rude to her at their first meeting? She could sense that she was unhappy from the start, or that she was trying to take advantage of the situation to gain the upper hand in the maid pecking order. "Yes." When May responded, and crossed her arms and scattered May up and down with an unpleasant expression. She didn't seem to like May, who was fairer-skinned and prettier than her freckled self. "You brought all the papers, didn't you?" "Yes." "Follow me." It was in Leobrick's office that Anne took the new girl, thinking about how to mess with her. "Give me what you brought." May was handing out her ID card, personal details, and recommendation letters written by Madame de Flanrose to Leobrick. Without missing a single word, Leobrick checked again and again for any suspicious points. "I don't like it, but I can't help it considering the reputation of the princess which fell to the ground." Although she still disapproved of having a maid from outside for Elena, she decided to endure it to raise the social status of Princess Veronica. When there was nothing strange about her identity, Leobrick presented the contract, and May signed it without a hitch. "From this moment on, you are the direct maid of honor for Her Highness. If you don't understand something, ask and hear and learn." "Yes, I will serve Her Highness with all my heart." "Go and say hello to Her Highness." May bowed and then left the office, and described the mansion in quick succession, but she was in the air. May didn't mind too much, as she had expected some restraint and addition. It was her priority to understand what was going on inside the mansion, and stopped in front of the main building's most ornate and large marble gate. There was still a hint of respectability, but when she saw the knight of splendid appearance guarding the door, she knew that this was Princess Veronica's room. "Your Highness, I brought your new maid of honor. Let her in." A clear voice was heard beyond the door. Anne, who was impatient, urged. "What are you standing there for? Her Highness is waiting for you." May entered the room, pushing the handle slowly. Even at a glance, the room was much larger than the one Madame de Flanrose had stayed in. Elena was sitting by the window, soaking up the warm sunshine. "Come here." At Elena's call, May approached. A steady stride and an unbroken line of shoulders. She stood in front of Elena with surprisingly perfect steps to be considered a maid's gesture. "Greetings to Princess Veronica. My name is May." Her waist, head-down angle, and polite hand shape were just as good as most aristocrats. "Madam praised you." "I'm still not enough." Elena stared at the humble May. She was slender, and through all her hardships and adversities, she looked like the one who had tried to assassinate Grand Duke Friedrich. "Don't you wonder? How you ended up in the great house?" "I know it's because Madam recommended me." May's answer was formal. In social circles, the maids of Madame de Flanrose were famous. They were educated by the Madame, so they had the right attitude and manner. May assumed that's why she came to the great house. Considering the status of the Grand Duke, she would have had to send a particularly outstanding maid of honor among Madame de Flanrose's maids. "No. I asked Madame to let you go." May's pupils were shaking. It was because she instinctively felt that what Elena said was unusual. But she couldn't understand her intentions. Elena smiled. "You didn't ask. Why did I ask her to let you go? How I knew about you." "That's right. Your Highness has such an idea." Elena put her side hair behind her ears and said meaningfully. "It's said that everyone lives with a single sword hidden in their hearts. I'm too dull to understand a word of that." Just like the maids of Madame de Flanrose, she lowered herself and praised Elena with cultured words. Then she hoped she learned with a lowly attitude. That is why many aristocrats coveted Madame de Flanrose's maids. "You don't understand. Then shall I guess who the sword in your heart is pointing at?" "What do you mean?" May pretended not to understand the words until the end. But even that pretense was blocked by Elena's words. "The Grand Duke." May's heart thumped madly as if it would explode. Every nerve in her body sharpened like a well-sharpened sword. Every word felt like a thorn aimed at May. She couldn't make a decision on how to handle the situation, as she had never expected it to turn out like this. Elena drank the cup of tea while smiling at her. On the other hand, May shed cold sweat on her back. What should I do? It did not matter how Elena knew about herself. The fact that she was suspected was important. As long as she knew her impure intention of coming to the great house, there was no chance that she would escape the place alive. "It's funny that I wanted to come here and live, right?" May smiled bitterly. She had finally made it to the Grand Duke's house, but the thought of having to give up here was too distressing to bear. In that case, even the great princess. A murderous look came into May's eyes as she tried to leave everything behind. Her revenge had failed, but she decided that she would take his blood relative to her friends in the afterlife, just as Grand Duke Friedrich had killed her parents. "Is that your choice?" As if she had read her true feelings, Elena's words that she threw at her didn't keep May from acting. "You didn't struggle to catch a chicken instead of a pheasant, did you? Why don't you use me?" What the hell was she talking about? Was she suggesting that she used the child to try to kill the parents? The answer to the sophomoric question was contained in Elena's words that followed. "There are some children who hate their parents." Elena put the teacup down on the pedestal and smiled significantly. May didn't leave for a long time, as if she had been fascinated by the smile. Elena, pretending to be Veronica, decided to enroll in further education. The Frontier Academy is an educational institution that fosters and cultivates talent by allowing students to research different fields of study and develop various skills. Regardless of status, whether from the imperial family, a peer, or otherwise, every student must reside in the dormitories. Elena thought to herself. That means I don't have to see their repulsive faces for the time being, and it's my one chance to lay the groundwork for my plan. If I'm going to graduate early, that means I have a little more than a year. How I use this 1 year will determine my success or failure. As Elena was deep in thought, someone knocked at the door. Riv entered the room, greeting her formally. Your Highness. Elena responded warmly. Riv, welcome. Riv explained. I came for one last check before you leave tomorrow. Elena offered her a seat, saying, I see. Please have a seat. Riv informed her. As you are aware, you don't have enough credits to graduate since you've taken a 2-year break from school. I'll let the dean know that you'll be enrolling in an additional major course and an additional liberal arts course. Elena agreed. All right. Riv advised her. I say this often, but you must always stay alert. If you are put in an uncomfortable position, don't try to handle it yourself. You must write to me. Do you understand? Elena replied excitedly. Of course. There's no need to worry. She clenched her wrist and added, I'll do a good job. Riv held her head and thought, I wouldn't be this concerned if Sir Lorenz were going with her, she said reassuringly. It's a given that you'll do a good job. As for your maids, you should take Anne and Lunalyn. Elena took a deep breath and said, Ah, River. She fidgeted while asking. Anne's fine, but instead of taking Lunalyn, can I take May instead? Riv asked. May? Elena began justifying her request. Perhaps it's because she worked under Madame, but she seems to have a great deal of talent. I adore how she serves me as well. Riv thought to herself, I guess it doesn't matter as long as she takes Anne. She agreed, saying, If your Highness wants to take May, then that is what you should do. Elena's face lit up with joy. She thanked Riv sincerely. Thank you. I knew you'd understand, River. Riv began to take her leave, saying, I'll take my leave then. Your Highness should finish getting ready for tomorrow. Elena replied cheerfully. Okay. See you tomorrow, River. The door closed with a soft click. Elena's expression turned contemplative as she indulged in thought. I knew she'd think and would be enough. She probably feels assured that she could keep me under control with and by my side. However, that feeling of assurance will lead to carelessness. By the time she figures it out. Elena's lips curved into a subtle smirk. Elena summoned all the maids and instructed, I want you all to come in, and stared at her in shock. Elena addressed them. And May will be accompanying me to the academy. I want you both to prepare to leave tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lunalyn's expression twitched. Elena dismissed them. You may all go now. May, I want you to stay for a little while longer. Elena approached May and asked urgently, Have you made up your mind yet? May's face turned bright red. Elena placed a hand on May's shoulder, emphasizing, I won't make this offer twice. As May left the room, she reflected on the encounter, thinking, Did she just let me go? She was in disbelief, recalling her past actions. Me, someone who tried to kill her own father? Elena said. In this world, there are children who despise their parents. She twisted her arms and added, It's all right. Since you're coming with me, you can take your time. I'll wait. May looked frightened. Elena continued, I just want you to remember this. She gently lifted May's chin, saying, The loathing I feel is just as strong as yours. You may go now. Elena turned around and stepped forward. May asked, I just don't understand. I don't understand what type of person your Highness is. Why are you saying these things? Why do you want to keep me close? Elena smiled and rushed closer to May, her heels clicking on the floor. There's no rush, she said. Observe me with your own 2 eyes and judge for yourself. May bowed down in front of Elena and departed. Elena began thinking. What I need is someone who will be my hands and feet, even if it takes time. I must wait for May to come to me of her own accord. She moved towards the window, where a large moon shone brightly. Once the moon sets, my time will come, Elena thought to herself. The next day, Elena departed for the Frontier Academy, accompanied by Anne and May. A horse carriage awaited them. Veronica's father, Grand Duke Friedrich, expressed his concern. My heart feels heavy to see you leave, since it hasn't been long since you came back. Elena reassured him. Don't worry about me and take care of your own health, father. Riv, standing beside the Grand Duke, added, I hope you will come back as an even more refined and intelligent lady, Your Highness. Elena smiled and replied, I will study hard to make that happen. As Elena stepped into the carriage, she thought to herself, I'm finally off to the academy. From now on, even if it's something I don't want, I'll inevitably run into people with whom I have a history. The horse carriage rattled along the road. Elena continued her thoughts. I'm most likely to get tangled up with Rin, since he delights in tormenting Veronica. Given that only imperial family members and high-ranking nobility live in the private dormitories, I'm bound to encounter him sooner or later. Elena steeled herself for the impending encounter. When I do, I will pretend not to know him. We've hurt each other enough in my past life. I don't want to do that again. They arrived at their destination. Herlevard assisted Elena out of the carriage, holding her hand. We've arrived, Your Highness. Anne's eyes widened with excitement as she admired the surroundings. Elena instructed her. What are you doing? Start moving my luggage inside. Anne responded promptly. Yes, Your Highness. They entered the castle, and Elena settled in before addressing her attendants. Both of you, listen carefully. Many guests will be paying a visit over the next few days. Ensure they are well taken care of. Elena turned to Anne, instructing her. And I want you to focus on the refreshments. As someone with more experience than May, you'll need to set an example for her to follow, don't you think? Anne responded enthusiastically. Of course. Just leave it to me, Your Highness. Elena nodded in approval. Good. Then go down and finish unpacking. And departed, saying, Yes, Your Highness. Elena addressed May. Now, May, I have an errand for you. There's a first-year archaeology student named Lucia. Find out if she's been enrolled. Elena handed May a stud embellished with white and green beads. If she has, give her this. May accepted the task. Yes, Your Highness. Elena added a cautionary note. One more thing, and must not find out about this, not now, nor in the future. Do you understand me? May stood still, acknowledging the instruction. Elena dismissed her, saying, I'm going to rest now. You may go. May offered to assist Elena. I'll help you change into something more comfortable, Your Highness. Elena agreed. All right. After changing into comfortable clothes, Elena lay in bed, relieved. I'm exhausted. I can finally relax. Elena woke up, disbelieving the time. It's late now. How long has it been since I've slept like this? A knock at the door broke the silence. May's voice came through. Your Highness, it's May. Elena replied. Come in. May entered, holding the stud. I confirmed that Lucia has enrolled, but I was unable to find her. Her roommate informed me it has been several days since she has seen her. Elena took the stud back, saying, All right. You did well. May bowed and departed. Elena held the sparkling stud, lost in thought. Did her symptoms appear before class began? She safely stored the stud in a storage box. Elena's mind wandered, recalling memories of Lucia. Lucia, the first-year archaeology student. In my previous life, we took a liberal arts course together, but she didn't attend a single class. She caught the northern fever and became so ill that she didn't even have the chance to file for a leave of absence before she passed away. Elena's thoughts turned somber, remembering Lucia's tragic fate. Her father did everything he could to find a cure and hurried back to her, but Lucia couldn't wait just one more day before passing away. Elena flipped through some papers, scratching notes on them. Her thoughts turned to Lucia's past. After losing his daughter and not wanting anyone else to die from the fever, he wrote down how to treat the illness and then died, following Lucia. As the head of Castle's shop, a top 10 store, there was a rumor that he spent an exorbitant amount of money to find the treatment. The rumor was so widespread that it even reached me when I was queen consort at the time. Elena poured hot wax on an envelope, sealing her thoughts. Thanks to that, I learned of Lucia's existence. You're a very lucky girl, Lucia. With determination, Elena said, I am going to save your life. She sealed the envelope with the press of a stamp, adding, just think of it as compensation for borrowing your name. For this upcoming year, wish me luck, Lucia. The Frontier Academy is an esteemed educational institution that fosters talent by allowing students to explore various fields of study and develop diverse skills. However, it is uncommon for children of the nobility to enroll driven by a genuine desire to learn and achieve professional expertise in specific areas. Instead, noble-born youth, accustomed to the ways of high society, attend the academy for a singular reason: to establish connections. The academy was filled with the sounds of giggling and laughter. Elena hosted an elegant tea party for her fellow students. The dining table was adorned with sparkling bakery items, and the atmosphere was joyful. As a microcosm of high society and its future, the academy played a significant role in shaping the connections and frameworks for the young nobles' futures. A blonde-haired girl exclaimed, I simply cannot help but admire you, Your Highness. Another girl added, even your hand movements are so graceful. They admired Elena, saying, It's so kind of you to treat us to tea. One of them asked, May we stop by and say hello occasionally? Elena laughed and replied, Of course. Elena thought to herself, This is so bothersome. She turned to the departing guests and said, Next time, I'll extend the invite. They thanked her, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. As they left and began cleaning the table, and May started sweeping, Elena stepped out of the room and called out to May. May responded promptly, Yes, Your Highness. Elena instructed her, I need you to run an errand, and looked up surprised. Elena added, And I want you to finish cleaning up. Be sure to shake out the rug as well. And took a deep breath, her irritation evident. Meanwhile, May followed Elena to another room. Elena handed May an envelope, instructing her, Here, I want you to send this to Emilio, the head of Castle's shop. It's urgent. Also, he mustn't know that I sent the letter. May accepted the envelope, her eyes fixed on it. As Elena stepped forward, she asked, Are you curious? May replied, No, I wouldn't dare, Your Highness. Elena opened a drawer and began rummaging through it. You are free to read it, she said. I have no reason to hide anything from you. What matters most is the letter's delivery. Elena handed May another paper, saying, Oh, and here. I need you to buy everything on this list on your way back. May read the list and thought to herself, Wait, Lucia is the student she asked me to find. Why does she want a name tag with her name on it? Elena instructed May, When you're finished, make sure the items are packaged and given to Sir Herlevard. Also, you must never show these items or even mention them to her. Do you understand? May bowed down and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Elena settled into a chair, saying, You may go now. On your way out, tell Anne I'd like to talk to her. As May departed, Elena gently swirled her fingers on the arm of the chair. Elena glanced at the jewelry box and said, Now then, enough with the stick. It's time to give the horse a carrot. And knocked at the door. Your Highness, it's Anne. Elena invited her in. Come in. The door creaked open, and Anne entered, looking confused. Elena reassured her. It's all right. Come closer. Anne approached, and Elena said, And do you know how much I adore you? Anne's eyes widened in surprise. And me? Elena opened the jewelry box. Yes. Aside from you, who else is here right now? She selected a ruby red ring from the box and continued. You mustn't mind my wicked sense of humor. I've selected this for you as an apology for all my teasing. The ring sparkled in Anne's eyes. Elena slid the ring onto her own finger, saying, Oh, it looks so wonderful on you. Anne asked, confused. Your Highness, what's this? Elena replied, It's my gift to you. You work so hard every day to serve me. Anne's eyes welled up with emotion. I really didn't know. I always thought I displeased your Highness. Elena squeezed Anne's hand reassuringly. Of course not. Though May completes her tasks to my satisfaction, I somehow cannot bring myself to like her. That's why I keep sending her away on errands. You're different. I know I can rely on you. Elena's expression turned serious. You must keep this a secret from May, promise? Anne's face lit up with excitement. Wow, of course. I'll treasure this forever. Elena's thoughts drifted to a past conversation. Riv, remember what you told me? You said that the more someone is blinded by their desires, the easier they become to control. As evening fell, the streets were adorned with decorations for the Eve festival, filled with excitement and activity. Elena sat by the window, immersed in a book, but the noise from outside made it difficult to focus. And burst into the room, exclaiming, The Eve festival has just started, Your Highness. Don't you want to see it for yourself? Elena closed her book, saying, There's no need for me to attend every festival. And murmured, But still. Elena added, It's beneath me. I'm uninterested in the festival's paltry games. Elena turned to face Anne and May, asking Anne, Why don't you go on your own? Huh? Anne replied, What? And no, it's all right. Elena twirled a strand of hair around her finger, saying, I heard there are many things to see at the Eve Festival's night market. You might regret missing the opportunity to take in the sights. Anne's eyes widened in surprise. May I really go? Elena assured her. Of course. Anne turned to May. May's here if I need anything, so take some time to enjoy yourself. She left the room, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. May remained standing still. Elena called out to her. May, the items I asked you to get, did you leave them with Sir Herlevard? May replied, Yes, Your Highness. Elena stood up from her chair, dragging it slightly, and said, Then I need you to come with me to the archives. It's the best place to have a little fun. As Elena prepared to leave for the academy with May, Herlevard offered, I will come with you, Your Highness. Elena declined. No. There's no need for you to come as well. You would actually be an inconvenience. Herlevard expressed concern. There are many outsiders on campus due to the festival. It might be dangerous for Your Highness to be outside without me. Elena reassured him. I'm not interested in the festival. I'm just going to get some fresh air, do a little reading at the Central Library, and then come back. Herlevard persisted, but Elena smiled and interrupted him. It's fine. Don't worry so much, Sir Herlevard, he replied. Very well. Please be careful, Your Highness. May and Elena arrived at the grand, luxurious library of Central Academy. Their heels clicked as they ascended the stairs. The tables were stacked with numerous books. Elena said, These are the archives. This is the place that the imperial family bestowed upon our house. She stepped forward, gazing at the portraits hanging on the wall. There are quite a few faces I wish I didn't have to see. Elena turned to May, asking, Don't you agree? May remained silent. Elena's gaze fell upon the items on the table, which she had instructed May to bring. Why don't you lay out all the things we brought there? She asked. Elena handed May a book, a warm smile spreading across her face. Now I'm going to need your help. Can you do it? May assisted Elena in getting ready, following her instructions carefully. Draw the edge of my eyes slightly downwards. I need some shading here. Be sure to commit this process to memory. May agreed. Yes, Your Highness. As May styled Elena's hair, Elena instructed. Can you tie my hair tightly? Right there is good. Elena asked. Have you gotten all my hair? She put on a pair of glasses and nodded. Good. Elena's transformation was stunning. She now had short hair with bangs, making her almost unrecognizable. She asked May, Well, what do you think? May replied, You don't look like yourself at all, Your Highness. It's like you've become a completely different person. Elena beamed with satisfaction. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. May hesitated. If I may, might I ask why you're disguising yourself like this? Elena's expression turned mischievous. Because I need to trick people. Elena was asked. Who? She stood up from her chair and replied. There are so many people. There are many hidden enemies at home. As she prepared to leave, she added, Now that I'm ready, I'm going to attend the festival. May inquired. Dressed like that, Your Highness? Elena departed the library saying, Didn't I tell you? I have a lot of enemies. She turned around and explained. The name Veronica, my identity and status, all of that can be a burden to me. May looked concerned, unsure of what to make of the situation. Will you really be all right going by yourself, Your Highness? She asked. Elena reassured her. The academy is quite safe. More importantly, I'm not Veronica right now. With that, Elena slipped out to attend the Eve festival. The crowds were dense, filled with laughter and music. As she blended in unnoticed, Elena thought to herself, It looks like my disguise is working. Elena strolled through the streets, feeling a sense of liberation. The cool breeze rustled the leaves of the trees, and she thought, Freedom! How long has it been since I got to be alone like this? She clenched her wrist, her expression turning determined. No, in the end, this still isn't the real me. Once I get my revenge, I'll truly be free. Elena headed towards the festival area, where the sounds of laughter and music filled the air. She spotted Anne, who was enjoying the festivities with a young man. Elena stepped forward, thinking to herself, I shouldn't try to avoid her. If I can't even fool Anne, that means I'll get caught one way or another. Elena walked by Anne's side, but Anne didn't notice her, oblivious to the disguised princess's presence. Anne asked her friend, Where would you like to go next? Elena walked quickly, a hint of a smile on her face. She didn't recognize me, she thought to herself. She began to think, Now where is he? He should be somewhere around here right about now. Her eyes scanned the crowd, and then she spotted a familiar figure scratching at a canvas. A warm smile spread across her face as she thought, It's been a long time, Teacher Raphael. Elena, disguised as Lucia, attended the Eve festival, where she discovered Raphael's sketching. She admired him as the pioneer of the Renaissance era, the painter who changed the way paintings were painted, a method that had been used for several hundred years. Raphael, as the emperor's power eroded within the empire and the nobility continued its attempt to seize that power, his art started a cultural movement. The Fallen Angel, the painting he reveals in 3 years' time, completely upends the empire's art world. Elena thought, He's the reason I came to this festival, and he is the first piece of my plan. I need to do whatever it takes to get him on my side. She approached Raphael asking, Am I your first customer? Raphael laughed out and said, I think so. He offered her a chair. Please have a seat. Just relax and look at me. Elena sat serenely, asking Raphael, How long will it take? While dipping his brush in base deck, he replied, Probably around 2 hours. Elena exclaimed, Wow, that's fast. She thought to herself, Yes, that's the sort of speed that's expected of a genius. Elena asked another question. How much will it cost? Raphael blinked his eye and said, There isn't a set price. You can take a look once I finish and then pay me however much you think it's worth. He began sketching, and Elena sat calmly in front of him. she reminisced. He looks just like he did back then. He was my art teacher after I had become the queen consort, she recalled. Of course, at the time, I was so focused on His Majesty. I didn't have much interest in art. However, looking back, I can see what an incredible person he was. Raphael continued working, oblivious to Elena's thoughts. She added, upon reflection, everything I was obsessed with back then was all frivolous. Meanwhile, Raphael stopped painting and said, It's done. Would you like to take a look? Elena replied anxiously, yet excitedly. Yes. Raphael flipped the canvas towards her, revealing an exact sketch of her, filled with vibrant colors. Elena was taken aback, thinking, the colors are too vibrant, and the brightness is overstated. This isn't his style. This is just him pandering to the customer. Raphael asked. Do you like it? Elena replied bluntly. I do not. Raphael's expression revealed his surprise. He asked, Can you please explain in detail what you don't like? Elena pointed at the canvas, saying, It's entirely fake. Both the girl in the painting and your art style. What I wanted to see was a true portrait painted with sincerity, not something tailored to appease a customer to earn money. Disappointed, Elena turned to leave, saying, It seems my expectations were too high. Elena placed some coins on the table and stepped forward, saying, Here's your compensation. Goodbye. Raphael stood still, frozen in surprise. Elena took a deep breath, thinking, I expected so much more from him. Some lukewarm portrait that panders to my purse. How disappointing. I don't want to see any more. I should just head back. Just then, Raphael grasped her hand, his eyes narrowing as he asked, Who are you? Who are you to criticize my work so harshly? Elena's voice rose in response. I told you. At the very least, I can tell if it's your true art style, and if your paintings are sincere. Raphael's voice escalated. But you've never seen my paintings before, so how could you know? What is your basis? Elena stood her ground, replying firmly. Because it's cumbersome. Everything about that painting was forced and awkward, she added, her tone polite yet firm. I've answered your question. May I take my leave? Raphael was taken aback as he watched Elena walk away. Elena froze, however, when Raphael called out, I'm sorry. The way I acted just now. I crossed a line. You might think I'm shameless, but might I ask another question? Elena turned back to him, asking, What is it? Raphael's eyes locked onto hers as he said, May I have your name? Elena's gaze met his, her expression unreadable. Do you want to know? Then you should think on that too. You'll have plenty of time. With that, she turned and left. Raphael clenched his wrist, his mind racing with self-doubt. He asked himself, How have I been painting up until now? The next day, Elena donned a black uniform and headed to the Frontier Academy, carrying several books. As she walked, the other students whispered among themselves, pointing at her. Look, that's Princess Veronica. It really is different seeing her up close. I can't even muster up the nerve to look her in the eye. Elena overheard their comments and thought to herself, I'm just a princess on the outside. I'm really not that different from them. It's funny. She placed her books on the table, opened one, and held her pen, poised to write. Her thoughts turned cynical. Ah, yes, the inferior are so passionate. Just. Then, she noticed Ren approaching her, saying, They try so hard to ascend the ranks, wouldn't you agree? The students' whispers continued, fueling Elena's growing unease. Her mind racing, she thought. Isn't that Ren? Why does he have to be in this class? Maybe I should just give up on liberal arts right now. She was stunned, her thoughts reeling in shock. How did this happen? Ren never took this course in my previous life. I'm certain he never even enrolled in it. Elena's memories flashed back to their first meeting, and she pondered. Could things have changed this time, Because of what happened when we first met? Ren turned to the girl sitting beside Elena and asked. I'm not exactly on friendly terms with the professor, so why don't you find yourself a different seat? The girl hastily stood up, saying, Why yes, of course. Please have my seat. Ren dragged the chair over and sat down, his eyes locked onto Elena's. He said, I recognize that expression. You're delighted to see me, aren't you? Elena replied curtly. Shut up. This isn't a coincidence, is it? You being in the same class as me. Ren's gaze intensified as he said, Of course it is. A planned coincidence. Elena flipped a page of her book, her tone nonchalant as she asked, Is that so? She added, I hope you haven't forgotten your responsibility as a student in this planned coincidence. The teacher arrived, and the students turned their attention to the lesson. Meanwhile, Ren continued to stare at Elena, his gaze unwavering. Elena thought to herself, He's not even trying to hide that he's staring. I should just ignore him, and that marks the end of today's lesson. As the class concluded, Elena gathered her belongings and began to leave. Ren's eyes followed her every step. She stumbled, and her book fell to the ground. Ren spoke up. Oh dear. You almost fell. Elena turned to face him, her expression stern. Why don't you pick up my book? Are you threatening me right now? Pick it up. Ren smiled, his eyes glinting with amusement. Don't you think you're being a little cruel to your second cousin? He leaned back in his chair, his gaze never leaving Elena's face. Elena picked up her book from the floor, saying, This is so childish. I want no further part in your antics. Ren flinched, his expression taken aback. He dragged his chair away, stood up, and said, Say, cousin, I have a pretty good memory. Elena's hand froze, her eyes locked onto Ren's. He asked, Wasn't your scar on the opposite side? Ren walked away, saying, Because that's how I remember it, you see. Well, you know what they say. The most unreliable thing in the world is a person's memory, isn't that right? Elena turned back to him, her voice laced with sarcasm. That's the first time I've heard that. Ren asked. You mean to say I don't remember? Elena replied rudely. Yes. With that, she left the academy. Ren's thoughts lingered on their exchange. She's so adamant that I'm unsure now. Meanwhile, Riv was deep in thought, pondering Elena's behavior. I have no reason to be suspicious, she thought, yet her instincts lingered. She held a paper outlining Elena's routine, her mind consumed by doubts. Something about this doesn't sit right with me. But why? Her reverie was interrupted by a knock at the door. My lady, it's Lorenz, a voice announced. Riv replied. Come in. Lorenz entered, and Riv asked him, What is it? Lorenz's expression was grave. I received word that Princess Veronica is in critical condition. Lorenz's words left Riv astonished. What? But I was told she turned a corner just yesterday. Lorenz shook his head, his expression somber. The poison entered her internal organs last night, so she had a relapse. Riv's mind began to racing with the implications. If Princess Veronica never wakes up, the Grand Duchy will no longer be able to maintain the long-standing power they've had. Though House Bastish signed that 100-year contract, they would take this opportunity to attack. Riv's thoughts were filled with concern for the potential consequences of the princess's illness. Riv asked Lorenz, What about His Grace? Lorenz replied, He's keeping vigil at Princess Veronica's bedside at the safe house. It is of utmost importance that the antidote be secured. Riv took a deep breath, her expression somber. It's been 2 years. We've searched all over the continent for the antidote. Perhaps it doesn't exist. Lorenz's face contorted in alarm as he exclaimed, Viscountess! How could you say that? Riv fluttered through some pages, her tone measured. I'm not implying we give up, but we should poison the poison. Lorenz flinched, his eyes widening in surprise. You mean we cancel out one poison with another? Riv nodded, her expression resolute. It's dangerous, but I think that's the only option we have left. With a sense of urgency, Riv ordered Lorenz. Sir Lorenz, let's head to the safe house. We must go right away. Meanwhile, Elena visited the Frontier Academy, browsing through the bookshelves in search of literature. The other students whispered among themselves, intrigued by her presence. As Elena became engrossed in reading a book, the students' whispers grew louder. Can a person change that much? She's completely different. A girl chimed in. I know, right? If someone got on her nerves, she'd get people to bully them, but she doesn't do that anymore. A guy standing nearby twisted his arms, adding, I thought she was the devil incarnate, but she's so gentle now. Another girl overheard their conversation and cautioned. Devil incarnate? Watch your mouth. The students continued. Maybe it's true what they say, that people change when they go through something life-threatening. Elena sat confidently, a warm smile on her face, seemingly oblivious to the whispers surrounding her. Elena returned to the castle, where she indulged in a serene tea time. An assortment of beautifully arranged bakery items adorned the table, accompanied by soft music. As she sipped her tea, Elena's thoughts turned calculating. Don't try to trick someone. Rather, make it so that they trick themselves. I've laid low long enough. Surely people are ready to tear their gaze away from Veronica. The door creaked open, and Elena invited. May, come in for a moment. She handed May a page, saying, There's something I need you to do. Can you stop by the guild? May's eyes scanned the list, and she asked, The guild? Elena nodded. Yes. I'd like you to buy information about the people on this list. I want to know where they live, what they're doing, what their family situation is like. I want to know everything about them, even the little things. She emphasized the need for discretion. I need this to be done as quietly as possible. I trust you'll be able to do it. May bowed down, saying, Yes, Your Highness. Elena added, Let the guild know that I'd like this information as soon as possible. If it requires more money, tell them I'm willing to pay it. She handed May an envelope, instructing, Since you're heading out anyway, I'd like you to mail this letter to the castle shop as well. May examined the envelope, asking, With no return address like last time? Elena confirmed, Yes. May bowed down again, saying, I'll head out then. Elena expressed her gratitude. Thank you. After May departed, Elena placed her cup back on the table. She then proceeded to Anne's quarters, opening the door with a creak. Upon entering, Elena instructed Anne, And I've been cooped up in the dormitories for so long that I can't seem to focus. I'm going to the library. Finish cleaning up in here. Anne replied, I will. Come back safely, Your Highness. Elena transformed into Lucia's persona, donning her attire and wearing a name tag. She twirled around, admiring her disguise, and said, Now. With her new identity, Elena approached her teacher and asked, Shall I head to the art studio? Upon entering the art studio, Elena was met with old, rusty sculptures. Her thoughts turned critical. He has such bad taste. Elena stepped forward, calling out, Hello? Is anyone here? A rustling sound came from the corner, followed by Raphael's gruff voice. Who's there? You're bothering me. As Raphael emerged from the shadows, his eyes widened in recognition. Why, you're the girl from the festival. Elena smiled, introducing herself. Hello again. I'm Lucia, a first-year student studying archaeology. Raphael's surprise turned to curiosity. This is so unexpected. How did you know I was here, miss? Elena's laughter filled the air as she said, There's no need to speak so formally to me. After all, I am your junior. Raphael scratched his head, chuckling. Haha, it's fine. Raphael explained. Since I'm a commoner, I find it more comfortable to speak formally to everyone at the academy. Elena inquired. Anyway, have you given it some thought? You know about my suggestions? Raphael stood still, his silence prompting Elena to turn around and say, "It seems I've come here too soon. Perhaps you should take some more time to think about it." Raphael's eyes flashed with intensity as he clenched his wrist. As Elena stepped forward, he spoke up. "You spoke the truth. I haven't stopped thinking about your words since the festival ended." He reflected. "I thought about what I had been painting and what I actually want to paint." Elena asked. "So, have you found the answer?" Raphael replied. "Not yet. This is all very frustrating." He added, "May I make a request?" Elena's eyes widened in surprise. "A request?" Raphael asked. "Though none of these are finished. Can you please take a look at my paintings?" Elena's face lit up with a smile as she agreed. "If I may be of service, of course." In the 3 allied kingdoms, Lucia lay unconscious in her bed. The doctor delivered the diagnosis to her father, Emilio, the head of the castle shop. "It's the northern fever," the doctor said, his expression somber. Emilio's eyes widened in alarm as the doctor continued. "There are no known treatments for it at this time." Emilio's determination flared up. "There is no such thing as an incurable disease." He gazed lovingly at his daughter, vowing, "Lucia, I'm going to make sure you get treatment, no matter what." Later, Emilio sat in his office, deep in thought. "This is bad. I need to do whatever it takes to find a cure." His eyes fell upon an envelope on the table, and he wondered, when did this get here? As he opened the envelope and began reading, his expression transformed from calm to shock. "Wait!" he exclaimed. He screamed out, "Is there anyone out there? Come in at once!" and clenched his wrist on the table. A servant rushed in, asking, "What is it, Mr. Emilio?" Emilio's voice was laced with urgency. "Bring me Laminesia flowers immediately. I'll pay whatever the asking price is. Just hurry!" The servant hastened to respond. "Why, yes, sir." Emilio's mind seethed with anger and curiosity, thinking, "Who could this be? Who sent this letter?" Meanwhile, Elena visited Raphael's studio, where she began examining his paintings. Raphael showcased one of his earliest pieces, a scenic artwork titled "The Broken Faith." He asked Elena for her opinion. "What do you think?" Elena's eyes scanned the painting, her finger pointing out a specific detail. "Here. This perspective caught my eye." "It's because you ignored the presence of air." Raphael's expression turned astonished. "The presence of air?" Elena elaborated. "The farther an object is, the lighter becomes more green, and its vividness decreases. The outline of the object should fade into the background, but that detail was missed." Raphael's eyes narrowed in concentration, his mind fully engaged as he considered Elena's insightful critique. Elena wondered, "Was my explanation too complicated?" Raphael requested, "I'm sorry, but can you give me some time alone to think about this?" Elena agreed and stepped outside, thinking to herself, All right. It feels like I've been kicked out. I should just head back for today." As she turned to leave, she asked, "Were you waiting for me?" Later, Elena knocked on the door and said, "I wonder what I should say." "You're waiting for me?" Raphael opened the door, his eyes shining with eagerness. "Desperately." Elena's eyes widened in surprise. Raphael invited her in, saying, "Please wait just a moment." He revealed a revised painting, asking, "Is this a bit better?" Elena's eyes sparkled as she took in the improved artwork. Her response was enthusiastic. "That isn't just a bit better," Raphael said. "I knew you'd point out that I missed the blurred outline." Elena clarified. "No, what I mean is the painting isn't just a little better. It's like you've completely mastered perspective." Her thoughts reflected her astonishment. "I know it's a technique that he originally came up with, but I never thought he'd master it in just a few days. Yes, this is what I expected from the brilliant artist who revolutionized an era." Elena's praise was sincere. "It's truly incredible. If you focus on shading and lighting a little more, it'll look even more realistic. Raphael's eyes shone with gratitude, absorbing Elena's constructive feedback and encouragement. Raphael appreciated Elena's suggestion. What a fine suggestion! He swiped his painting brush across the canvas, then revealed another artwork, saying, I followed your advice, and tried to add realism from different angles. What do you think? Elena scrutinized the painting, her eyes widening in amazement. It's truly incredible. However, her tone shifted to constructive criticism. It's an impressive painting, but her thoughts reflected a more nuanced assessment. It has no soul. Could it be because he's still young? I suppose there isn't anything that can be done about the lack of depth. Elena's feedback continued. The painting still doesn't feel sincere. Raphael nodded in agreement. Yes, I'm sorry. He took responsibility for not meeting expectations. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. You took the time to give me advice, but I still wasn't able to create a satisfying painting. Elena offered words of encouragement. Don't be so hard on yourself. It's an artist's struggle. Growing pains are expected. Raphael confessed. I always feel a bit awkward around you. You're younger than me, but you seem so much older and wiser. Elena teased. Are you telling me, you're junior, that I look much older than my age? Raphael's laughter filled the air as he quickly clarified. Oh, of course not. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door, followed by a voice calling out. Raphael, are you in there? Raphael took a deep breath, his expression resigned. So she's dropping by unannounced again. He turned to Elena, saying, She's a friend of mine. Elena inquired. A friend? Raphael invited the person to enter, saying, Come in. A girl with a lively demeanor entered the room, teasing Raphael. Seriously? I told you that you should clean up more around here. Upon noticing Elena, she asked, Oh, it seems you have a guest? Elena's eyes widened in surprise, and she took a step back. Raphael intervened, introducing Elena to the girl. Yes, this is Lucia. She's my advisor and mentor. The girl's eyes sparkled with interest, and she said, She must be someone incredible for you to say such things, since you even butt heads with professors. Cecilia extended her hand towards Elena with a warm smile, saying, It's nice to meet you. I'm Cecilia. As Elena touched Cecilia's hand, she began trembling, her thoughts racing in shock. Huh? What? What are you doing here, Your Imperial Majesty? Cecilia extended her hand to greet Elena, who became lost in thought. Cecilia waited for Elena to shake her hand, saying, If you don't shake my hand soon, I'm going to start feeling embarrassed. Elena's eyes widened in embarrassment as she shook Cecilia's hand. Sorry about that. I'm Lucia. Cecilia asked. Are you a first year? Elena replied. Yes. Cecilia's expression turned nostalgic. A first year, it must be exciting to be here at the academy. I remember when I was a first year like you. Elena's thoughts reflected her surprise at Cecilia's friendly demeanor. She's of noble blood and yet she's still so friendly. That's what drew people to you, including His Majesty. Raphael interrupted their conversation, saying, Cecilia, you're laying it on a bit thick, don't you think? Cecilia's expression turned annoyed, and she replied, My dear, lovable first year, what are you doing with such an unpleasant person like him anyway? He's an oddball, you know. Raphael and Cecilia's banter continued, with Raphael saying, That's low. Cecilia shot back. Yeah, so what? Elena intervened, smiling. Excuse me. May I ask how the two of you came to know each other? Cecilia and Raphael turned to Elena, and Cecilia explained. Why, I fell for him at first sight. Elena's eyes widened in surprise, but Cecilia quickly clarified. Don't misunderstand. I mean I fell for his painting at first sight. Elena let out a relieved breath. Cecilia continued. He paints so well that I begged him to be friends. Elena's thoughts reflected her realization. I had forgotten. Upon graduating, Raphael received support as an artist from the house of Count Willem, or more notably, from Cecilia's family. Her thoughts continued. Though their house isn't what it used to be, it is still one of the premier noble families in the empire. So this is how her family ended up supporting him. This is bad for me. Elena's concerns deepened as she realized. The two have a tight-knit relationship, and there is trust between them. Cecilia turned to Raphael, asking, Hey, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Raphael replied, Ah, no. Cecilia smiled, saying, I figured as much, so I brought sandwiches. I brought more than enough. You should eat with us, Lucia. Elena hesitated. But, Cecilia insisted. It's no trouble. Please join us. Elena accepted Cecilia's offer. Then, as your junior, I will accept your generous offer. After the impromptu lunch, Elena left the art studio. As she walked away, her stomach grumbled, prompting her to say, My stomach hurts. Upon returning to the castle, Elena changed out of her Lucia disguise and back into her Veronica attire. She sat down to read a letter, a look of satisfaction on her face. I obtained a lot of great information, more than I expected. May reported. The guild mentioned they took special care with your request and would love to continue working with you, Your Highness. Elena's expression turned serious. I trust that you made sure they didn't know who made the request? No one will be able to trace this request back to me, May assured her. Yes, Your Highness. Elena instructed. Then shall we take a closer look? Lock the door, May replied. Yes, Your Highness. Elena's thoughts turned strategic as she contemplated her next move. Randall, the best architect to come out of the Renaissance era. He's a few years away from making a name for himself. Right now, he's just a poor family man, working as a sculptor to make ends meet. She smiled to herself, thinking, I'm going to orchestrate it so that he can hit two birds with one stone, keeping his family and achieving his dream of becoming an architect. As she scribbled notes on a piece of paper, her thoughts shifted to another individual. The innovative designer, Christina Marmuriz. She borrowed money from a loan shark. Haha, I could just pay that off for her. Elena's eyes sparkled with excitement as she wrote down more plans. People are like precious treasures. And these people will have far-reaching power in art and culture. Her ambition shone through in her thoughts. I'm going to support them, and then, ultimately, dominate the coming Renaissance era. Elena handed May a list of instructions, saying, May, take this. Find these people and help them by following my instructions. May scanned the list, her eyes widening in surprise. All of these people? Elena nodded. As you can see, all of these people need assistance. I want you to take care of them. I know you'll succeed. May assured her. I'll take care of it, Your Highness. Elena added. Let me know once you've memorized everything. She dragged her chair away, thinking aloud. Since these problems aren't things that can be resolved within a day or two, I should prepare a fallback plan for any unexpected surprises. May's eyes widened in astonishment. A fallback plan? The next morning, the sweet sounds of birds chirping filled the air. And Herlevard stood outside Elena's room, concerned expressions on their faces. They heard Elena's voice, growling in pain, coming from within her room. May rushed to Elena's side, concern etched on her face. Are you all right, Your Highness? A cup of tea lay spilled on the floor, and Elena clutched her burned hand. May's eyes widened in horror as she bowed down, apologizing profusely. I am sorry. I've made an unforgivable mistake. Elena's rage boiled over, her voice rising. You're sorry? That's all you have to say for yourself? May trembled, her words barely audible. I'm truly sorry. If you could just forgive me this one time. Elena's anger snapped, and she slapped May, sending her tumbling to the floor. And Herlevard watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. May groaned in pain. Why, Your Highness? Elena's voice was icy cold. Get out. I can't even bear the sight of you, so just get out now. As Elena slapped May, the latter burst into tears. May hastily exited the room, the door closing with a loud thud, and flinched at the sudden noise. Elena's anger still simmered as she screamed at him. Don't just stand there. Bring me a wet towel! And jumped into action, stuttering. Huh! Oh, why yes, your highness! Elena turned to Herlevard, dismissing him. You should head down too, Sir Herlevard. Herlevard bowed promptly. I will take my leave, your highness. Anne quickly returned with a wet towel, saying, Here it is. She gently swabbed Elena's burned hand with the towel. Elena's irritation still lingered. How disgraceful. She just embarrassed Madame de Flangros. How could she make such a mistake? Anne nodded in agreement. I agree, your highness. Elena's gaze shifted to Anne, a hint of regret in her voice. I should have entrusted you with the task instead. She sighed, adding, I know you wouldn't have made such a grave error. Anne's eyes twitched, her expression uneasy. Elena prepared to leave, saying, I should be off now, otherwise I'll be late. Anne nodded. Yes, your highness. I'll clean up the rest. Elena expressed her appreciation. I'm so pleased to have you here as my maid. Anne's face lit up with happiness at Elena's kind words. Elena made her way to the Archies, where she changed into her Lucia disguise. As she got ready, her thoughts turned to May. I feel bad for May, even though it was all an act. I struck her too hard. She may have told me to do so, but still. Will she be at the annex again? Her thoughts then shifted to Cecilia. Elena put on her glasses, thinking, I don't know how I'm supposed to act toward you. Though I didn't personally poison her, deep inside, I still wanted to be Empress. That makes me no different from Grand Duke Friedrich, who did have her poisoned. Elena's determination hardened. There's no reason for you and I to suffer through our grim futures again. Raphael is also essential to my plan. I won't give up on him so easily. As Elena walked to meet Raphael, Cecilia called out to her, Lucia! Elena turned around, and Cecilia waved enthusiastically. It's so good to see you again. Elena greeted her warmly. Hello? Cecilia inquired. Are you on your way to see Raphael? Elena replied. Yes, I had some time in between classes, so I thought I might go see him. Is it the same for you as well? Cecilia burst out laughing. Yes, but the reason is different. I'm going to see him in order to avoid someone else. I'm running away from him. Elena's eyes widened in surprise. Running away? Cecilia nodded. Yes, there is someone I find difficult to be around. Let's hurry. I packed a great deal of cookies today. Elena's words trailed off as she froze. How did you know I liked Kudash? But her sentence was cut short. A man rushed towards them, calling out, Cecilia? You're avoiding me as per usual. Elena's eyes widened as she recognized the man. Your Imperial Highness. She clenched her hand in shock and disbelief. Cecilia remained silent, prompting the Emperor to add, You don't even bother to deny it. Cecilia finally replied, That's because your Highness always puts me in a difficult position. Elena's thoughts swirled in turmoil. I never loved you. You are my mistake, my disgrace, and my misfortune. I feel dizzy. Claudius requested. Grant me some of your time, and I'll even offer you an apology. Cecilia refused. All you seem to do is pressure me, your Highness. Elena stumbled, her legs weakening. Cecilia noticed her distress, asking, Huh? Lucia? Elena thought to herself. Ha! I should just go back for today. Just. As she was about to fall, Claudius swiftly caught her, holding her upright. Elena struggled to free herself, saying, Let me go, please. Claudius released his grip, replying, As you wish. Cecilia rushed to Elena's side, concern etched on her face. Lucia, are you all right? I should take you to the infirmary, Elena insisted. I'll be fine after some rest. Cecilia interrupted. But you look so pale, Elena added firmly. I just want a rest. Thank you for helping me, Your Imperial Highness, Claudius thought to himself. Her etiquette and courtesy are impeccable. Cecilia asked again. Are you certain you don't want me to help you get back? Elena replied. I just want to be alone. Please let me do that. Claudius and Cecilia exchanged a glance before stepping forward. Cecilia expressed her concern. Ha! I don't feel good about this. I can't let her go alone like that. Claudius cautioned. Are you worried about her? Cecilia added. She could collapse again. I should go after her, Claudius advised. I think it might be best to rein in your concern and respect her wishes right now. Cecilia clenched her hands, thinking, Your Highness is always saying things I don't understand. As they walked further, Claudius turned to Cecilia, saying, Cecilia, I think it's time we continue our unfinished conversation. Elena didn't feel well, her dizziness worsening with each step. She stumbled along, using the wall for support. After a few steps, exhaustion overtook her, and she sat down on a nearby bench. Her body trembled uncontrollably. As she sat there, her thoughts swirled in turmoil. I can't keep going. I just need to rest a little. I refuse to be hung up on you, Your Majesty. Her determination hardened. I don't want to see Ian get hurt because of me. I don't want to see that happen again. Just then, Elena flinched, noticing the darkness of night. She thought to herself, I must have fallen asleep. The rustling sound of leaves caught Elena's attention, and she looked around, wondering, Is someone there? Suddenly, Rin appeared out of nowhere and sat down beside her on the bench. He crossed his arms, asking, What's with you? Why are you sleeping out here? Elena's thoughts swirled in confusion. What's he doing here? When did he get here? More importantly, what do I do? Rin repeated his question. I asked you a question? What are you doing? Elena's hands clenched into fists as she replied hesitantly. Hello? Rin pressed her for a proper introduction. Don't just say hello. Introduce yourself. Elena stuttered. I'm a first year. My name is... But... Before she could finish, Rin interrupted her, saying, Lucia, right? Elena's eyes widened in surprise as she asked Rin, how did you know my name? Rin pointed to her name tag, saying matter-of-factly, You're wearing a name tag. Elena took a deep breath, feeling a bit embarrassed. She thought to herself. Stay calm, Elena. You just ran into Rin coincidentally. He can't possibly recognize you. She composed herself and replied to Rin. I know you too. You're Ren, and you're majoring in swordsmanship, aren't you? Ren's expression turned serious. That doesn't answer my question. Elena's face began to sweat as she added nervously. You'd find me boring. I'm no one important. Ren's eyes narrowed, his voice taking on a fierce tone. Do you think that I'm a fool? Elena froze, her voice trembling. And no. Ren pressed her, his anger evident. Then why are you being so evasive? Finish introducing yourself. Elena's thoughts panicked. What do I do? What should I do? Just then, the sky darkened, and rain began to fall. Rain! Elena exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to escape. I'm not feeling well. She forced a laugh and asked, May we finish our introductions next time? Please take pity on one of your lower classmen. She bowed her head slightly, saying, Then, I'll head inside now. Ren remained seated on the bench, motionless. As Elena stepped forward, she thought to herself, He won't try to stop me, will he? I think I've escaped for now. But just as she tried to pass by him, Ren suddenly stretched out his leg, causing Elena to trip and fall to the ground. He said firmly, I didn't say you could leave. Elena glared at him, thinking angrily, That bastard! Ren noticed her glare and replied, "That stare. I know someone else who glares at me like that." Elena quickly apologized, trying to placate him. "I'm sorry for trying to leave without your permission." Ren's eyes narrowed, his voice low and suspicious. "That voice too?" Elena clenched her hands, asking, "Do I look like someone else?" She forced a laugh, trying to deflect the tension. "She must be quite pretty then." Ren's lips curled into a slight smirk. He stood up, removing his jacket. Elena's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, "What's he doing now?" Ren gently draped his jacket over her shoulders, saying, "The rain's cold." Elena remained frozen, still in shock from Ren's sudden gesture. She stared at him, unsure how to react. Ren prompted her, "Aren't you going to go?" Elena hesitantly waved her hand, asking, "May I?" She began to leave, saying, "I'll head in then." As she walked away, Ren pointed after her, his voice low and serious. "You owe me now." Elena shivered from head to toe, a chill running down her spine. The heavy rain pounded against the library windows as Elena hastily returned to the building, still reeling from her encounter with Ren. She pushed open the door, stepped inside, and closed it firmly behind her. As she caught her breath, Elena recalled Ren's parting words, and her thoughts swirled in confusion. How did things get so tangled up like this? Taking a deep breath, Elena steeled herself, thinking, "Stay calm, Elena. There's no time for regrets after coming this far. I should continue moving forward despite this tangled mess." She reflected further. "Even if I try and forcefully unravel things, I won't be able to completely reset the board to how it was." Elena slipped off the jacket Ren had lent her, and her eyes fell upon the name embroidered on the lining, Ren. The next morning, Elena returned to the castle, dressed in her uniform. As she entered and greeted her, "Your Highness, welcome be dash." But Anne's smile quickly turned to concern as she noticed the injury on Elena's leg. "What happened, Your Highness?" she exclaimed, rushing to Elena's side. Anne had been busy with her cleaning duties, but she immediately stopped and focused on Elena's well-being. "How did you hurt your leg?" she asked, her voice filled with worry. Elena brushed it off, saying, "I slipped in the rain." Taking a deep breath, Elena's expression turned stern. "This is all May's fault. It seems she's the culprit for all of today's misfortunes." Anne nodded in agreement, rubbing a cloth gently on Elena's hand. "You're absolutely right, Your Highness. She's just so careless," and offered to help Elena relax. "I'll run downstairs and bring up hot water. Your Highness will feel better after a nice hot bath." Elena smiled, appreciative of Anne's thoughtfulness. "You always know just what I need." "I'd like that, Anne." And carefully prepared a hot bath for Elena, who gratefully sank into the warm water, feeling her muscles relax. "This feels so lovely," she sighed, letting out a contented breath. As she soaked in the bath, Elena's thoughts drifted back to her encounters with Claudius and Ren. "I didn't expect to run into them," she reflected, a hint of worry creeping into her mind. Her thoughts turned melancholic. "It would make everyone happier if I just went away." Elena slid deeper into the water, the bubbles rising to the surface. Her eyes gazed blankly ahead, lost in thought, as she whispered to herself, "Just me." Meanwhile, May returned, and then immediately scolded her. "Where have you been? Go up to Her Highness right now and beg for forgiveness." Elena, still soaking in the bath, thought to herself, "It sounds like May has returned." May knocked gently on the door, saying, "Your Highness, it's May," Elena ordered. "Come in." May entered, her eyes cast downward, and replied, "Yes, Your Highness," and stood nearby, watching May with a stern expression, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Elena whispered to May, "You did well. How did it go?" May handed Elena a letter, her face still swollen from the slap. "Here, Your Highness." Elena's expression softened as she gently patted May's face. "You did quite well. We need to keep up our ruse." When I yell at you, leave the room immediately. May nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, Your Highness. Elena shouted at May. Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Get out! As May hastily departed, Elena fluttered the letter in her hand, her thoughts filled with satisfaction. I knew I could count on May. She's even better than I expected. She continued reading the letter, learning that May had met with and helped around 10 people. The people were suspicious of this sudden goodwill, but as soon as they were helped, they were bewildered. Some claimed it was a miracle and even wept. Elena's eyes scanned the page, her thoughts racing with excitement. All the virtuosos who will soon reveal themselves in this era will have been helped by L. She pondered the significance of this, realizing. The goodwill will naturally inspire gratitude, and that gratitude will turn into kindness that cannot be ignored. That kindness is the one way to buy into the hearts of the fiercely proud virtuosos. Elena's determination solidified. Even if it's unwanted, I'm going to do my best to assist you all. That way, when Elle decides to move, you'll become my wings. Elena attended her class, murmuring notes to herself on her notebook. Ren sat beside her on the bench, his eyes fixed intently on her. It's strange, he said, his voice low and thoughtful. You never used to pay attention to the lectures, Veronica. Ren pushed his chair closer to Elena, his movements fluid and deliberate. He stood up, remarking, It's chilly without my jacket. I wonder where I'll find it. Elena's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing with alarm. She quickly gathered her belongings and rose from her seat, thinking to herself, This is abysmal. He continues to suspect me. On top of that, he's even discovered Lucia. She mentally resolved. I need to avoid him as much as possible. Later, Elena donned Lucia's disguise and headed towards the art studio, thinking, He wouldn't be around here, right? She pushed open the door with a soft clack. Raphael looked up, his eyes sunken with exhaustion. Lucia? He stammered. Elena's voice trembled slightly as she replied, Raphael? As Elena approached Raphael, she asked with concern, Why, you're still alive, right? Raphael's expression remained glum, and he replied dryly, What a chilling joke. Never mind, what brings you here? I heard you had collapsed. Elena couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself, He must have heard from Cecilia. She reassured Raphael. Yes, though as you can see, I'm all better. Raphael took a deep breath, relief evident in his voice. That's a relief. When I heard what happened, I was worried. Elena's gaze swept over Raphael's disheveled appearance, and she added, It seems you are the one who's worse for the wear. Raphael downplayed his exhaustion, saying, It's not to that extent. Though I suppose I should have at least washed my face. Elena flinched, taken aback by Raphael's worn-out state. As Elena observed Raphael's worried expression, she thought to herself, Is he not getting the results he wants? She flipped through some pages, offering words of encouragement. There's no need to be so anxious. More than passion and effort, time is often the answer. Raphael pondered her words, then asked, Time, you say? Time is often the answer. Elena noticed Raphael staring at her intently and asked, Why are you staring at me like that? Raphael brushed it off, saying, It's just habit. I'm sorry. It was just a random thought, but I thought I might like to see you paint. Elena's lips curved into a gentle smile. I'll paint for you. Raphael protested. You don't have to do that just for me. Elena placed a reassuring hand on his back. I want to paint, so I will. You mustn't make fun of me, even if it's not very good. Agreed? With the canvas properly set up, Elena prepared to paint. She thought to herself, What should I paint? Should I paint a replica? It's something I often did as Raphael's student. No, a replica is just a replica. That wouldn't be helpful to him now. She decided, I need to paint something original. As Elena pondered what to paint, she thought to herself, Something based on my own memories. What does it matter that I was selected to be the first queen, when I didn't realize how precious those times were? Her eyes fluttered closed, and she recalled memories she had long buried. The recollection made her flinch, and she paused, collecting her thoughts. With a steady hand, Elena dipped a brush into the paint box, coating it evenly. Raphael watched, curious about what she would create. Elena began sweeping the brush across the canvas, her strokes bold and expressive. Raphael's eyes widened in astonishment as a painting of a child began to take shape. As Elena finished the painting, she stepped back, gazing at it with tears welling up in her eyes. "Ah, Ian," she whispered, her voice trembling. Tears streamed down her face as she thought, "Mama is sorry. I'm sorry I tried to forget you." Raphael's concerned voice broke the silence. "Lucia?" Elena apologized, her voice shaking. "I'm sorry. My feelings, they overwhelmed me." She gazed at the painting, a soft smile on her lips. "He smiles more brightly than this." Elena sniffled, apologizing. "I didn't paint him properly. I'm sorry. I wasn't much help, was I?" Raphael continued to stare at her, his expression unreadable. Elena glanced at the painting again, her face flushing with embarrassment. Looking at it again, the painting looks like a disaster. I'm so embarrassed. I can't stay here any longer." Elena hastily exited the room, leaving Raphael behind. He tried to stop her, calling out, Wait!" Without turning back, Elena replied, "Next time. I'm afraid I can't look you in the eye right now." Raphael's gaze returned to the painting, and he became lost in thought. Her painting, she has a good sense and basic skills, but she doesn't have superior technique, so she's limited in her expression. Despite its technical limitations, Raphael found himself captivated by the painting. Even so, I couldn't take my eyes off it. His thoughts turned to Elena's emotional response while creating the artwork. But now, her tears. As she applied the paint, she also put her soul into it. Raphael's eyes widened in realization. I think I understand a little better what a real painting is, what I'm lacking. Elena returned to the castle, her footsteps echoing through the empty halls. She retreated to her room, sitting alone in silence, her thoughts consumed by the painting. Despite her initial embarrassment, Elena's expression softened, and she thought, it was still nice. I'm happy I got to see him again. Her hands instinctively came together, and she closed her eyes, recalling the memories of holding Ian in her arms. A gentle smile touched her lips. Ian, even if the world has forgotten you, Mama will remember you, she whispered, her voice filled with a mix of sadness and determination. Elena savored her tea, sitting beside the window, lost in thought. I've succeeded in making an impression on the virtuosos using the name L. If I regularly offer them assistance, they'll naturally feel indebted. She took a sip of her tea, pondering her next move. This means I'll need someone on the outside to help me. I suppose he's my only option. Elena's thoughts turned to a specific individual, a student at the academy. He's a student at the academy right now, so he'd be easy to recruit. Still thinking as Lucia, Elena got ready and headed towards the academy. It's essential to win him over, just as I did with May. But sometimes, it's easier to trust the partner you share trade profits with. As she walked, Elena recalled her initial encounter with this individual. When I first saw him, he shocked me in a variety of ways. She remembered asking him, "Why are you overseeing the project, instead of Randall, the architect?" He had replied, "I am the middleman. The artists cannot perform if they are swept up with talks of money." Elena's eyes had widened in surprise when he added, "That's where I come in. Helping them focus on the project is my job." As Elena searched for Karlev at the academy, her thoughts drifted to his past endeavors. Karlev, the art broker. Looking back, it was a job clearly ahead of its time. Her musings were interrupted by the sight of Karlev lounging under a tree, laughing and enjoying the company of a young woman from a wealthy family. Elena's eyes narrowed, her thoughts turning critical. He's a ruffian who can only think about seducing the daughter of a well-to-do house and securing himself a comfortable life. Despite her reservations, Elena acknowledged Karloff's potential usefulness. It seems impossible to trust someone like him, seeing him as he is now. However, I want him on my side for his credibility. Elena recalled Karloff's history. Karloff, who is from a fallen house, married into a decent house and lived with his in-laws, just as he'd hoped. However, Karloff's wife's territory went bankrupt within 2 years. To survive, he entered the art world. After gaining recognition for his abilities and the wealth that followed, he didn't abandon his wife. Instead, he continued to love her with the same devotion he always had. Elena observed Karloff with newfound respect, thinking, his wife, the woman who was shunned as her beauty faded and whose house had fallen, that's how it's supposed to be, but there are so many men who do otherwise. She wrapped her arms around herself, watching Karloff as he grabbed a yellow flower and laughed out loud. He turned to his girlfriend and asked, "Do you know why a flower is beautiful?" His girlfriend replied, "Why?" Karloff's response was charming. "It's because you are a flower." He added, his voice filled with sincerity. "Even if I go blind today, I won't resent you for it." The girl giggled and teased, "You're too much." Elena watched the exchange, thinking to herself, "Maybe I should have come later." Karloff's girlfriend prepared to leave, saying, It's already time for my lecture. Then I'll see you." Karloff gently placed his finger on her lips, interrupting her goodbye. With a charming smile, he said, "Stop. Let's not say goodbye, since we'll meet as if we've been together all this time, even if we don't see each other until tomorrow." The girl smiled, seemingly enchanted by Karloff's words, and departed for her lecture. Elena couldn't help but notice the affectionate exchange, her expression softening slightly. Karloff noticed Elena approaching and waved, saying, "You came to see me, didn't you? Would you like to come sit next to me?" Elena stepped forward, declining his offer. "It's all right." Karloff observed the color of her name tag and remarked, "Based on the color of your name tag, you must be new. What would you need to see me for? Maybe you want to confess your feelings for me?" Elena laughed and replied, "Nothing like that. I came here because I wanted to make a deal with you." Karloff's eyes widened in surprise. "A deal?" Elena confirmed. "Yes, to be exact, I'd like to establish a business partnership with you." Karloff's expression turned skeptical. "This is our first meeting, and yet you've already hit a touchy subject. Do you know me at all? If not, you should know I'm broke." Elena replied confidently, "I know." Karloff raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And yet you say you want to enter into a business partnership with me. It's obvious. You're going to try and force me to do physical labor." Karloff dismissed Elena's proposal, saying, "I'm not interested. Go find someone else." Elena's thoughts, however, revealed her persistence. He knows exactly where he stands. He's decently kind, aware of what he is and isn't good at, and he has an excellent sense for business. He'll make the perfect partner. Undeterred, Elena sat beside Karloff and asked, "Are you interested in the art world?" Karloff's irritation resurfaced. "I thought I told you to leave." Elena remained calm, reiterating her proposal. "I'd like to start a business, but I can't do it alone. I would like it if you could help me." Karloff paused, considering her request. After a moment, he agreed. "Fine. I suppose there's no harm in hearing you out. What do you have in mind?" Elena outlined her plan. "I've got some money saved. I'd like to use it to invest in an art business." Karloff raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "You talk about that like it's easy. There's one very important element. In order to become an art dealer, you need connections." Karloff emphasized the challenges of establishing connections in the art world. Famous painters, sculptors, and craftsmen cannot be bought with money. They also don't meet with just anyone, even if they're nobility or an art dealer. Unless they know you, they won't give you the time of day. Elena slid forward, her eyes sparkling with interest. You see, I've got a lot of connections. Karlov smirked. You'd be shocked if I told you about them all. Elena's tone was laced with amusement. Because they're so pathetic? Or maybe you have connections to the 4 duchies of this empire? Maids? Coachmen? Or if I'm being generous, maybe some butlers? Karlov's expression darkened, his anger rising. Hey! That's enough. I've humored you for a little, but you're taking this too far. Elena's voice remained calm, her words dripping with sincerity. I'm being sincere, though. Shouldn't your first customer be the Grand Duchy at the very least? Elena continued her conversation with Karlov, revealing that she had connections to sell paintings to the Grand Duchy. Karlov's eyes widened in astonishment. The Grand Duchy? Elena smiled, her confidence evident. I'm quite close with Princess Veronica, you see. She was adamant when she told me she only wants to purchase from the art dealer that I introduce. Karlov's skepticism got the better of him, and he raised his voice. Stop teasing me! Do you really think I'll believe these lies? Elena calmly pulled out an emperor ring chain, showcasing it to Karlov. Would you believe me if you saw this then? I received this as a present from Her Highness. Karlov's eyes remained wide with incredulity as he took the ring chain, examining it closely. His thoughts echoed with surprise. This is the work of a master craftsman. You'd have to be as wealthy as the Grand Duchy to purchase something like this. He looked up at Elena, his expression softening. So you really have a connection to the Grand Duchy? Elena's laughter filled the air as she replied. Haha, yes. With the air cleared, Elena revisited her proposal. Are you interested in making a deal now? Karlov and Elena walked to the library, where Karlov scribbled some notes on paper. He looked up, summarizing their discussion. So what you're saying is, I should buy the paintings of an intermediate painter for cheap, and then turn around and sell them to Princess Veronica at exorbitant prices? Elena nodded, a hint of a smile on her face. Precisely. You've finally got it now. Karlov sought confirmation, his brow furrowed in concern. Should we really be doing that? Isn't that fraud? Elena's expression remained serene. No. Fraud is when you lie and pretend something worthless is worth something so you can sell it. Karlov's confusion deepened. What are you saying? Elena repeated herself, her tone patient. That's what I just said. Karlov shook his head, still unsure. No, it's different. Elena began to jot down some notes, her hands moving swiftly across the paper. Elena elaborated on her point. These artists haven't made a name for themselves, so their art is simply undervalued. It's not that they lack any talent. Karlov stared at her, his expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. Huh! There's something off about what you just said, but you're not wrong either. Elena clarified her perspective. The art piece's value is determined by how much the customer paid for it. The painter's life will change once word gets out that Princess Veronica bought one of their pieces. She continued, as the painter gets more famous, the value of the art pieces also increases. Elena emphasized the mutual benefits. That means the painting's value will also go up, so Princess Veronica wouldn't suffer any losses either. Karlov shook his head, still trying to wrap his mind around Elena's argument. I feel like we're going in circles, but you're oddly convincing. Elena's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the art world's dynamics. Even if it's the same portrait or art style, if a critic adds meaning to a piece and the appraiser overvalues it, the painting's worth will skyrocket. She mentally outlined the strategy. On top of that, if it's sold at an expensive price to a high-ranking noble, the painter will also obtain fame at the same time. Elena's primary objective remained clear. More importantly, the paintings must be bought at a high price, that way I can pocket the money from the Grand Duchy. Elena's thoughts turned to the potential value of the paintings. The remaining pieces will have remarkable value. As time goes by, the worth of those pieces will increase as well. She justified her plan, confident that it would be sufficient to convince Ryeveric. This justification should be sufficient enough for Veronica to overlook how much I spent on the painting. Elena envisioned a new era emerging. A new era will soon arrive. With Raphael at the forefront, these genius virtuosos will start to appear, and the paintings that exist now will become obsolete and worthless. Her joyful mood was evident as she thought. The paintings bought at a premium won't be worth the canvas they were painted on, and the Grand Duchy will suffer a loss. After a moment, Elena turned to Karlov, a hint of excitement in her voice. You're going to be quite busy in the future, Karlov. Karlov's response was laced with skepticism. Why does it feel like I've just thrown away my chance to graduate? Elena's words were persuasive, convincing Karlov of the opportunity. This is a chance to change your life. Who cares whether or not you have a diploma? Karlov read the letter Elena had written, his expression thoughtful. That's only if this succeeds. He pointed at the L letter, curiosity sparking in his eyes. And what is this L? Karlov's curiosity got the better of him. Is that you? He asked, referring to the mysterious L. Elena's response was evasive. Why do you want to know? Karlov explained his reasoning. We're working together, but I can't find your name anywhere. It's all L. Elena clarified the nature of their partnership. This is just a joint business in name. I don't have the money to invest and will be paid based on performance, but it's different for you. She laughed, revealing a hint of secrecy. It's my alias. My father can't know I'm doing this. Karlov insisted on transparency. You should tell me these things. We're partners. I should be aware of things like that. He stood up, preparing to leave. So, is that all for today? I can't keep our painters waiting. I should head out now. Elena expressed her trust in Karlov. I trust you'll do well and will refrain from nagging. Karlov smiled wryly, acknowledging the added pressure. You realize that puts more pressure on me, don't you? Elena's parting words were encouraging. Good luck, Karlov. Elena gazed up, her thoughts focused on Karlov. He doesn't have the savvy right now, but I think I can trust him to handle things once he gains more experience. He has a good sense for these things, so I know he'll do well without my oversight. Her attention shifted to searching for a specific book, which she eventually found. I found it! Pelisha, the Holy Empire. As she began reading, Elena's thoughts turned to the empire's history. The most powerful empire that once ruled the entire continent in ancient times. I don't know much about it right now, because the empire existed more than 1,500 years ago. She reflected on the value of understanding the past. They say you can see the future if you know the past. I plan to be ready for the new era. Elena envisioned the impending artistic progress and its potential impact. The artistic progress that will soon take place will open people's eyes to new ideas and academia. Her ambitions extended beyond the art world, driven by a desire for change. I'm going to stoke the fires of protest against the corruption of the privileged class. Though aware of the limitations of her power, Elena was determined to shape her own destiny. Though I cannot change the past, I can take advantage of what is to come and make it mine. Her aspirations were clear, to become a trailblazer in a male-dominated field. I'll be the first modern woman. In a field dominated by men, I'll learn and obtain just as much knowledge and insight as them, and I shall rise with confidence. Elena's ultimate goal was to wield influence and bring about the downfall of the Grand Duchy. The influence I'll have on culture and art will be the power that I need to isolate the Grand Duchy and ruin it. With renewed determination, Elena gathered several books. The Holy Empire's Republic, The Imperial History of Pelisha, the Holy Empire, and The Citizens of the Holy Empire. She confirmed. Yes. I think that's all of them. After holding the books, Elena decided to find a quiet spot to read them. I want to read these in peace, so I should find a quiet corner. She placed the books on a nearby table with a soft thud and began to drag a chair to sit. However, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment as she realized someone was already seated there. It was Claudius, who greeted her with a friendly smile. "Hello?" Elena was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. She quickly composed herself, offering a formal greeting. "Greetings, Your Imperial Highness." Internally, Elena reminded herself to remain calm. "Stay calm, Elena." In the library, Elena was surprised to see Claudius sitting and reading a book. He noticed her and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Elena replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I'm much better now." Claudius expressed his pleasure at hearing the news. "That's good to hear." Elena's thoughts drifted to her past experiences with Claudius. "I'd never heard such kind words from him in my previous life. I can't believe I'm hearing them now." She bowed respectfully, apologizing for any inconvenience. "My apologies. I didn't mean to worry you. It seems I've interrupted Your Highness, so I will take my leave." Claudius, however, showed interest in Elena's studies. "You seem to be greatly interested in history. Is that your major?" Elena flinched slightly before responding. "Yes, Your Highness. I'm studying archaeology. Those are books about the Holy Empire." Noticing the large number of books, Claudius asked, "May I ask why such a specific focus?" Elena clasped her hands together, replying, "Just simple curiosity, Your Highness. There is no deeper meaning." Claudius remained silent, his expression unreadable. Elena remained standing, prompting Claudius to ask again, "Is that truly all?" She wondered why he was being so persistent. Elena elaborated, "I only want to learn more about the civilian lives of the Holy Empire, since that was an era of prosperity." Claudius nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Elena took a deep breath and decided to sit with him. Claudius placed his book on the table. As she glanced at the book, Elena's thoughts turned to Claudius's ambitions. "As a leader, sometimes you need to make your followers fear you." She noted that Claudius was reading Machiavelli. She reflected on Claudius's goals. To become a ruler with absolute power, that is what His Highness always wanted for himself. However, Elena was aware of the complexities of the empire's power structure. In this empire, the imperial family's power was not that strong. The four duchies, with the Grand Duchy at the center of it all, were strong enough to crush the authority of the imperial family. She recalled the empire's history. They dethroned the late emperor for attempting to weaken the nobility and were powerful enough to crown Emperor Richard, the current emperor. Elena's thoughts continued. That meant that the imperial family had no choice but to humiliatingly adhere to the nobility's demands. She reflected on the current emperor's limitations. The current emperor wasn't capable enough to keep the nobility in check, so all the pressure and expectations were laid upon His Highness. Elena understood the weight of responsibility on Claudius's shoulders. They were expecting him to restore the imperial family to its former glory. More than anyone, His Highness wanted to become a strong ruler. She acknowledged the challenges Claudius faced. He fought as he shouldered that immeasurable pressure and loneliness. Elena's thoughts drifted to a specific event. That's when Ian was born. Suddenly, Elena realized she needed to refocus. "I should stop thinking about this." Elena stood up from her chair, saying, "Your Highness, I'll take my leave now." Claudius gestured to the books and asked, "You brought those here to read them, did you not?" Elena apologized immediately. "Pardon?" As she began to leave, Claudius inquired, "Is there any reason for you to sit somewhere else?" He added, "I won't bother you anymore, so please have a seat." Elena replied, "But it's I who didn't want to bother you, Your Highness." She thought to herself, "This makes me feel uneasy." With some hesitation, Elena said, "I'll just go." An awkward stare ensued between them, filling the air with tension. Elena added, "Ahead and sit here then. Thank you for being so considerate, Your Highness." She closed her eyes, collecting her thoughts. "Yes. I'll likely run into him often, so it's probably better if I get used to seeing him." Elena gathered her books, thinking, "I read everything I needed to, so I should go now." She bowed respectfully and hastily took her leave. Claudius remained seated, his gaze still fixed on her. On the other hand, Cecilia arrived at the art studio and called out to Raphael. "Raphael, I'm here." Raphael was engrossed in admiring a painting. Cecilia gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Raphael?" He turned around, inquiring, "Oh, you came?" Cecilia's eyes widened in surprise as she took in the painting. "Wow, you're still staring at that?" Raphael nodded, his expression unwavering. "Yes, I still am." Cecilia visited Raphael in the art studio, where she found him deeply engrossed in Elena's painting. Cecilia asked, "Don't you think you're agonizing over it too much? You're supposed to keep painting in order to improve." Raphael chuckled, responding, "Ha, that's what I thought as well, but now I'm not so sure." Cecilia's curiosity was piqued. "Huh? Why do you sound so timid?" Raphael didn't answer, instead thinking to himself, "This painting is sorely lacking and clearly just a rough draft, but I can't seem to stop staring at it." Cecilia offered her insight. "Though you don't act like this in front of the professors, you have a tendency to underrate yourself. From what I've seen, you're so talented that even if you made your debut now, your paintings would be highly praised in the art world." She added, "A portrait is imbued with the life of that person." Cecilia asked Raphael, "Are you saying you feel that from what Lucia painted?" Without hesitation, Raphael replied, "Yes." Cecilia began to speak. "I can't really tell." She trailed off, and an awkward silence filled the room. Raphael remained transfixed on the painting. Cecilia broke the silence. "I wonder why she hasn't been by. She used to visit often." Raphael inquired, "Are you talking about Lucia?" Cecilia nodded and Raphael shared. "Yes, she stopped coming after that day she broke down crying." Cecilia's expression turned concerned. "She cried?" Raphael confirmed. "Yeah, she seemed quite upset." Cecilia's worry grew. "Now I'm worried too. Should I go to see her?" Raphael advised caution. "No, leave her be. Let's not pressure her." Cecilia's concern turned to frustration. "Why would that be pressuring her? I just want to check up on her because I'm worried." Raphael suggested, "We should give her some more time." He clenched his fists, emphasizing, "That's what I want to do." Cecilia agreed, offering a reassuring smile. "All right then. The Lucia we know will brush this off and come back soon." She patted Raphael's shoulder, encouraging him. "So you should hang in there and wait for her to come back too." Raphael nodded. "All right. I'm glad I have you." A horse carriage rattled down the path toward the Grand Duchy dormitory. A man drove the carriage, while Carlif sat nervously beside him. As the carriage accelerated, Carlif screamed, "Please slow down. There's no need to hurry." The driver replied, "All right." Carlif's anxiety was palpable. He thought to himself, "Damn it. I can't believe I have to go see the Princess of the Grand Duchy by myself." He recalled Elena's words, "I can't go with you. Father will scold me if he were to find out about this. I'm playing the part of the obedient daughter right now, you see. Besides, we each have our roles and responsibilities. We should stick to them." Carlif's fear got the better of him, and he shouted while riding, "Gah, but this is still my first time doing this. I'm scared." The driver was startled, and Carlif immediately apologized. "I'm sorry," the driver replied. "Why, you startled me." Carlif reassured himself. "I just need to make sure I don't make any mistakes today." Before long, the carriage arrived at the Grand Duchy Castle. Carlif's eyes widened in awe as he took in the grandeur of the castle. "Wow! So this is the dormitory of the Grand Duchy." Herlevard, who was on duty, approached Carlif and asked, "May I ask what brings you here?" Carlif replied, "I am Carlif, the art broker. I've come to broker an art deal with Princess Veronica." He presented his identification papers, saying, "I've brought my identification papers with me." Herlevard reviewed the documents and said, I was told by Her Highness to escort you with the utmost care. Please follow me. Karlef expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He followed Herlevard into the castle, carrying his paintings, which were covered with a piece of cloth. Karlef waited anxiously for the princess to arrive so he could showcase his artwork. An announcement was made. Princess Veronica has arrived! The door opened, and the sound of high heels echoed through the room. Elena, dressed in luxurious green attire, entered the room. Karlef was taken aback, thinking to himself, I'm really standing before Princess Veronica. I feel overwhelmed just staring at her. He clenched his wrist, wondering, will I be able to do a good job? Karlef bowed respectfully, saying, It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. My name is Karlef, Elena replied. I've heard a great deal about you. I'm told you're an upperclassman who will be graduating this year. Karlef responded. Ah, yes. However, I got so swept up in this work that I'm not sure I'll be able to graduate. Elena smiled kindly and said, Well, they say where there's a will, there's a way. Elena continued, Besides, a diploma is nothing more than a piece of paper. Karlef chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. I feel empowered hearing Your Highness say that. Elena's attention shifted to the artwork. Now, shall we see the paintings? Karlef dramatically revealed the painting, fluttering the cloth off. Yes, Your Highness. He began to describe the piece. This painting is called The Portrait of a Young Woman. This piece was done by artist Giorgio. It is about worldly love. Elena interrupted him, waving her hand dismissively. I don't need to hear any more. I'll buy it. Karlef's eyes widened in surprise. I'm sorry? He asked again, seeking clarification. You mean to say that Your Highness will be purchasing this painting? Elena confirmed. Yes. Oh, and it feels stifling to see each painting one by one. She requested. Can you show me all the paintings you've brought, and line them up in front of me? Elena demanded to see all the paintings together, requesting that they be lined up for her inspection. The servants hastened to fulfill her order. Once the paintings were arranged, Elena expressed her satisfaction. Yes, this is much better. Karlef offered to provide additional information. Then I'll just provide an introduction for each piece. However, Elena declined, placing her cup down with a clink. No, there's no need. She smiled graciously. Providing subjective explanations will simply get in the way of me truly appreciating the art pieces. I wish to admire them for their own merits. Karlef nodded respectfully. Ah, of course, Your Highness. Elena poured more tea into her cup and became engrossed in admiring the paintings. After a moment, she spoke up. I like all of the paintings. Karlef beamed with pride. Thank you. I've curated these pieces specifically for Your Highness. Elena made a surprising declaration. I'll take them all. Karlef's eyes widened in astonishment. All 9 of them. Elena confirmed. Yes. Karlef applauded her decision. A wise decision, Your Highness. Elena expressed her gratitude. It's all thanks to you for bringing me such wonderful paintings. Karlef offered a gesture of goodwill. As a token of thanks, I would like to offer you a discount for your bulk purchase. However, Elena declined politely. No, there's no need. I'm not looking for a bargain when it comes to art. It would be insulting to the pieces if I did. Karlef was impressed by Elena's refined perspective. She's so impressive. I've seen many wealthy members of the nobility, but the only one so far who seems to value the art's worth is Princess Veronica. As they finalized the agreement, Elena outlined the payment terms. I'll pay a portion of the sum right now, and write a promissory note for the remainder. Elena instructed. Please send the invoice to the Grand Duchy. Karlef expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Elena added. I hope you continue to show me great pieces of art. Karlef assured her. Of course. I'll bring masterpieces that I know Your Highness will appreciate. Karlov was deeply impressed by Elena's refined taste and nobility. The princess of the Grand Duchy truly stands above the rest. She's even head and shoulders above her fellow nobles. He thought about the Grand Duchy's rumored wealth. The speculation that the Grand Duchy could buy the empire if it wanted to must not be a total lie. Karlov was ecstatic about the successful deal, thinking to himself, how should I break the news to Lucia? I want to show off she'll be shocked when I tell her. Meanwhile, Elena reflected on her recent purchase, thinking to herself, I've finally taken the first step. Noticing the open door, she called out, And are you out there? And entered, responding, Yes, Your Highness? Elena inquired, Have the paintings been packaged well? And assured her, Yes. I wrapped them to protect them from any impact. Elena commended her. Well done. She issued instructions. Hang that of the young woman downstairs and send the rest to the Grand Duchy. And acknowledged, Yes, Your Highness. Elena handed an envelope, saying, Oh, and take this. I'll take that down immediately. It's a message for Riverick. Send it with the paintings. And confirmed, Yes, Your Highness. And took the envelope and departed. Elena's thoughts turned to Riverick, hoping, I hope Riverick enjoys them. Elena, disguised as Lucia, arrived at the art studio. She was breathing rapidly, thinking to herself, Why did I say I'd paint? Since I said it, I can't just not go. She pushed open the creaky door and announced her presence. Hello? Raphael turned around, shocked to see her. He stood silently, holding brushes and standing before a canvas. Elena noticed the art supplies and asked, Were you painting? I didn't mean to interrupt. Raphael replied, No, it's not that. It's been a while, so I'm just happy to see you, Lucia. Elena apologized. I'm happy to see you as well. I'm sorry for leaving so suddenly the other day. Raphael forgave her, saying, It's all right. Elena's gaze fell upon her own painting, which was hung on the wall. She gasped. Nevertheless, huh? She was shocked and began to exclaim, Why did you hang that there? Raphael remained calm, responding, Because that's where I can see it best. Elena stepped forward, insisting, I'll take that down immediately. It's not a painting worth showing to anyone. Raphael requested, Leave it. That painting gives me a lot to think about. It makes me think all the paintings I've done until now were all fakes, so I'd like to keep it there a little while longer. Elena relented. If it helps you, I suppose that'll be all right. Raphael thanked her. Thank you? Elena inquired about his progress. How is your painting coming along? Raphael admitted. It's not going well. I just can't seem to get it right. Elena thought to herself. That's not good. Instead of providing inspiration, it seems my painting has tripped him up. What do I do? She turned to Raphael and asked, Raphael, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Raphael and Elena sat facing each other in the art studio. Elena expressed her desire to become his student. Raphael's eyes locked onto hers, his full attention focused on her request. You would like to learn how to paint, from me? Elena's response was straightforward. There's no one here besides you, Raphael. Raphael's surprise was evident. Yes, but this is so unexpected. Elena interrupted him, her concern for his time evident. I don't want to stand in the way of your work. When you have time or if you ever get stuck while painting, I would appreciate it if you could look at my work. Raphael sat still, his silence a testament to his thoughtful consideration. Elena's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the potential benefits of their collaboration. They say you learn as you teach. As he teaches me, he might discover what he's lacking. This will only help him improve and provide him with the space and opportunity to grow. As the silence stretched, Elena wondered if she had overstepped. Have I made a request that's too much? Raphael's response was reassuring. Of course not. Truthfully, I was thinking it was a shame. With your talent, I think you can surpass me as a painter. Elena's laughter filled the air. Please, you're being far too frivolous with your praise. Raphael's expression remained sincere. It is how I honestly feel. Elena's eyes sparkled with determination. Then you'll agree to teach me? You can't send me away later on just because you're busy. Raphael cautioned Elena. You'll need to brace yourself, Lucia. I'm quite strict, you see. I won't be such an easy student either. Elena's excitement was palpable. Shall we shake on it then? Raphael rubbed his hands together, then extended one to seal their agreement. They shared a warm handshake. Elena thought to herself. So you have become my teacher in this life as well? She asked Raphael. Why don't we start my first lesson today, teacher? Raphael agreed. I don't see why not. Just then, the door creaked open, and a voice interrupted their moment. Have I come to the right place? Elena and Raphael were both astonished to see Claudius standing before them. Elena thought, His Imperial Highness? What is he doing here? Raphael immediately bowed down, saying, I didn't expect to see you here. Elena also bowed, greeting him. Greetings, Your Highness. Claudius gazed at them, then asked Raphael. Your name is Raphael, isn't it? Raphael confirmed. I'm honored to meet you again, Your Highness. Claudius inquired. Is this your atelier? Raphael replied. Yes, that's right. Claudius explained his presence. I came to see Cecilia, but it seems she's not here. Elena thought to herself. Is the Empress avoiding His Imperial Highness? I used to beg for his attention, and he never once gave it to me. Raphael added. It has been a few days since I've seen Cecilia as well. Claudius replied. I see. Cecilia has praised you endlessly. She says that you will become a generational painter. He glanced around the atelier, commenting. Looking around, I can see that she spoke truly. I don't have an eye for art, but even I can see that you have talent. Raphael chuckled humbly. I still have quite a long way to go, Your Highness. Elena observed Raphael's reaction, thinking, he doesn't look happy to hear high praises from the prince. I suppose that makes sense since compliments from others wouldn't hold any water since he's not satisfied with his own work. Claudius requested. May I look around? Raphael immediately consented. Of course, Your Highness. As Claudius began to explore the atelier, Elena thought, I wish he'd hurry up and leave. Claudius's gaze froze on a particular painting, and he asked, Did you paint this as well? He was referring to the portrait of Ian. Elena was taken aback, her heart racing with surprise. She thought to herself, Why is he staring at that painting? Her hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Raphael clarified. No, that was painted by Lucia here. Elena's mind was flooded with questions. Why is he interested in my portrait of Ian? Her composure was shaken when Claudius turned to her and asked, You painted this? I don't understand. Elena trembled, unsure of how to respond. Claudius gazed at the portrait, his voice filled with emotion. The laughing face of this angelic baby. I don't know why, but looking at this portrait is so heart-wrenching. Elena's eyes welled up with tears as she listened to his words. Claudius asked, What is your relation to this child? She replied, her voice trembling. He's my younger brother. Claudius expressed his goodwill. I hope he grows healthy and strong. Elena's thoughts turned bittersweet. If only Your Highness had truly looked at Ian like that sooner, it would have been nice if you said that while Ian was still in this world. As tears rolled down her cheeks, she forced a smile and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Claudius noticed her tears and asked, concerned, Have I offended you in some way? Elena quickly wiped away her tears and reassured him. No, you haven't. I'm just so grateful for your well wishes. She continued, her voice laced with a mix of sadness and gratitude. I know he's going to grow up well, now that he has received your blessing. He's going to grow up happier and stronger than anyone else. The paintings arrived at the palace, and Riverick examined them before reading the accompanying letter. As she read, her expression turned incredulous. She wants me to pay for the paintings, because they will soon go up in value? Riverick's anger boiled over, and she crumpled the page in her hand, screaming, "Ridiculous!" Her thoughts turned to Elena's spending habits. It won't be good if she continues to spend so frivolously. Riverick considered Elena's current situation. She's isolated at the academy, so there isn't any reason to tighten the reins on her right now, but it'll be a different story once she graduates. A calculated glint appeared in Riverick's eye. If she becomes a free thinker, it'll be hard to control her. So I'd better come up with a plan. Riverick's ambitions expanded, encompassing not just Elena, but the entire empire. One not just to control Elena, but all the other nobles of the empire too, including the emperor. A man arrived, addressing Riverick. "Viscountess Riverick, the art appraisers are here." He brought forth a magnifying glass and examined the paintings. Riverick's expression remained constant, prompting him to continue. He reported, "Well, they're all outstanding paintings. There's nothing to criticize, whether it's the style, technique, or expression. The only thing is that the painters are simply not well known." He gestured with his hands, adding, "Perhaps the paintings were purchased at an expensive price, but the painting's value will likely increase beyond the initial sale." Riverick inquired, "Is that so?" The appraiser replied confidently, "Yes. Considering this is her first purchase, it's safe to say that she has an eye for the arts." Riverick's smirk conveyed her amusement. She thought to herself, "Well, this is an unexpected blessing from our goddess Gaia. I suppose I'll just keep an eye on her for a little while longer." Riverick commended the appraiser. "Well done. I'll send for you again after the next purchase." She stepped forward, gazing at the paintings, and thought to herself, "If she really does have an eye for the arts, it'll only improve Princess Veronica's reputation in a positive way." Riverick's thoughts turned calculating. "If it was mere dumb luck that she happened upon those paintings, then I'll simply prohibit her from purchasing more." She tapped a page on the table, reviewing the contents. "On the XX day of the XX month, Her Highness went to the library after her morning lessons." A sly smile spread across Riverick's face as she thought. "Besides that don't forget, Elena, I have you in the palm of my hand." The door creaked open, and without turning around, Elena said, "Raphael, you're finally back?" However, she was startled to see Claudius standing before her. "Why, Your Highness?" she stuttered. Claudius observed, "You must come here often." Elena explained, "Raphael is giving me painting lessons." Claudius's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Oh?" An awkward silence fell between them, which Elena broke by saying, Cecilia isn't here." Claudius clarified, "I didn't come here to see Cecilia." Elena's surprise was evident. "Oh? So then why?" Claudius's response was enigmatic. "I came here to see you." Elena's curiosity was piqued. "Me, Your Highness? May I please ask why?" Claudius paused, collecting his thoughts before responding. Why? Let's say I came to see you because I wish to drink tea brewed by you." Elena's incredulity was clear. "Tea?" Claudius's gaze drifted to the kettle. "Yes, and it looks as if the water is boiling." Elena hurried to prepare tea, saying, Please wait just a moment, Your Highness." After a brief moment, she presented the tea on the table. Claudius was taken aback by the elegant presentation and asked, "Have you taken tea ceremony lessons?" Elena replied modestly, "It's basic knowledge that every lady must have, Your Highness." As she served the tea, Elena's thoughts turned introspective. "This is so ironic. When I was queen, I took tea ceremony lessons because His Majesty loved tea, and I wanted to earn his affection." She recalled the past. "I was highly praised in society, but His Majesty scornfully looked at me and didn't give me a second glance, and yet here I am, serving him tea, now that we aren't anything to each other anymore." Elena presented the tea to Claudius, saying, Here, Your Highness, she thought to herself. Can there be anything more contradictory than this? Claudius took a sip of the tea and was shocked by its richness. He asked again, You said that tea ceremony is basic knowledge, did you not? Elena confirmed. Yes, Your Highness. Claudius praised her. Well, you were being much too humble. I've never had tea this deep and rich, not even at the Imperial Palace. He requested another cup, clattering his cup and asking, May I have another cup? Elena served him another cup. Claudius then suggested, And it would be lovely if you could have a cup with me as well. Elena gulped, her surprise evident, and replied, Yes, Your Highness. A cup of tea is on the table in a room. The man picked up the cup of tea, and the cup scraped from underneath. The man took a sip of tea in front of the girl. He said, This is enough for me. With this I've shaken off any lingering attachment. She placed the cup. The girl with glasses laughed, and she said, But how long does he intend for me to keep him company? We've already spent 2 hours together. They were sitting together and drinking tea. It seems Raphael is running quilt late. It's been 4 hours. He said, So it seems. Complete silence has fallen. Then she said, Where is he? What could he be doing? Please come back soon. I can't bear this much longer. I think I will come back another time. I must be going, Your Highness. He said, Where are you going? To the library? I need to stop by there. Wonderful. I was going to head to the library too. So why don't we go together? She said nervously. Is there a problem? Well, if I am seen with the Imperial Prince, I'll draw attention to myself. However, it will look strange if I say no to this Highness. He said, If you are finished, let us be off. She said, Yes, Your Highness. Under the blue sky, there is a beautiful library, where everyone was speaking in a low voice. It's His Imperial Highness. A woman asked. Who's that girl he's with? I have never seen her before. Doesn't she look really plain and dowdy? She looks very low class. The girl with glasses said. People are so mercurial. If I were to reveal that I am Princess Veronica, they wouldn't even dare to look me in the eye. However, they're tripping over themselves to try and get a piece of me since I appear to be easy prey. How disgusting. They both are walking away. He said the taste of your tea was rich and deep. She said, Thank you for the compliment. That's why. I would like for you to brew me more tea another time. She is standing in front of the library. It's the library. They are both standing in the library, and the girl says, Why, Your Highness, since we've arrived at the library, I'll just take my leave. She flinched. I didn't expect this pairing. A boy in a coat is walking, his footsteps making a tap-tap sound, and said, Our little first year has quite the network. You've managed to nab His Imperial Highness. The girl said worriedly, Run. This is exactly why I didn't want to go somewhere with so many people. This is the worst. They were both standing when Ren arrived. She said, Hello, Ren, it's so nice to see you again. Ren said, What's with you? She said, I am sorry. Ren said, I hardly ever see you around. She said, Ah, well. The academy is quite large. So he's been looking for me. What do I do? She went behind His Highness in front of Ren. Ren glared and said, It seems I've passed by your notice. He said to the Highness and girl. How could I have not seen someone of such high station, Your Highness? It's just that I had already seen you during lecture. I thought it would be odd if I greeted you again, so I skipped. Highness said, Skipped, you say? You think that's a decision you should be making? Ren said, putting his hand on his chest, You seem to be quite prickly today, Your Highness. I didn't mean to be discourteous. She said, It's just that I finally found the person next to you. And I got so excited that I lost sight of things. Highness said to girl, Do you know each other? She said, I don't know him. It sounds to me that you aren't well acquainted. It hurts to be talked about like this while I am standing right here. Why did you want to see her? It's extremely personal, Your Highness. You see, she's a bit indebted to me. The girl has a jacket in her hand on which Ren Bastishu is written. Damn it. Is he talking about the jacket? She stood in the rain wearing a jacket. She said he bullied her in the rain and then covered her with his jacket like he was doing her a favor. He's got some nerve. Ren said, so, if I may, Your Highness. She is standing behind the Highness and said it doesn't seem like she has any debt that must be repaid, so I suggest you leave. Ren, Highness, and the girl were standing in the library. Ren laughed, ha, and Ren said while placing his hand behind his head. Said this puts me in a tough position. The girl with glasses said, Your Highness, I'd like to make it clear that she and I have unfinished business. Ren placed his hand on his head. Ren Bastishu flinched. His Highness said, Must I repeat myself? The girl said, feeling worried. She said, Why is His Highness going this far, especially for someone like me? Ren said, laughing, Since Your Highness told me to go, I will do so. However, Your Highness, I don't think that was very wise of you. Highness, said the girl. You dare to try and teach me? Of course not, she said, but when I see you trying to protect her like this, Ren said, you make me want to torment her even more. Ren said in front of both of them. And if I refuse to allow you to do so? Just as you will do your best to try and stop me, I'll be doing my best to get her. Highness said while standing with the girl, See, you're around first year. She said, It just got more complicated. There's no turning back now. I am not going to lay low any longer. At least at the academy, even Ren has to follow the rules. Ren while standing in front of the library. Seeing the situation as it stands, I have no choice but to press forward. The girl was standing close to Highness. Are you all right? Thank you for helping me. His Highness said you finally look more at ease. The girl said, haha. Was it that obvious? He's not an easy upperclassman to be around. Highness said. You are quite strange. Me? Highness, he said while picking up the girl in his arms. You fainted when we first met. She said while crying. Then you cried in the studio. Ren said, Today we were being bullied. Highness said, If I say that I find myself concerned about you. She said, Does that make me strange as well? Both were standing in the library courtyard. Ren was sitting at a table in the courtyard with his head lowered. Ren asked, She's never been to a lecture? The boy said to Ren, That's right. I have not seen her since classes started. She's not listed on the class roster either. Lucia? Even her roommate said she has not seen her at all. She came a few days before the Eve festival to unpack, but apparently that was it. Ren said that after that she never once came back to their room. Lucia, are you a ghost? Heh, Ren said while sitting at the table. It's been a long time since I have found something this interesting. If I exclude the location where my swordsmanship lessons take place, the humanities department building, and the dormitories, that then just leaves the central library, the art department building, and the technology department building. Ren is sitting with his legs crossed on the table and says that, although I suppose there is no guarantee I'll find her in one of those remaining locations. The prince is holding a stick in his hand and saying, if it comes down to it, I'll just use my ace in the hole. Ren, sitting with his legs crossed on the table, says that, even if she avoids me, she won't avoid our prince. Ren said, now that I think about it. The sword clanks. One man has a sword in his hand, and another man is sitting on the ground with his sword fallen down. The man who has a sword in his hand says, I don't really understand even when His Highness miserably loses to me in the sparring session. He always keeps a straight face. His Highness said, why did he show a burst of emotion all of a sudden? What makes her so special? I guess I'll take my time to figure that out too. The boy's hand is in his pocket, and he says, now then. Rin is holding an envelope in his hand and saying that, since I am about to break this wide open, why don't I up the stakes? He is holding an envelope in his hand and saying, I'll add some excitement and invite a new face to our next meeting. Under the starry moonlit night, there is a lovely little house. There is a chair and table near a window. Highness said, if I say that I find myself concerned about you, does that make me strange? A beautiful girl with golden hair is sleeping on the bed. she said. Ha, my head hurts. Why is he doing this now? Lucia reacts suddenly, usually in surprise. They both were sitting on the chairs. She asked, I am sorry, did you say my name? He said, I called your name twice. What has gotten you so lost in thought that you did not even notice me calling you? I know he didn't mean anything by it. Stop thinking about it, Elena. Elena is sitting on the chair, and there's a book in front of her. And she said, I'm sorry, I just have a lot on my mind right now. The person sitting in front of her asks, Like what? Are you thinking about how to make more money? She said nothing like that. He said, come on, tell me. You've thought of something, haven't you? Yes, I suppose I have. He said, I knew it. You had that look in your eye. She asked, what look? He said, hey, after all this time we've spent together, you think I wouldn't recognize that look? Art agent. They were sitting on chairs, and there was a table between them, and then he started speaking. Art agent, it rolls off the tongue. I like it, it sounds classy. So what does an art agent do? It is exactly as the name implies, except that art encompasses the artist as well. The artist too? What for? Art agents would manage and handle the artists so that they can simply focus on their art. There's never been an occupation like this before. But it will trailblaze the way for the revival of culture and arts. Man shivered, are you just figuring that out? You are full of it. No, wait. He says while thinking, going a step further from the typical art dealer, who just brokers the sale. An art agent manages and handles the artists. How did you come up with such an ingenious idea? He said, I can't help but applaud you. It's like you read my mind. He was rambling while talking. In order to fully support the artists so that they can focus on their art, the agent will have to have a good eye for art and be knowledgeable. He sneezed. He had placed his hands on the book lying on the table in front of him. He said, I am sorry, Karlef, for stealing it like this occupation that was actually created. A girl is sitting among the flowers. I suppose you'll be so busy that you won't have any time to rest. Especially since you'll need to train to have a good eye and learn to be knowledgeable. You are expecting me to do this? Does anyone else here besides you agree? Don't worry. In order to make sure you start off on the right foot, I'll make the first introduction. Who? Randall Reve. He's the best architect I know. In my past life, he was your first client as well as your closest drinking buddy. He'll see you tell him I sent you. I'll leave it to you to take care of the rest. He said, wait, that's it? All I get is an introduction. Give me some more information. She shook the envelope. He's a sure talent. I don't know anything beyond that. It's up to you, as the art agent, to turn him into the architect of the century. While resting his elbow on the table, he says, I can't let him rely on me too much any longer. I've moved up the timeline, but I know he's capable of handling this on his own. My role is to just steer him in the right direction. All right then. I'll give it a shot, he says while holding the envelope in his hand. I've practically been spoon-fed, so I figure if I fail, I am just not cut out for this. She smiled. He happily waves the envelope in the air in front of the girl. Shall I head back now? She said in a swarm. She asked, you there? She said, why don't we have a little chat? The girl with glasses said worriedly, what's this? Are they trying to pick a fight? Pointing toward the girl with glasses, she says, what's this about? Wow, look at her running her mouth. I heard that first years these days are quite stuck up, but you, it seems like you're on another level. Well, that answers that. She is the girl that follows Abella around. I think her name is Michelle. You must enjoy making life difficult for yourself, Abella, she said to the girl with glasses. Since you have eyes for the Imperial Prince, you naturally don't like seeing a commoner at his side. This is why I don't want to be seen with him. Did you just sigh? She clenched her shoulder, and that's when it followed me. The girl says to the girl with glasses, you should know your place. Do you think you're something just because His Imperial Highness spoke to you a few times? The girl with glasses became serious. She poked the girl with glasses and said, "Why don't you try acting stuck up now?" These girls couldn't even hold their heads up if they didn't have Abella's backing, and yet they dared to harass me. She puffed. "This is ridiculous." "Yeah, did you just laugh? Have you gone mad? How could this situation not be funny? You stormed here with a crowd to scare and threaten me. You are an upperclassman. How infantile of you, Michelle. Do you think Abella will approve of you behaving this way?" she said. "You are sorely mistaken." She twitched. "What?" She raised her hand angrily and said. She fwished. How dare you utter Lady Abella's name?" "Stop right here," he said in astonishment. Ren was standing in front. He said, "She is mine. If you could just give us a moment with her, we will be done soon." "Didn't you hear me? I told you she is mine," he said. "Get lost." Ren said, "Did you not hear me?" The girl flinched. Clenching her fist, she said, "Fine." She shook and stared angrily. "Rain did taka. Rain said to the girl with glasses, "You seem to have a lot of enemies." Both of them made a wish. He said, "Hey, freeze. I just saved you. You should at least say thank you." She said, "You shouldn't have stepped in." Ren said, "What?" The girl with glasses said, "Sha, I can handle people like that on my own." Ren became silent. "You have a knack for throwing me off guard. It's because the upperclassmen seem to enjoy coming after me," the girl said while leaving. "I'll be off now." Ren stood behind and called to him, "Hey, I'm not done talking to you." The girl said while leaving, "If you have something to say, please hurry up and just say it. It seems like you were waiting for me anyway." Ren said, "That's exactly right. I have one question for you." She said, "Huh? Are you a ghost?" He said, "What does that even mean?" You've never been to any lectures, and you're not staying at the dorms. You are a student at the academy, but there's no trace of you anywhere. Ren shook you. "You aren't Lucia, are you?" She gulped. "He has already done a background check on me?" "The girl is standing in front of the mirror." She said, "Stay calm. Even if I'm not Lucia, it doesn't mean he'll assume or think that I'm Veronica." The girl with glasses laughed. "Yeah, that's what you wanted to ask me," she said. "I'm not sure what it is you want to know." Ren gives him the student identification card and says, "But I will do this." "Ha, it's easy to fake a student identification card," he said. "You seem to have a hard time trusting people," he said. "Let's just say I like making sure in cases like this." Ren said, "Why don't we share a meal 4 days from now? I'd be disappointed if you dismissed the person who saved you. Do you want me to get indigestion?" "I wouldn't mind," she said. "What's he up to?" "Since you didn't say no, I'll take that as a yes." Ren said, "You'd be wise to show up. You know what I'm like, don't you? This is such a rude way to invite someone to a meal." "I am curious to see just how rude you can be." Ren said, "See you then, Lucia." Under the starry moonlit night, a house. A girl is sitting on a chair. Tapping her finger on the cup, she says, "I won't be just a simple meal. He's going to try and trap me somehow. I can't believe this. I have to go knowing all of this. If I throw away my identity as Lucia, I could avoid this situation. That means Carlif and Raphael won't develop faster than they did in my past life, which would then run my plan. Do I really have no choice?" She clenched her fist. Under the blue sky, a beautiful house. A restaurant symbol. Both are sitting in the restaurant, and the waiter is standing to take the order. She gulped. I didn't expect to meet him outside of the academy. The food was placed in front of him, and the bottle was being poured into the glass. He was thinking, today is not going to be a good day. Let's eat. Why don't we talk first? She said. There has to be a reason you had me come all the way out there. Come now. Ren said while eating, the food here is quite good, so why not enjoy it and then take our time talking afterward? I don't want to eat, especially with you, he said while holding the spoon. He snapped and said, fine then. This is why I can't get things to go when you come out like this. The waiter asked, did you need something, sir? Bring in my guest. She asked. Guest? He came making a TMP sound. A man in a coat with a light beard. She was surprised to see who it was. She flinched. Ren said, "Don't be rude. Meet him. Surely you know who he is." She said, "What? Who is he?" He smiled. Heh. The girl thought, "I'm going to get caught if I don't do anything." She gulped. "But even if I pretended to know him, what do I say to a complete stranger? That boy was standing right next to the table. It'll be obvious that I've never met him in my life." "The boy in the coat with the light beard," he said. "Have you been well?" She was startled. "What?" he said. "You've grown a lot, my dear." She was sitting nervously, clutching her frock. He said, "If your mother could see you, she'd be proud. She'd tell me how beautiful our daughter has grown." She thought about mother and daughter. That kind tone and warm gaze, that must mean the person is Lucia's father. A man in a coat and light beard, Emilio, the leader of the castle shop. She thought, "What happened, Lucia? What's he doing here? Why is he helping me? No, I should not focus on that right now. I need to get out of the situation first." The girl and the Rin are sitting at the dining table. She shook. She stood up with joy and said, "Father." They clasped and hugged. The man in the coat and light beard said, "Yes, my dear daughter." He said, "Do you know how much I worried about you?" "Psst, he suspects you," she said while hugging. "What brings you all the way here? You didn't tell me you were coming." His father said, "I was told something big had happened to you, so I came here in a hurry," she said with great happiness. "To me, I am fine." His father said, "The young master here wrote me a letter saying it was a personal matter involving you, so I came. But you look fine. I am relieved." Ren smiled. "Ha!" He thought, "This has to be a joke. The two of you really are father and daughter?" The girl shivered. And she said, "Young master." The father and daughter were standing in the restaurant. Her father said, "Will you tell me now? What was the urgent matter that required my attention here?" "Ah, that? It's about your daughter. Did you know that she hasn't been to a single lecture?" "Sitting on the chair?" A man creaked. "She's standing there, worried." She glared. "On top of that, she's unpacked her luggage at the dorms, but no one has seen her there. He said, so you know, I just had to send for your father." "Wouldn't you agree?" Her father said, "That's it. That's why you sent for me. Is that not reason enough?" "I don't find it strange at all." Her father grinned. Ren said, "What?" with a scowl. Her father placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder and said, "Lucia was born with a chronic disease. She's much better now, but if it flares up, whether it takes 1 month or 2, she has to rest." Rin said, "So that's why she hasn't attended lectures and why she is not staying in the dorms." "Ha," he said, "that's against school policy though." Her father said, "I received permission from the school to allow her to receive outside treatment when her condition takes a turn. I've never heard of such a thing being allowed. I need to be kept quiet out of fairness," he said. Lucia was happily standing with her father. Her father said with a smile, "As you said, it's typically against school policy." Ren made a soft sound. "NGH," as if in discomfort or hesitation. He clenched his hand in anger and said, "So you are saying the academy is keeping quiet about this? Do you really expect me to believe that? The two of you planned this, didn't you? As I am sure you are well aware," her father said with a smile. "I came straight here after receiving your message and arrived at the capital last night. We hardly had time to plan anything." Lucia said. "Incredible. He's speaking without flinching and with such conviction. He's so convincing that I couldn't imagine that he's lying right now. On top of that, he's doing it in front of Ren. Your letter made me anxious, but I am happy because I got to see my daughter thanks to you." Lucia was standing, listening to everything. His father said, "Work kept me so busy that I hadn't been able to visit." Ren said while placing his sleepy hand on top. "I agree, father. You were away for too long. I'm sorry, however, I am here now, so I hope you can forgive me. The two of you look nothing alike. Lucia was very happy and said, I take after my mother. Lucia was standing, holding her father's arm, and clasped it. Is there anything else you'd like to know? It seems you care about my Lucia quite a bit, so I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, she said. I got to see my father because of you, so I am willing to answer your questions as well. He placed his hand firmly on the table. Oh, leaving so soon? Ren said I shouldn't intrude on such a tearful father-daughter reunion. This is all thanks to me, you know this, right? Ren, while leaving, placed his hand on top and said, I am such a do-gooder. I am always doing nice things for other people. Don't forget to finish the food before leaving. The door clicked. Thank you, Lucia said with joy. Phew. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if you had not helped me. It's I who should be thanking you. I am finally getting the opportunity to thank my savior. Her father, bowing down and placing his hand on his chest, said, Thank you for saving my daughter. Lucia went into deep thought. I know I didn't include a sender name on the letter I sent to Emilio. I want you to send this to Emilio, the head of the Castle shop, without including a senior sender this time as well. That's right. She tamped. How? His father placed his hand on his chest and said, Did you know it was me? He hugged his daughter, who was lying on the bed, and there was a girl standing beside them. His father said, I followed the instructions in the letter to treat my daughter, and she miraculously recovered. Lucia shook and said, You also wrote something else, apart from the instructions. A letter on which it was written that she needs at least 1 year of rest so she can resume her daily activities. You said that she should rest for 1 year, even if she recovers. However, it doesn't seem to me like that was necessary. His father said, The grassland chieftain told me that once you're truly recovered, it's unlikely for the illness to flare up again. He said a month of rest is all that's necessary to resume daily life. That's when I began to question. How could the person who knew how to treat the illness? The girl in the green frock thought. How could he be unaware of the recovery period? He said, I thought that would be unlikely. There is a map with a red circle around it. An arrow points towards one side, and a question mark is marked on one of its sides. He said I became curious, so I looked into it, and found that the letter had been mailed from somewhere near the academy. A table with some papers placed on it, and beside it, a man is sitting. He said, During my investigation, I received a letter from Bastische. He is sitting on the chair, shocked. Why would Rin Bastische send me a letter? A letter that said, Your daughter seems to be in danger at the academy. I shall share more details in person. Her father was astonished. I became certain then. Her father smiled faintly and said, I knew that I'd finally be able to meet my savior. Lucia said, Incredible. He didn't have much to go on, yet he pieced it all together. The golden color tone. I then understood that Emilio wasn't just the figurehead of Castle shop. I realized that he was a great merchant, one who freely traveled between the 3 United Kingdoms and the Empire in the southern region of the continent. Lucia smiled, placed her hand on her chest, and said, Since you figured it out, I won't deny it. Yes, it was I who sent that letter. A house beneath the blue sky. Lucia said I suspected the sender might be a student from the academy, but it's still surprising to see you in person. Though it is late, I wanted to thank you. Her father bowed slightly in gratitude and said, From the bottom of my heart, thank you for saving my daughter. Likewise. I'm extremely grateful for what you did today. Lucia smiled and said, Since we've met like this, Lucia asked, Would you like to eat with me? The meal here appears quite delicious. He said I'd be honored. Delicious food is placed on a table. Lucia is drinking a beverage. His father said, With your permission, may I say a few words? She clasped and said, Of course, he said. Truthfully, I observed you carefully from the moment I walked into this room. Please don't misunderstand. As a merchant, studying and figuring out people has become second nature to me. I see a person's manner of speech, movements, dining etiquette. These things may seem small, but they make it easy to figure out a person's background. One can't consciously change old habits easily. So I thought about it, and was wondering. Lucia asked, "Are you a member of the imperial family?" He smiled and said, "My apologies if I was mistaken. Please just ignore my presumptuous comments." She thought, he has a keen eye. I did my best to try and hide who I was, but he figured it out simply by observing my actions, she said. "You are only half right. Since the daughter of the Grand Duke is a princess, but not an imperial royal, it seems I shouldn't have mentioned it at all. I'll just pretend I never brought it up and erase what you just said from my memory." "Thank you. I am surprised you haven't asked me yet." "What do you mean?" She said, "You haven't asked why I am pretending to be Lucia." "I want to know." "I haven't asked because I don't think it's something I need to know." His father said, "You are the person who saved my daughter, who is my whole world. Giving you all that I own wouldn't be enough to repay you. Your gratitude is all that I need. What you did today was more than enough to repay me." His father placed his hand on the letter and said, "No, I don't think so." He asked, "What is this?" She said, "It's the paperwork needed to transfer the castle shop branch within the..." Lucia and her father were sitting in silence. She said, "I thought I made it clear." His father said, "That's your gratitude was more than enough." She was sitting on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. His father said, "My daughter told me that she was so happy to see me again, and that she didn't have to see me in distress anymore. She told me I should come here to help you." Lucia sat at the dining table. She said, "I knew the moment I saw you that you were an extraordinary person, but I also realized that you needed my help." Her father reached out his hand and said, "That's why I want to give you this." He said he'd be turning over all the revenue in this region to me. Since Castle Shop has solidified its place in the empire, it now holds a strong position in the market, a powerful business network, and a vast amount of assets. This is too enticing to decline hastily. However, I never had contact with Emilio in the past. He's outside my wheel of influence, so I can't completely eliminate the possibility that he poses a risk. She is lying on the bed, sleeping. I can see how much he loves his daughter. He, feeling anxious, took something out of the letter. But that doesn't mean I truly know his character and humanity. That's why I was only going to tell him how to treat the illness and refrain from continuing any sort of relationship with him. Ren's actions forced this change. She gasped. "You've put me in a difficult position, my apologies." Her father was sitting quietly at the dining table. "Perhaps I made a mistake." She asked, "About what?" "It looks like you're hesitating to accept the Castle Shop branch because you're feeling uneasy. It might take some time, but I can sell off the branch and convert the money into imperial coins for you. Perhaps you would prefer that instead." Wait, do you mean that?" "Yes, I do," Lucia said angrily, placing her hand on her forehead. "I don't know why you're putting me in such a position." "I would also like to make this earnest request," he said. "I'd like to be able to hold my head up high as a father. Please help me do that." Lucia was sitting quietly with her hands placed in her lap. He said, "I am sorry to say this, but I don't plan on accepting the Castle Shop branch nor the imperial coins You've offered me." She choked. "Those do not belong to me. Even if I were to accept the branch, I wouldn't be able to run it as well as you, since I'm tied to my responsibilities and I don't have any business acumen. Eventually, the other shops would take over the market, and the branch would go bankrupt. I won't touch on the imperial coins because that would feel like putting a price on your daughter's life." Her father stood there, disappointed, and said, "I didn't consider that." Shah said, "My apologies." "It's all right. Your sincerity was real. I feel it." She was sitting at the dining table, holding a plate in her hands. He stood there, looking worried. He said, "After all, money is everything to a merchant," she said while swirling her drink. "Knowing that, and seeing how you want to pay me back in a material way, it just shows how earnest you are about this." Her father said with embarrassment, "That's why I don't like the idea of completely ignoring your feelings. The girl took a sip of her drink and said, therefore. She was sitting with a glass of drink in her hand, and her father was standing. She said, why don't we work together? Her father said, how do you propose that? She said, you mentioned it earlier. That I look like I'm in desperate need of your help. It's true, but what I need is something different. The girl picked up the glass of her drink and said with a smile, the branch and coins aren't what I need. What I need are people. His father said, people? She laughed while smiling. I'd like you to stay by my side and help me. If you do, I can promise you this. The drink sloshed as she laughed while smiling. His father said the new era is coming. It will bring about change throughout the world, and many things will begin anew. I am going to be so bold as to say, join me, and I will save a place for you in this era. There is a lovely little house under the blue sky. A man is sitting on a chair, there's a cup of tea in front of him, and he said, I could see why your father is so admired by people. Lucia and the man are sitting at the tea table. There's cake and tea placed on it. The man says, all I did was share my business plan with him, but he identified the things I was missing. Lucia replies, I see. She is now standing with her father and the man and says, this is wonderful. I'm glad I introduced the two of them. He will be able to broaden his business scope now. The man sitting on the chair, with tea in front of him, goes into deep thought and says, but why did you change your mind all of a sudden? You said you'd get in trouble if your father caught you doing business. She replies, well, he caught me. Then she adds with a smile, however, he praised me instead. He said he'd help, because he wants me to graduate first. He said, I see. She said, phew. I just gave him a flimsy excuse, but I think he bought it. He said, so that's why. He didn't say anything in particular. They were both sitting at the tea table, talking. Anyway, were you able to meet with Randall? He's incredible. He's a complete genius. I felt chills just looking at the construction methods he created and the blueprints he drew. She sat in awe. Also, he was sincerely grateful to you. A man with long hair, dressed in fine clothes, sits on a chair. In front of him on the table are map-like papers that he's studying. He was filled with gratitude. She said happily, please tell him he has my gratitude for choosing to work with us. And please tell him, I won't let him down. He replied, you two must have gotten fairly close, from all the praise you're heaping on him. He's a good drinking buddy. She smiled and said, so the two of you became friends in this life too. Carleaf, when's your next meeting with my father? Tomorrow. Why? I wanted to ask him if he could find out whether there's any land in the capital worth building on. He looked thoughtful. Are you planning to speculate in real estate? Speculate? She said. Of course not. I don't have any kind of talent in that area. Asterisk, he raised an eyebrow while she calmly sipped her tea. Then why the interest in plots of land? She nearly dropped her cup with a clatter and said, land in the capital is expensive. I'm going to build a salon. Oh? A lot of people were standing around a table, a place for open conversation and debate between men and women, without worrying about social status or rank. It'll be the place where culture and intellect are forged, a place sought after by high society. She said. He added, it'll also be the place where artists can introduce and showcase their work. The salon will truly be the space where culture and the arts converge. A beautiful salon with golden doors. Once it is built, prominent artists from different fields will begin to gather. After that, the cultural impact and its spread will be unstoppable. And I, she said, sitting on a red sofa in a stunning green dress, a drink in hand, as the owner of the salon, will actually be at the center of this cultural boom. This is so shocking. I don't even know what to say. How did you come up with all that? She smiled. Hold on to that excitement. I want the structure of the salon to have meaning. To achieve that, a new architectural style is needed. He laughed. Don't you think you're being a little too ambitious? The girl laughed and said, hey, where would you find an architect like TH? Hey, Wait, is Randall who you have in mind? Yes, she replied. From the blueprint to the construction, I want Randall to be in charge of it all. Please tell him this is his chance to make a name for himself as an architect. Ooh, I'll be sure to. Oh, and if my father has the time, I'd like him to look into the neighboring plots around the one I'm planning to buy. I want to open a cultural complex linked to the salon. Variety. He murmured. She smiled and said, I really want to know how you come up with these kinds of schemes. I'm just doing what I do best. Carleaf, your role as an art manager is extremely important for this plan to succeed. She smiled again. Carleaf placed his hand on his chest and said, You want me to do what I do best? Don't worry, I can handle the responsibility and the weight I feel on my shoulders. Then I'd like to leave this to you as well. A letter slid across the table. What's that? He asked. I don't mind if you take a look, she said. He opened it gently. It was a map, marked with red circles and ticks. I want to buy a few plots of land on the poorer side of the capital. I've marked the surrounding areas on this map. He stared at it, shocked. Are you serious? Once you buy land in the slums, it's over. You won't be able to resell it, even if you want to. I know, she said calmly. I'm buying those plots for charity work. He quietly listened to the girl as they both sat together at the tea table. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Is there gold hidden in those lands? Why would there be any veins of gold in the capital? She replied with a gentle smile. I simply wish to help. Besides, I don't have anything else to spend my money on anyway. If you say so. Still, what a strange thing to do, he said, narrowing his eyes. She softly chuckled and said, I'm sorry, Carleaf. If I tell you the truth, I'm afraid you might swoop in and buy the land before I do. On the table sat a beautiful cake, topped with fresh fruit, untouched. There will be a development craze in the capital soon, she continued. The Grand Duchy plans to spend an astronomical amount of money to raise the slums. She gestured to an elegant map, where slum areas were clearly marked. Then she looked up, her expression serious. They intend to build a place that only nobles and royals can access, a grand, luxurious district. A grand house flashed in her mind, sprawling, majestic. The Grand Duchy plans to construct Noblesse Street. It will be the largest business venture this empire has ever seen. A girl with golden eyes looked at him, determined. Noblesse Street became pivotal for commerce, thanks to Veronica. It turned into a massively successful project. A game piece was flicked across a strange, checkered board. I'm buying this land to stop that from happening. I'll hold on to it, and I'll continue purchasing key plots in the slums, to block the development of Noblesse Street. After thinking for a long moment, she said, I used to frequent Noblesse Street once I became queen, so I remember where it was roughly. I might not be exact, but it should not be too far off. Elle will be the owner of the plots of land, and the plots will be purchased by proxy. The girl with golden eyes said, Veronica is tenacious. If she finds out someone bought those plots, she'll do whatever it takes to find Elle. I need to make sure my tracks are completely covered. A hand tapped gently against a teacup. Later on, since Veronica will need those plots, I'll sell them to her at an excessive markup. That's how I'll take money from the Grand Duchy. A golden box sat nearby, and in a hand, glittering gold coins sparkled. I don't have to worry. Emilio will act as my proxy. All I need to do is sit back and watch. She glanced at the table where cold tea and a slice of cake remained untouched. I don't think there's anything left to discuss today. She added with a soft sigh, Father said he overlooked this if I focus on my studies from now on, so I might not be able to see you for a while. All right, he said casually. I'll be busy with the work you gave me anyway. A knock echoed at the door. He stood and gripped the handle. The door creaked as it opened slowly. Who is it? He asked. He gasped, taking a step back. She looked startled, confused. She froze in place. A young man stood at the door, holding a book and a letter in one hand. He stuttered, Why, Your Highness? The door opens and a boy enters, holding a book in his hand. She says, "Oh. So it really was you," she said to His Highness. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Lucia said in surprise. "I happened to see you on this floor by chance." Looking towards the reading room, he said, "I thought I might ask how you've been, but when I checked the reading room, you weren't there." Highness said, "I look around, and I heard your voice coming from this room, which is why I knocked." Lucia was standing completely silent in the reading room. She said, "He was looking for me?" Highness said, "But why?" His Highness said to the girl, "Lucia knows the Imperial Prince. Why hasn't she ever mentioned it?" She said, "Is there something you wish to say, Your Highness?" He stood holding a book in the doorway. Highness became silent. He stood next to the girl and said, "I'd like to invite the both of you to dinner. In the evening, a green tree." She said, "Wow. Never in my life have I ever imagined coming to a place like this." He said, "This is an exclusive dormitory reserved for the direct descendants of the imperial family." The girl said to Highness, "You seem quite excited, Carleaf." He said, "Don't tell me you are at a loss for words. I am finally visiting this place." The girl mentioned, in the past, His Highness lived on the other side of the dorms. A girl wearing a frock was peeking behind the wall while he was sitting, lost in thought. "I wanted to know everything about his daily life, what he ate, how he lived. That was my whole world." That dim longing turned into fondness, and eventually it deteriorated into a fruitless attachment and love. She was scratching something with her nails. She was standing under a tree with the strong wind blowing, and she seemed troubled. She said, "I should let go of those old feelings now." She said, "Shouldn't I?" Near a window, there is a table with a tray beside it, containing tea and some food. "There is food placed on a table," His Highness said. "This is a simple meal, but I hope you enjoy it." They were sitting at the dining table, and he said, "Thank you." She was sitting, holding a spoon, astonished. And she was sitting silently, thinking that the quality of this meal is rather poor. A building whose condition has deteriorated badly. It's hard to believe that His Highness is living here because the maintenance of this building has been neglected. His Highness said, "Are the finances of the imperial family in such dire straits?" His Highness asked, "Is the food to your liking?" She was sitting silently. He said while eating and laughing, "Yes. It's chewy and grilled tenderly. Juices flow with each bite. It's simply magnificent." His Highness said to the girl, "What about you?" "It would be difficult to say it's outstanding, but the meal is quite delicious." "I see." She picked up the handkerchief and said, "Anyway." Highness picked up the handkerchief and said, "Every time I see you, you always seem to show me a different facet of yourself. You seem frail, like a fawn." His Highness said to the girl, and she was listening with astonishment. "But then in an instant, you'd act with more elegance than an imperial royal," she said, nervously wiping her face with the handkerchief. "Ah, did I unwittingly follow proper etiquette too perfectly?" His Highness said, "Is your name Carleaf?" He said, "Yes, Your Highness." Your Highness said, "I heard you're part of the graduating class. Do you have plans upon graduation?" He said, "Yes. I found something that's my cup of tea through someone I met." His Highness said, "And what is that?" He said while picking up a fork. "Working as an art dealer. Lucia here recommended it to me." She was sitting, very angry. He said, smiling and extending his hand forward. "Perhaps Your Highness is unaware, but our first year has a keen eye and great insight. So she's been helping me in a number of ways." The girl said, very angrily, "Won't he? Please just shut up." His Highness held his chin thoughtfully and said, "Oh, I knew you had an artistic streak, but I didn't know you were insightful as well." Sitting at the dining table. She said, "Your Carleaf is being too modest. Please don't take his words to heart. His Highness wipes his face with a handkerchief and says, She said you are rather humble also." "Oh no." His Highness, resting his hands on the dining table, was saying, "Now I know, why don't we talk some more?" The golden-haired boy said with a smile, "Your Highness, if that is what you want, who are we to say no?" "Right, Lucia. He flinched and said, "We aren't that busy, Dot." She shivered and smiled. They were sitting at the dining table. Lucia said, "We should excuse ourselves once we've finished eating. Let's make His Highness uncomfortable." He said, "What do you mean?" "It's what His Highness wants. And you haven't figured it out yet?" "Figured what out?" His Highness, while eating, said, "Really? Do you really think I am doing this for me? Why would this be good for me?" The golden-haired boy said, "Yes, Highness. In the reading room, beautiful sofas are placed. And a girl is standing near the table in the reading room. His Highness thinks, would it be possible," he said, "for you to brew a pot of tea just as you did for me last time?" Lucia said, "Tea, Your Highness." His Highness said, "I can't seem to forget the fragrance and the rich taste of tea." Lucia fell into deep thought and grew silent. They were both speaking softly when Highness asked, "Have I made a difficult request?" She replied hesitantly, "And no, Your Highness. If I could just be provided with some tea leaves, a tea set, and hot water." His Highness said to the maid, "Fetch those items." A teapot and a cup are placed on the table. These are average quality tea leaves, quite subpar compared to what nobles typically use. Dot, she said, pouring tea into the cup. But the most important thing about tea is the care taken in its preparation. The waft of tea filled the air. His Highness took a sip of the tea. He said, "The cup of tea in my hand, it's truly remarkable. Indeed, you have incredible skill. This is wonderful. No doubt, people rave about the tea ceremony, this and that." He said. Lucia held the teapot in her hand, and Her Highness said, "There are many things I'd ask of you today." Lucia asked, "Such as what, Your Highness?" "It regards its great nation. There are curtains hanging on a window, and in front of it, there is a sofa. He said that you mentioned that your father." His Highness said, "He is the head of one of the top companies on the continent." Lucia said yes. His Highness had taken a cup of tea and was sitting on the sofa, while Lucia was standing holding the kettle in her hand. He said this while the tea clattered noisily. "I'd like to hear your opinion." Lucia, picking up the tea tray in her hands, asked, "What do you think about the money flow in this empire? Do you think it's flowing normally right now?" Lucia was listening in silence. Lucia shook the kettle. His Highness and Lucia were sitting on a sofa, and Lucia said, "I have a poor sense for business. So much has flown over my head. However, since Your Highness has asked for my opinion," His Highness said, "I'll share my thoughts as best I can." Your Highness said, "I'm all ears." Though the empire belonged to the imperial family and its descendants, the imperial royalty continued to lose authority as the power of the nobility gradually grew. A girl and a boy from the royal family are standing. Never in the history of the empire had the Grand Duchy and the four duchies held such a strong grasp on the vested rights as they do now. Nobles are more powerful than the empire. There is a man who wears a crown on his head, but he is merely a figurehead. A teacup lies shattered. Currently, the flow of imperial currency is closely tied to the flow of power. It's not just the money flow, even its function is being controlled and influenced by the nobility. His Highness, sitting on the sofa, said calmly, "That is the reality the imperial family is facing right now." "You are correct." He pressed his fingers on his knee and said, "The empire needs change." Lucia and His Highness were sitting on the sofa, and Lucia said, "I knew His Highness would recognize how serious the state of things currently is." He was holding a book in his hand and reading it. That's why he was reading Machiavelli. He wants to regain the power lost by the imperial family. She said, "However, there isn't a place for an emperor right now." And said, "You must first find capable people, Your Highness." The Highness said, "Yes, people. People like yourself?" Lucia said no while closing her eyes. "I am not as capable as you think, Your Highness." The Highness was sitting on the sofa, and in front of him on the table was a cup of tea. "You are too modest." "I was thinking along the same lines as you, but the capable people tend to be noble children," Lucia said while sitting on the sofa. "They would never support the imperial family. I understand why His Highness is frustrated. The few commoners here want to move up in life, so the vast majority of them reach out to the nobility. Heiress said he wants to do something, but he is going about it in the wrong way. If he continues down this path, he'll fail. Lucia gulped and said, just as he did in the past. It's up to His Highness to decide, if I may be so bold, Your Highness. The Highness was sitting near the window. Lucia and the young man were sitting on one sofa, and the Highness was sitting on the approaching sofa, sipping tea. The young man said, I'm simply doing this because we were once husband and wife. May I give you a piece of advice? The Highness took a sip of tea and said, advice? I'm listening. Lucia said, that's all this is. There were countless past emperors who were rewarded throughout the empire's history. It most certainly isn't a stretch to say that their achievements led the empire to what it is today. The reason they are held in such high regard is because they changed the system as needed to perfect the current state of things. They simply showed how times were changing and adjusted accordingly. Right now, the nobility is corrupt and rotten to the core, Lucia said. Many people were standing near the boat. Though the imperial family is aware, it lacks the power and authority to push back. The Highness twitched. The young man, angry, said, Lucia! Watch what you are saying. Lucia replied, change is coming, Your Highness. It won't be long before the world changes. Change never starts from the top. The young man and Lucia were both sitting on the sofa. A beautiful palace. It starts from the bottom, Lucia said. The Highness, holding a cup of tea, asked, and what do you mean by the bottom? Commoners, she replied. The Highness fell silent, then, sipping his tea, said, since the empire was established, reformation was always led by the imperial family and the nobility. Commoners were just pawns to be ruled over. His Highness would have never thought that they would be the ones to lead a movement for reformation. The young man said, nobles and imperial royals, commoners don't care about either side. To the exploited, they're all the same. He was sitting on the sofa, looking at Lucia's face while speaking in front of the Highness. A cup of tea sat on the table. One side oppresses, while the other is powerless to stop them. Lucia said, to commoners, they're just two sides of the same coin. The nobles are enemies of the imperial family. Does the imperial family consider it to be its enemy as well? The Highness, sitting on the sofa, said firmly, no. Lucia extended her hand forward and said, then who should the imperial family lean on? The commoners, Your Highness. The young man was looking at Lucia, and the Highness sat in silence. The imperial family needs to lean on the commoners? Lucia clenched her fist and said, the era in which the emperor was once ruler over all has ended. Lucia said, the emperor shouldn't look to reign over the people. He should move forward with them at his side. His Highness was listening quietly. That's how Your Highness can respond to the changing times, to achieve your goal. This is the only way. A beautiful girl in a green frock, with golden hair. This is the one thing I can give to him, the man I once loved. A golden-colored key, the key to the future.